Life of Diogenes. Diogenes was a native of Sinope, the son of Hippasus, a money changer. And Diocles says that he was forced to flee from his native city, as his father kept the public bank there and had adulterated the coinage. But Eubulides, in his essay on Diogenes, says that it was Diogenes himself who did this, and that he was banished with his father. And indeed, he himself, in his Parmenides, says of himself that he had adulterated the public money. Others say that he was one of the curators, and was persuaded by the artisans employed, and that he went to Delphi, or else to the oracle at Delos, and there consulted Apollo as to whether he should do what people were trying to persuade him to do. And that, as the god gave him permission to do so, Diogenes, not comprehending that the god meant that he might change the political customs of his country if he could, adulterated the coinage. And being detected, was banished, as some people say, but as other accounts have it, took the alarm and fled away of his own accord. Some again say that he adulterated the money which he had received from his father, and that his father was thrown into prison and died there. But that Diogenes escaped and went to Delphi, and asked, not whether he might tamper with the coinage, but what he could do to become very celebrated, and that in consequence he received the oracular answer which I have mentioned. Roman 2. And when he came to Athens, he attached himself to Antisthenes, but as he repelled him because he admitted no one, he at last forced his way to him by his pertinacity. And once, when he raised his stick at him, he put his head under it and said, "Strike, for you will not find any stick hard enough to drive me away as long as you continue to speak." And from this time forth he was one of his pupils, and being in exile, he naturally betook himself to a simple mode of life. Roman 3. And when, as Theophrastus tells us, in his Megaric Philosopher, he saw a mouse running about and not seeking for a bed, nor taking care to keep in the dark, nor looking for any of those things which appear enjoyable to such an animal, he found a remedy for his own poverty. He was, according to the account of some people, the first person who doubled up his cloak out of necessity, and who slept in it, and who carried a wallet in which he kept his food, and who used whatever place was near for all sorts of purposes, eating and sleeping, and conversing in it. In reference to which habit he used to say, pointing to the colonnade of Jupiter and to the public magazine, that the Athenians had built him places to live in. Being attacked with illness, he supported himself with a staff, and after that he carried it continually, not indeed in the city, but whenever he was walking in the roads, together with his wallet, as Olympiodorus, the chief man of the Athenians, tells us. And Polyeuctus, the orator, and Lysanias, the son of Eschrion, tell the same story. When he had written to someone to look out and get ready a small house for him, as he delayed to do it, he took a cask which he found in the temple of Cybele, for his house, as he himself tells us in his letters. And during the summer he used to roll himself in the warm sand, but in winter he would embrace statues all covered with snow, practicing himself, on every occasion, to endure anything. Roman 4. He was very violent in expressing his haughty disdain of others. He said that the sigma chi omicron lambda letter 1f74 school of Euclid's was chi omicron lambda letter 1f74 Gaul, and he used to call Plato's delta iota alpha tau rho iota beta letter 1f74 discussions, kappa alpha tau rho iota beta letter 1f74 disguise. It was also a saying of his that the Dionysian games were a great marvel to fools, and that the demagogues were the ministers of the multitude. He used likewise to say that when in the course of his life he beheld pilots and physicians and philosophers, he thought man the wisest of all animals. But when again he beheld interpreters of dreams and soothsayers, and those who listened to them, and men puffed up with glory or riches, then he thought that there was not a more foolish animal than man. Another of his sayings was that he thought a man ought oftener to provide himself with a reason than with a halter. On one occasion, when he noticed Plato at a very costly entertainment tasting some olives, he said, "O you wise man, why, after having sailed to Sicily for the sake of such a feast, do you not now enjoy what you have before you?" And Plato replied, "By the gods, Diogenes, while I was there I ate olives and all such things a great deal." Diogenes rejoined, "What then did you want to sail to Syracuse for? Did not Attica at that time produce any olives?" But Phavorinus, in his Universal History, tells this story of Aristippus. At another time he was eating dried figs when Plato met him, and he said to him, "You may have a share of these." And as he took some and ate them, he said, "I said that you might have a share of them, not that you might eat them all." On one occasion, Plato had invited some friends who had come to him from Dionysius to a banquet, and Diogenes trampled on his carpets and said, "Thus I trample on the empty pride of Plato." And Plato made him answer, "How much arrogance are you displaying, O Diogenes, when you think that you are not arrogant at all?" But, as others tell the story, Diogenes said, "Thus I trample on the pride of Plato." And that Plato rejoined, "With quite as much pride yourself, O Diogenes." Solon, too, in his fourth book, states that the Cynic made the following speech to Plato. Diogenes once asked him for some wine, and then for some dried figs, so he sent him an entire jar full, and Diogenes said to him, "Will you, if you are asked how many 2 and 2 make, answer 20? In this way, you neither give with any reference to what you are asked for, nor do you answer with reference to the question put to you." He used also to ridicule him as an interminable talker. When he was asked where in Greece he saw virtuous men, "Men," said he, "nowhere, but I see good boys in Lacedaemon." On one occasion, when no one came to listen to him while he was discoursing seriously, he began to whistle. And then when people flocked round him, he reproached them for coming with eagerness to folly, but being lazy and indifferent about good things. One of his frequent sayings was, that men contended with one another in punching and kicking, but that no one showed any emulation in the pursuit of virtue. He used to express his astonishment at the grammarians for being desirous to learn everything about the misfortunes of Ulysses and being ignorant of their own. He used also to say that the musicians fitted the strings to the lyre properly, but left all the habits of their soul ill-arranged. And that mathematicians kept their eyes fixed on the sun and moon and overlooked what was under their feet. That orators were anxious to speak justly, but not at all about acting so. Also, that misers blamed money, but were preposterously fond of it. He often condemned those who praise the just for being superior to money, but who at the same time are eager themselves for great riches. He was also very indignant at seeing men sacrifice to the gods to procure good health, and yet at the sacrifice eating in a manner injurious to health. He often expressed his surprise at slaves, who, seeing their masters eating in a gluttonous manner, still do not themselves lay hands on any of the eatables. He would frequently praise those who were about to marry, and yet did not marry, or who were about to take a voyage, and yet did not take a voyage, or who were about to engage in affairs of state, and did not do so, and those who were about to rear children, yet did not rear any, and those who were preparing to take up their abode with princes, and yet did not take it up. One of his sayings was, that one ought to hold out one's hand to a friend without closing the fingers. Menippus, in his Sale of Diogenes, says that he was taken prisoner and put up to be sold, and asked what he could do, and he answered, "Govern men." And so he bade the crier give notice that if anyone wants to purchase a master, there is one here for him. When he was ordered not to sit down, "It makes no difference," said he, "for fish are sold be where they may." He used to say that he wondered at men always ringing a dish or jar before buying it, but being content to judge of a man by his look alone. When Xenophanes bought him, he said to him that he ought to obey him even though he was his slave, for that a physician or a pilot would find men to obey them even though they might be slaves. And Eubulas says, in his essay entitled The Sale of Diogenes, that he taught the children of Xenophanes, after their other lessons, to ride and shoot and sling and dart. And then in the gymnasium, he did not permit the trainer to exercise them after the fashion of athletes, but exercised them himself to just the degree sufficient to give them a good color and good health. And the boys retained in their memory many sentences of poets and prose writers, and of Diogenes himself, and he used to give them a concise statement of everything in order to strengthen their memory. And at home, he used to teach them to wait upon themselves, contenting themselves with plain food and drinking water. And he accustomed them to cut their hair close, and to eschew ornament, and to go without tunics or shoes, and to keep silent, looking at nothing except themselves as they walked along. He used also to take them out hunting, and they paid the greatest attention and respect to Diogenes himself, and spoke well of him to their parents. Romans 6, and the same author affirms that he grew old in the household of Xenophanes, and that when he died he was buried by his sons. And that while he was living with him, Xenophanes once asked him how he should bury him, and he said, "On my face." And when he was asked why, he said, "Because, in a little while, everything will be turned upside down." And he said this because the Macedonians were already attaining power, and becoming a mighty people from having been very inconsiderable. Once, when a man had conducted him into a magnificent house and had told him that he must not spit, after hawking a little, he spit in his face, saying that he could not find a worse place. But some tell this story of Aristippus. Once he called out, "Helloa, men." And when some people gathered round him in consequence, he drove them away with his stick, saying, "I called men and not dregs." This anecdote I have derived from Hecaton in the first book of his Apophthegms. They also relate that Alexander said that if he had not been Alexander, he should have liked to be Diogenes. He used to call letter 1F00 nu alpha pietero omicron iota cripples, not those who were dumb and blind, but those who had no wallet pietero alpha. On one occasion, he went half-shaved into an entertainment of young men, as Metrocles tells us in his Apophthegms, and so was beaten by them. And afterwards he wrote the names of all those who had beaten him on a white tablet, and went about with the tablet round his neck, so as to expose them to insult, as they were generally condemned and reproached for their conduct. He used to say that he was the hound of those who were praised, but that none of those who praised them dared to go out hunting with him. A man once said to him, "I conquered men at the Pythian games," on which he said, "I conquer men, but you only conquer slaves." When some people said to him, "You are an old man and should rest for the remainder of your life." "Why so?" replied he. "Suppose I had run a long distance, ought I to stop when I was near the end and not rather press on?" Once, when he was invited to a banquet, he said that he would not come, for that the day before no one had thanked him for coming. He used to go barefoot through the snow, and to do a number of other things which have been already mentioned. Once he attempted to eat raw meat, but he could not digest it. On one occasion he found Demosthenes, the orator, dining in an inn, and as he was slipping away, he said to him, "You will now be ever so much more in an inn." Once, when some strangers wished to see Demosthenes, he stretched out his middle finger and said, "This is the great demagogue of the Athenian people." When someone had dropped a loaf and was ashamed to pick it up again, he, wishing to give him a lesson, tied a cord round the neck of a bottle and dragged it all through the Ceramicus. He used to say that he imitated the teachers of choruses, for that they spoke too loud, in order that the rest might catch the proper tone. Another of his sayings was that most men were within a finger's breadth of being mad. If, then, anyone were to walk along, stretching out his middle finger, he will seem to be mad, but if he puts out his forefinger, he will not be thought so. Another of his sayings was that things of great value were often sold for nothing, and vice versa. Accordingly, that a statue would fetch 3,000 drachmas, and a bushel of meal only 2 obols, and when Xeniades had bought him, he said to him, "Come, do what you are ordered to." And when he said, "The streams of sacred rivers now run backwards to their source." "Suppose," rejoined Diogenes, "you had been sick and had bought a physician, could you refuse to be guided by him and tell him, 'The streams of sacred rivers now run backwards to their source'?" Once a man came to him and wished to study philosophy as his pupil, and he gave him a saperda and made him follow him. And as he from shame threw it away and departed, he soon afterwards met him and, laughing, said to him, "A saperda has dissolved your friendship for me." But Diogenes tells this story in the following manner, that when someone said to him, "Give me a commission, Diogenes," he carried him off, and gave him a halfpenny worth of cheese to carry. And as he refused to carry it, "See," said Diogenes, "a halfpenny worth of cheese has broken off our friendship." On one occasion he saw a child drinking out of its hands, and so he threw away the cup which belonged to his wallet, saying, "That child has beaten me in simplicity." He also threw away his spoon, after seeing a boy, when he had broken his vessel, take up his lentils with a crust of bread. And he used to argue thus, "Everything belongs to the gods, and wise men are the friends of the gods. All things are in common among friends, therefore everything belongs to wise men." Once he saw a woman falling down before the gods in an unbecoming attitude. He, wishing to cure her of her superstition, as Zoilus of Perga tells us, came up to her and said, "Are you not afraid, O woman, to be in such an indecent attitude, when some god may be behind you, for every place is full of him?" He consecrated a man to Aesculapius, who was to run up and beat all these who prostrated themselves with their faces to the ground. And he was in the habit of saying that the tragic curse had come upon him, for that he was houseless and cityless, a piteous exile from his dear native land, a wandering beggar, scraping a pittance poor from day to day. And another of his sayings was that he opposed confidence to fortune, nature to law, and reason to suffering. Once, while he was sitting in the sun in the cranium, Alexander was standing by and said to him, "Ask any favor you choose of me." And he replied, "Cease to shade me from the sun." On one occasion, a man was reading some long passages, and when he came to the end of the book and showed that there was nothing more written, "Be of good cheer, my friends," exclaimed Diogenes, "I see land." A man once proved to him syllogistically that he had horns, so he put his hand to his forehead and said, "I do not see them." And in a similar manner, he replied to one who had been asserting that there was no such thing as motion, by getting up and walking away. When a man was talking about the heavenly bodies and meteors, "Pray how many days," said he to him, "is it since you came down from heaven?" A profligate eunuch had written on his house, "Let no evil thing enter in." "Where," said Diogenes, "is the master of the house going?" After having anointed his feet with perfume, he said that the ointment from his head mounted up to heaven, and that from his feet up to his nose. When the Athenians entreated him to be initiated in the Eleusinian mysteries, and said that in the shades below the initiated had the best seats, "It will," he replied, "be an absurd thing if Agesilaus and Epaminondas are to live in the mud, and some miserable wretches who have been initiated are to be in the islands of the blessed." Some mice crept up to his table, and he said, "See, even Diogenes maintains his favorites." Once, when he was leaving the bath, and a man asked him whether many men were bathing, he said, "No." But when a number of people came out, he confessed that there were a great many. When Plato called him a dog, he said, "Undoubtedly, for I have come back to those who sold me." Plato defined man thus: "Man is a two-footed, featherless animal," and was much praised for the definition. So Diogenes plucked a cock and brought it into his school and said, "This is Plato's man." On which account this addition was made to the definition, with broad flat nails. A man once asked him what was the proper time for supper, and he made answer, "If you are a rich man, whenever you please, and if you are a poor man, whenever you can." When he was at Megara, he saw some sheep carefully covered over with skins, and the children running about naked, and so he said, "It is better at Megara to be a man's ram than his son." A man once struck him with a beam and then said, "Take care." "What," said he, "are you going to strike me again?" He used to say that the demagogues were the servants of the people, and garlands the blossoms of glory. Having lighted a candle in the daytime, he said, "I am looking for a man." On one occasion he stood under a fountain, and as the bystanders were pitying him, Plato, who was present, said to them, "If you wish really to show your pity for him, come away," intimating that he was only acting thus out of a desire for notoriety. Once, when a man had struck him with his fist, he said, "O Hercules, what a strange thing that I should be walking about with a helmet on without knowing it." When Midias struck him with his fist and said, "There are 3,000 drachmas for you," the next day Diogenes took the cestus of a boxer and beat him soundly and said, "There are 3,000 drachmas for you." When Lysias, the drug seller, asked him whether he thought that there were any gods, "How," said he, "can I help thinking so, when I consider you to be hated by them?" But some attribute this reply to Theodorus. Once he saw a man purifying himself by washing, and said to him, "Oh, wretched man, do not you know that as you cannot wash away blunders in grammar by purification, so, too, you can no more efface the errors of a life in that same manner?" He used to say that men were wrong for complaining of fortune, for that they ask of the gods what appear to be good things, not what are really so. And to those who were alarmed at dreams he said that they did not regard what they do while they are awake, but make a great fuss about what they fancy they see while they are asleep. Once, at the Olympic Games, when the herald proclaimed, "Dioxippus is the conqueror of men," he said, "He is the conqueror of slaves, I am the conqueror of men." He was greatly beloved by the Athenians. Accordingly, when a youth had broken his cask they beat him, and gave Diogenes another. And Dionysius, the Stoic, says that after the battle of Chaeronea he was taken prisoner and brought to Philip, and being asked who he was, replied, "A spy to spy upon your insatiability." And Philip marveled at him and let him go. Once, when Alexander had sent a letter to Athens to Antipater, by the hands of a man named Athlias, he, being present, said, "Athlias from Athlias, by means of Athlias to Athlias." When Perdiccas threatened that he would put him to death if he did not come to him, he replied, "That is nothing strange, for a scorpion or a tarantula could do as much. You had better threaten me that, if I kept away, you should be very happy." He used constantly to repeat with emphasis that an easy life had been given to man by the gods, but that it had been overlaid by their seeking for honey, cheesecakes and unguents and things of that sort. On which account he said to a man who had his shoes put on by his servant, "You are not thoroughly happy unless he also wipes your nose for you, and he will do this if you are crippled in your hands." On one occasion, when he had seen the hieromnemones leading off one of the stewards who had stolen a goblet, he said, "The great thieves are carrying off the little thief." At another time, seeing a young man throwing stones at a cross, he said, "Well done, you will be sure to reach the mark." Once, too, some boys got round him and said, "We are taking care that you do not bite us." But he said, "Be of good cheer, my boys, a dog does not eat beef." He saw a man giving himself airs because he was clad in a lion's skin, and said to him, "Do not go on disgracing the garb of nature." When people were speaking of the happiness of Callisthenes, and saying what splendid treatment he received from Alexander, he replied, "The man then is wretched, for he is forced to breakfast and dine whenever Alexander chooses." When he was in want of money, he said that he reclaimed it from his friends and did not beg for it. On one occasion he was working with his hands in the marketplace and said, "I wish I could rub my stomach in the same way and so avoid hunger." When he saw a young man going with some satraps to supper, he dragged him away and led him off to his relations and bade them take care of him. He was once addressed by a youth beautifully adorned, who asked him some question, and he refused to give him any answer till he satisfied him whether he was a man or a woman. And on one occasion, when a youth was playing the cottabus in the bath, he said to him, "The better you do it, the worse you do it." Once at a banquet, some of the guests threw him bones as if he had been a dog, so he, as he went away, put up his leg against them as if he had been a dog in reality. He used to call the orators, and all those who speak for fame, tauro oda sigma alpha nu theta rho omega pi omicron iota, thrice men, instead of tauro oda sigma alpha theta lambda oda omicron iota, thrice miserable. He said that a rich but ignorant man was like a sheep with a golden fleece, when he saw a notice on the house of a profligate man, to be sold. "I knew," said he, "that you who are so incessantly drunk would soon vomit up your owner." To a young man, who was complaining of the number of people who sought his acquaintance, he said, "Do not make such a parade of your vanity." Having been in a very dirty bath, he said, "I wonder where the people who bathe here clean themselves." When all the company was blaming an indifferent harp player, he alone praised him, and being asked why he did so, he said, "Because though he is such as he is, he plays the harp and does not steal." He saluted a harp player who was always left alone by his hearers with, "Good morning, cock." And when the man asked him, "Why so?" he said, "Because you, when you sing, make everyone get up." When a young man was one day making a display of himself, he, having filled the bosom of his robe with lupins, began to eat them, and when the multitude looked at him, he said that he marveled at their leaving the young man to look at him. And when a man, who was very superstitious, said to him, "With one blow I will break your head," and I, he replied, "with one sneeze will make you tremble." When Hegesias entreated him to lend him one of his books, he said, "You are a silly fellow, Hegesias, for you will not take painted figs but real ones, and yet you overlook the genuine practice of virtue and seek for what is merely written." A man once reproached him with his banishment, and his answer was, "You wretched man, that is what made me a philosopher." And when, on another occasion, someone said to him, "The people of Sinope condemned you to banishment," he replied, "And I condemned them to remain where they were." Once he saw a man who had been victor at the Olympic Games, feeding nu epsilon mu omicron nu tau alpha sheep, and he said to him, "You have soon come across my friend from the Olympic Games to the Nemean." When he was asked why athletes are insensible to pain, he said, "Because they are built up of pork and beef." He once asked for a statue, and being questioned as to his reason for doing so, he said, "I am practicing disappointment." Once he was begging of someone, for he did this at first out of actual want, he said, "If you have given to anyone else, give also to me, and if you have never given to anyone, then begin with me." On one occasion, he was asked by the tyrant, what sort of brass was the best for a statue? And he replied, "That of which the statues of Harmodius and Aristogiton are made." When he was asked how Dionysius treats his friends, he said, "Like bags, those which are full he hangs up, and those which are empty he throws away." A man who was lately married put an inscription on his house, "Hercules Callinicus, the son of Jupiter, lives here, let no evil enter." And so Diogenes wrote in addition, "An alliance is made after the war is over." He used to say that covetousness was the metropolis of all evils. Seeing on one occasion a profligate man in an inn eating olives, he said, "If you had dined thus, you would not have supped thus." One of his apophthegms was that good men were the images of the gods, another, that love was the business of those who had nothing to do. When he was asked what was miserable in life, he answered, "An indigent old man." And when the question was put to him, "What beast inflicts the worst bite?" he said, "Of wild beasts the sycophant, and of tame animals the flatterer." On one occasion he saw two centaurs very badly painted. He said, "Which of the two is the worst?" He used to say that a speech, the object of which was solely to please, was a honeyed halter. He called the belly the Charybdis of life. Having heard once that Didymus the adulterer had been caught in the fact, he said, "He deserves to be hung by his name." When the question was put to him, why gold is of a pale color, he said, "Because it has so many people plotting against it." When he saw a woman in a litter, he said, "The cage is not suited to the animal." And seeing a runaway slave sitting on a well, he said, "My boy, take care you do not fall in." Another time, he saw a little boy who was a stealer of clothes from the baths, and said, "Are you going for unguents? Letter 1 F10 pi, letter 1 F00 lambda epsilon yod mu mu alpha tau god omicron u, or for other garments, letter 1 F10 pi, letter 1 F04 lambda lambda, letter 1 F31 mu alpha tau god omicron u." Seeing some women hanging on olive trees, he said, "I wish every tree bore similar fruit." At another time, he saw a clothes stealer, and addressed him thus, "What moves thee, say, when sleep has closed the sight, to roam the silent fields in dead of night? Art thou some wretch by hopes of plunder led, through heaps of carnage to despoil the dead?" When he was asked whether he had any girl or boy to wait on him, he said, "No." And as his questioner asked further, "If then you die, who will bury you?" he replied, "Whoever wants my house." Seeing a handsome youth sleeping without any protection, he nudged him and said, "Wake up. Mixed with the vulgar shall thy fate be found, pierced in the back, a vile dishonest wound." And he addressed a man who was buying delicacies at a great expense. "Not long, my son, will you on earth remain, if such your dealings." When Plato was discoursing about his ideas, and using the nouns tableness and cupness, "I, O Plato," interrupted Diogenes, "see a table and a cup, but I see no tableness or cupness." Plato made answer, "That is natural enough, for you have eyes by which a cup and a table are contemplated, but you have not intellect by which tableness and cupness are seen." On one occasion he was asked by a certain person, "What sort of a man, O Diogenes, do you think Socrates?" And he said, "A madman." Another time the question was put to him when a man ought to marry, and his reply was, "Young men ought not to marry yet, and old men never ought to marry at all." When asked what he would take to let a man give him a blow on the head, he replied, "A helmet." Seeing a youth smartening himself up very carefully, he said to him, "If you are doing that for men, you are miserable, and if for women, you are profligate." Once he saw a youth blushing and addressed him, "Courage, my boy, that is the complexion of virtue." Having once listened to two lawyers, he condemned them both, saying that the one had stolen the thing in question and that the other had not lost it. When asked what wine he liked to drink, he said, "That which belongs to another." A man said to him one day, "Many people laugh at you." "But I," he replied, "am not laughed down." When a man said to him that it was a bad thing to live, "Not to live," said he, "but to live badly." When some people were advising him to make search for a slave who had run away, he said, "It would be a very absurd thing for Manes to be able to live without Diogenes, but for Diogenes not to be able to live without Manes." When he was dining on olives, a cheesecake was brought in, on which he threw the olive away, saying, "Keep well aloof, O stranger, from all tyrants." And presently he added, "He drove the olive off, mu alpha sigma tau god xi epsilon u delta, letter 1 F10 lambda alpha alpha nu." When he was asked what sort of a dog he was, he replied, "When hungry, I am a dog of Melita. When satisfied, a Molossian, a sort which most of those who praise do not like to take out hunting with them because of the labor of keeping up with them. And in like manner you cannot associate with me from fear of the pain I give you." The question was put to him whether wise men ate cheesecakes, and he replied, "They eat everything, just as the rest of mankind." When asked why people give to beggars and not to philosophers, he said, "Because they think it possible that they themselves may become lame and blind, but they do not expect ever to turn out philosophers." He once begged of a covetous man, and as he was slow to give, he said, "Man, I am asking you for something to maintain me, epsilon letter 1 F30, sigma tau rho omicron phi letter 1 F74 nu, and not to bury me, epsilon letter 1F30, sigma tau alpha phi letter 1F74 nu. When someone reproached him for having tampered with the coinage, he said, "There was a time when I was such a person as you are now, but there never was when you were such as I am now, and never will be." And to another person who reproached him on the same grounds, he said, "There were times when I did what I did not wish to, but that is not the case now." When he went to Myndus, he saw some very large gates, but the city was a small one, and so he said, "O men of Myndus, shut your gates, lest your city should steal out." On one occasion, he saw a man who had been detected stealing purple, and so he said, "A purple death and mighty fate overtook him." When Craterus entreated him to come and visit him, he said, "I would rather lick up salt at Athens than enjoy a luxurious table with Craterus." On one occasion, he met Anaximenes, the orator, who was a fat man, and thus accosted him, "Pray give us, who are poor, some of your belly, for by so doing you will be relieved yourself, and you will assist us." And once, when he was discussing some point, Diogenes held up a piece of salt fish and drew off the attention of his hearers. And as Anaximenes was indignant at this, he said, "See, 1 pennyworth of salt fish has put an end to the lecture of Anaximenes." Being once reproached for eating in the marketplace, he made answer, "I did, for it was in the marketplace that I was hungry." Some authors also attribute the following repartee to him. Plato saw him washing vegetables, and so, coming up to him, he quietly accosted him thus, "If you had paid court to Dionysius, you would not have been washing vegetables." And, he replied with equal quietness, "If you had washed vegetables, you would never have paid court to Dionysius." When a man said to him once, "Most people laugh at you," and very likely, he replied, "The asses laugh at them, but they do not regard the asses, neither do I regard them." Once he saw a youth studying philosophy, and said to him, "Well done, inasmuch as you are leading those who admire your person to contemplate the beauty of your mind." A certain person was admiring the offerings in the temple at Samothrace, and he said to him, "They would have been much more numerous if those who were lost had offered them instead of those who were saved." But some attribute this speech to Diagoras the Melian. Once he saw a handsome youth going to a banquet and said to him, "You will come back worse, chi epsilon eotero meganu." And when he the next day after the banquet said to him, "I have left the banquet and was no worse for it," he replied, "You were not Chiron but Eurytion." He was begging once of a very ill-tempered man, and as he said to him, "If you can persuade me, I will give you something," he replied, "If I could persuade you, I would beg you to hang yourself." He was on one occasion returning from Lacedaemon to Athens, and when someone asked him, "Whither are you going, and whence do you come?" he said, "I am going from the men's apartments to the women's." Another time he was returning from the Olympic Games, and when someone asked him whether there had been a great multitude there, he said, "A great multitude, but very few men." He used to say that debauched men resembled figs growing on a precipice, the fruit of which is not tasted by men, but devoured by crows and vultures. When Phryne had dedicated a golden statue of Venus at Delphi, he wrote upon it, "From the profligacy of the Greeks." Once Alexander the Great came and stood by him and said, "I am Alexander, the great king." "And I," said he, "am Diogenes the dog." And when he was asked to what actions of his it was owing that he was called a dog, he said, "Because I fawn upon those who give me anything, and bark at those who give me nothing, and bite the rogues." On one occasion, he was gathering some of the fruit of a fig tree, and when the man who was guarding it told him a man hung himself on this tree the other day. "I then," said he, "will now purify it." Once he saw a man who had been a conqueror at the Olympic Games looking very often at a courtesan. "Look," said he, "at that warlike ram who is taken prisoner by the first girl he meets." One of his sayings was that good-looking courtesans were like poisoned mead. On one occasion he was eating his dinner in the marketplace, and the bystanders kept constantly calling out "dog," but he said, "It is you who are the dogs who stand around me while I am at dinner." When 2 effeminate fellows were getting out of his way, he said, "Do not be afraid, a dog does not eat beetroot." Being once asked about a debauched boy, as to what country he came from, he said, "He is a Tegean." Seeing an unskillful wrestler professing to heal a man, he said, "What are you about? Are you in hopes now to overthrow those who formerly conquered you?" On one occasion he saw the son of a courtesan throwing a stone at a crowd, and said to him, "Take care, lest you hit your father." When a boy showed him a sword that he had received from one to whom he had done some discreditable service, he told him, "The sword is a good sword, but the handle is infamous." And when some people were praising a man who had given him something, he said to them, "And do not you praise me who was worthy to receive it?" He was asked by someone to give him back his cloak, but he replied, "If you gave it me, it is mine, and if you only lent it me, I am using it." A supposititious son, letter 1F51 pi omicron beta omicron lambda iota mu alpha letter 1FD6 omicron sigma, of somebody once said to him that he had gold in his cloak. "No doubt," said he, "that is the very reason why I sleep with it under my head. Letter 1F51 pi omicron beta lambda mu epsilon nu omicron sigma." When he was asked what advantage he had derived from philosophy, he replied, "If no other, at least this, that I am prepared for every kind of fortune." The question was put to him what countryman he was, and he replied, "A citizen of the world." Some men were sacrificing to the gods to prevail on them to send them sons, and he said, "And do you not sacrifice to procure sons of a particular character?" Once he was asking the president of a society for a contribution, and said to him, "Spoil all the rest, but keep your hands from Hector." He used to say that courtesans were the queens of kings, for that they asked them for whatever they chose. When the Athenians had voted that Alexander was Bacchus, he said to them, "Vote, too, that I am Serapis." When a man reproached him for going into unclean places, he said, "The sun too penetrates into privies, but is not polluted by them." When supping in a temple, as some dirty loaves were set before him, he took them up and threw them away, saying that nothing dirty ought to come into a temple. And when someone said to him, "You philosophize without being possessed of any knowledge," he said, "If I only pretend to wisdom, that is philosophizing." A man once brought him a boy and said that he was a very clever child and one of an admirable disposition. "What then," said Diogenes, "does he want of me?" He used to say that those who utter virtuous sentiments but do not do them are no better than harps, for that a harp has no hearing or feeling. Once he was going into a theater while everyone else was coming out of it, and when asked why he did so, "It is," said he, "what I have been doing all my life." Once when he saw a young man putting on effeminate airs, he said to him, "Are you not ashamed to have worse plans for yourself than nature had for you? For she has made you a man, but you are trying to force yourself to be a woman." When he saw an ignorant man tuning a psaltery, he said to him, "Are you not ashamed to be arranging proper sounds on a wooden instrument and not arranging your soul to a proper life?" When a man said to him, "I am not calculated for philosophy," he said, "Why then do you live, if you have no desire to live properly?" To a man who treated his father with contempt, he said, "Are you not ashamed to despise him to whom you owe it that you have it in your power to give yourself heirs at all?" Seeing a handsome young man chattering in an unseemly manner, he said, "Are you not ashamed to draw a sword cut of lead out of a scabbard of ivory?" Being once reproached for drinking in a vintner's shop, he said, "I have my hair cut, too, in a barber's." At another time, he was attacked for having accepted a cloak from Antipater, but he replied, "Refuse not thou to heed the gifts which from the mighty gods proceed." A man once struck him with a broom and said, "Take care." So he struck him in return with his staff and said, "Take care." He once said to a man who was addressing anxious entreaties to a courtesan, "What can you wish to obtain, you wretched man, that you had not better be disappointed in?" Seeing a man reeking all over with unguents, he said to him, "Have a care, lest the fragrance of your head give a bad odor to your life." One of his sayings was that servants serve their masters, and that wicked men are the slaves of their appetites. Being asked why slaves were called letter 1F00 nu delta rho alpha pi omicron delta alpha, he replied, "Because they have the feet of men, tau omicron letter 1F7a, sigma pi omicron delta alpha sigma, letter 1F00, nu delta rho letter 1FF6 nu, and a soul such as you who are asking this question." He once asked a profligate fellow for a mina, and when he put the question to him, why he asked others for an obol and him for a mina, he said, "Because I hope to get something from the others another time, but the gods alone know whether I shall ever extract anything from you again." Once he was reproached for asking favors, while Plato never asked for any, and he said, "He asks as well as I do, but he does it bending his head, that no one else may hear." One day he saw an unskillful archer shooting, so he went and sat down by the target, saying, "Now I shall be out of harm's way." He used to say that those who were in love were disappointed in regard of the pleasure they expected. When he was asked whether death was an evil, he replied, "How can that be an evil which we do not feel when it is present?" When Alexander was once standing by him and saying, "Do not you fear me?" he replied, "No, for what are you, a good or an evil?" And as he said that he was good, "Who then," said Diogenes, "fears the good?" He used to say that education was for the young sobriety, for the old comfort, for the poor riches, and for the rich an ornament. When Didymus the adulterer was once trying to cure the eye of a young girl, cap omicron roida sigma, he said, "Take care, lest when you are curing the eye of the maiden, you do not hurt the pupil." A man once said to him that his friends laid plots against him. "What then," said he, "are you to do, if you must look upon both your friends and enemies in the same light?" On one occasion he was asked what was the most excellent thing among men, and he said, "Freedom of speech." He went once into a school and saw many statues of the Muses, but very few pupils, and said, "Gods and all my good schoolmasters, you have plenty of pupils." He was in the habit of doing everything in public, whether in respect of Venus or Ceres, and he used to put his conclusions in this way to people. If there is nothing absurd in dining, then it is not absurd to dine in the marketplace. But it is not absurd to dine, therefore it is not absurd to dine in the marketplace. And as he was continually doing manual work in public, he said one day, "Would that by rubbing my belly I could get rid of hunger." Other sayings also are attributed to him, which it would take a long time to enumerate, there is such a multiplicity of them. He used to say that there were two kinds of exercise, that, namely, of the mind and that of the body, and that the latter of these created in the mind such quick and agile fantasies at the time of its performance as very much facilitated the practice of virtue. But that one was imperfect without the other, since the health and vigor necessary for the practice of what is good depend equally on both mind and body. And he used to allege as proofs of this, and of the ease which practice imparts to acts of virtue, that people could see that in the case of mere common working trades and other employments of that kind, the artisans arrived at no inconsiderable accuracy by constant practice, and that anyone may see how much one flute player or one wrestler is superior to another by his own continued practice, and that if these men transferred the same training to their minds, they would not labor in a profitless or imperfect manner. He used to say also that there was nothing whatever in life which could be brought to perfection without practice, and that alone was able to overcome every obstacle. That therefore, as we ought to repudiate all useless toils, and to apply ourselves to useful labors, and to live happily, we are only unhappy in consequence of most exceeding folly. For the very contempt of pleasure, if we only inure ourselves to it, is very pleasant. And just as they who are accustomed to live luxuriously are brought very unwillingly to adopt the contrary system, so they who have been originally inured to that opposite system feel a sort of pleasure in the contempt of pleasure. This used to be the language which he held, and he used to show in practice, really altering men's habits and deferring in all things rather to the principles of nature than to those of law, saying that he was adopting the same fashion of life as Hercules had, preferring nothing in the world to liberty, and saying that everything belonged to the wise, and advancing arguments such as I mentioned just above. For instance, everything belongs to the gods, and the gods are friends to the wise, and all the property of friends is held in common, therefore everything belongs to the wise. He also argued about the law, that without it there is no possibility of a constitution being maintained. For without a city there can be nothing orderly, but a city is an orderly thing, and without a city there can be no law, therefore law is order. And he played in the same manner with the topics of noble birth and reputation and all things of that kind, saying that they were all veils, as it were, for wickedness, and that was the only proper constitution which consisted in order. Another of his doctrines was that all women ought to be possessed in common, and he said that marriage was a nullity, and that the proper way would be for every man to live with her whom he could persuade to agree with him. And on the same principle he said that all people's sons ought to belong to everyone in common, and there was nothing intolerable in the idea of taking anything out of a temple or eating any animal whatever, and that there was no impiety in tasting even human flesh, as is plain from the habits of foreign nations, and he said that this principle might be correctly extended to every case and every people. For he said that in reality everything was a combination of all things. For that in bread there was meat, and in vegetables there was bread, and so there were some particles of all other bodies in everything. communicating by invisible passages and evaporating. Roman 7. And he explains this theory of his clearly in the Thyestes, if indeed the tragedies attributed to him are really his composition, and not rather the work of Philiscus, of Aegina, his intimate friend, or of Pasiphae, the son of Lucian, who is stated by Favorinus in his Universal History to have written them after Diogenes' death. Roman 8. Music and geometry and astronomy and all things of that kind he neglected as useless and unnecessary. But he was a man very happy in meeting arguments, as is plain from what we have already said. Roman 9. And he bore being sold with a most magnanimous spirit. For as he was sailing to Aegina and was taken prisoner by some pirates under the command of Serpulus, he was carried off to Crete and sold. And when the crier asked him what art he understood, he said, that of governing men. And presently pointing out a Corinthian, very carefully dressed, the same Xeniades whom we have mentioned before, he said, sell me to that man, for he wants a master. Accordingly, Xeniades bought him and carried him away to Corinth. And then he made him tutor of his sons, and committed to him the entire management of his house. And he behaved himself in every affair in such a manner, that Xeniades, when looking over his property, said, a good genius has come into my house. And Cleomenes, in his book which is called The Schoolmaster, says that he wished to ransom all his relations, but that Diogenes told him that they were all fools. For that lions did not become the slaves of those who kept them, but on the contrary, those who maintained lions were their slaves. For that it was the part of a slave to fear, but that wild beasts were formidable to men. X and the man had the gift of persuasion in a wonderful degree, so that he could easily overcome anyone by his arguments. Accordingly, it is said that an Aeginetan of the name of Onesicritus, having 2 sons, sent to Athens one of them, whose name was Androsthenes, and that he, after having heard Diogenes' lecture, remained there. And that after that, he sent the elder, Philiscus, who has been already mentioned, and that Philiscus was charmed in the same manner. And last of all, he came himself, and then he too remained, no less than his son, studying philosophy at the feet of Diogenes. So great a charm was there in the discourses of Diogenes. Another pupil of his was Phocion, who was surnamed the Good, and Stilpon, the Megarian, and a great many other men of eminence as statesmen. He is said to have died when he was nearly 90 years of age, but there are different accounts given of his death. For some say that he ate an ox's foot raw, and was in consequence seized with a bilious attack, of which he died. Others, of whom Cercidas, a megalopolitan or Cretan, is one, say that he died of holding his breath for several days, and Cercidas speaks thus of him in his Meliambics. He, that Sinopian who bore the stick, wore his cloak doubled, and in open air dined without washing, would not bear with life a moment longer. But he shut his teeth and held his breath. He truly was the son of Jove, and a most heavenly-minded dog, the wise Diogenes. Others say that he, while intending to distribute a polypus to his dogs, was bitten by them through the tendon of his foot, and so died. But his own greatest friends, as Antisthenes tells us in his Successions, rather sanction the story of his having died from holding his breath. For he used to live in the Cranium, which was a gymnasium at the gates of Corinth. And his friends came according to their custom, and found him with his head covered. And as they did not suppose that he was asleep, for he was not a man much subject to the influence of night or sleep, they drew away his cloak from his face, and found him no longer breathing. And they thought that he had done this on purpose, wishing to escape the remaining portion of his life. On this there was a quarrel, as they say, between his friends, as to who should bury him, and they even came to blows. But when the elders and chief men of the city came there, they say that he was buried by them at the gate which leads to the isthmus. And they placed over him a pillar, and on that a dog in Parian marble. And at a later period, his fellow citizens honored him with brazen statues, and put this inscription on them: E'en brass by lapse of time doth old become, but there is no such time as shall efface your lasting glory, wise Diogenes, since you alone did teach to men the art of a contented life, the surest path to glory and a lasting happiness. We ourselves have also written an epigram on him in the proslusmatic meter. Tell me, Diogenes, tell me true, I pray, how did you die? What fate to Pluto bore you? B, the savage bite of an envious dog did kill me. Some, however, say that when he was dying, he ordered his friends to throw his corpse away without burying it, so that every beast might tear it, or else to throw it into a ditch and sprinkle a little dust over it. And others say that his injunctions were that he should be thrown into the Ilissus, that so he might be useful to his brethren. But Demetrius, in his treatise on men of the same name, says that Diogenes died in Corinth the same day that Alexander died in Babylon. And he was already an old man, as early as the 113th Olympiad. Roman 12. The following books are attributed to him. The dialogues entitled the Cephalion, the Eichthias, the Jackdaw, the Leopard, the People of the Athenians, the Republic, one called Moral Art, one on Wealth, one on Love, the Theodorus, the Hypsias, the Aristarchus, one on Death, a volume of letters, 7 tragedies, the Helen, the Thyestes, the Hercules, the Achilles, the Medea, the Chrysippus, and the Oedipus. But Socrates, in the first book of his Successions, and Satyrus, in the 4th book of his Lives, both assert that none of all these are the genuine composition of Diogenes. And Satyrus affirms that the tragedies are the work of Philolaus, the Aeginetan, a friend of Diogenes. But Solon, in his 7th book, says that these are the only genuine works of Diogenes: a dialogue on virtue, another on the good, another on love, the beggar, the Ptolemaeus, the leopard, the Cassander, the Cephalion, and that the Aristarchus, the Sisyphus, the Ganymede, a volume of apophthegms, and another of letters are all the work of Philolaus. Roman 13. There were 5 persons of the name of Diogenes. The first, a native of Apollonia, a natural philosopher, and the beginning of his treatise on natural philosophy is as follows. It appears to me to be well for everyone who commences any kind of philosophical treatise to lay down some undeniable principle to start with. The second was a Sicyonian, who wrote an account of Peloponnesus. The third was the man of whom we have been speaking. The fourth was a Stoic, a native of Seleucia, but usually called a Babylonian, from the proximity of Seleucia to Babylon. The fifth was a native of Tarsus, who wrote on the subject of some questions concerning poetry which he endeavors to solve. Roman 14. Athenodorus, in the 8th book of his Conversations, says that the philosopher always had a shining appearance from his habit of anointing himself. Life of Monimus. Monimus was a Syracusan and a pupil of Diogenes, but also a slave of some Corinthian money changer, as Socrates tells us. Xeniades, who bought Diogenes, used often to come to him, extolling the excellency of Diogenes both in actions and words, till he excited a great affection for the man in the mind of Monimus. For he immediately feigned madness, and threw about all the money and all the coins that were on the table, until his master discarded him, and then he straightway went to Diogenes and became his pupil. He also followed Crates the Cynic a good deal, and devoted himself to the same studies as he did. And the sight of this conduct of his made his master all the more think him mad. Roman 2. And he was a very eminent man, so that even Menander, the comic poet, speaks of him. Accordingly, in one of his plays, namely in the Epicharmus, he mentions him thus. There is a man, O Philo, named Monimus, a wise man, though but little known, and one who bears a wallet at his back, and is not content with 1 but 3. He never spoke a single sentence, by great Jove I swear, like this one, know thyself, or any other of the oft-quoted proverbs. All such sayings he scorned, as he did beg his way through dirt, teaching that all opinion is but vanity. But he was a man of such gravity that he despised glory, and sought only for truth. Roman 3. He wrote some jests mingled with serious treatises, and 2 essays on the appetites, and an exhortation. Life of Onesicritus. Onesicritus is called by some authors an Aeginetan, but Demetrius, the Magnesian, affirms that he was a native of Astypalaea. He also was one of the most eminent of the disciples of Diogenes. Roman 2. And he appears in some points to resemble Xenophon. For Xenophon joined in the expedition of Cyrus, and Onesicritus in that of Alexander, and Xenophon wrote the Cyropaedia, and Onesicritus wrote an account of the education of Alexander. Xenophon, too, wrote a panegyric on Cyrus, and Onesicritus one on Alexander. They were also both similar to one another in style, except that a copyist is naturally inferior to the original. Roman 3. Menander, too, who was surnamed Drymus, was a pupil of Diogenes and a great admirer of Homer. And so was Hegesias of Sinope, who was nicknamed Cloas, and Philiscus the Aeginetan, as we have said before. Life of Crates. Archytas was a Theban by birth and the son of Ascondus. He also was one of the eminent disciples of the Cynic. But Hipparchia asserts that he was not a pupil of Diogenes, but of Bryson the Achaean. Roman 2, there are the following sportive lines of his quoted. The waves surround vain purs, fruitful soil, and fertile acres crown the sea-born isle land which no parasite e'er dares invade, or lewd seducer of a hapless maid. It bears figs, bread, thyme, garlic's savory charms, gifts which ne'er tempt men to detested arms, they'd rather fight for gold than glory's dreams. There is also an account book of his much spoken of, which is drawn up in such terms as these. Put down the cook for Mina's half a score, put down the doctor for a drachma more, 5 talents to the flatterer. Some smoke to the adviser, an obol and a cloak for the philosopher. For the willing nymph, a talent. He was also nicknamed door-opener, because he used to enter every house and give the inmates advice. These lines, too, are his. All this I learnt and pondered in my mind, drawing deep wisdom from the muses' kind, but all the rest is vanity. There is a line, too, which tells us that he gained from philosophy. A peck of lupins, and to care for nobody. This, too, is attributed to him. Hunger checks love, and should it not time does. If both should fail you, then a halter choose. Roman 3, he flourished about the 113th Olympiad. Roman 4, Antisthenes in his Successions says that he, having once in a certain tragedy seen Telephus holding a date basket, and in a miserable plight in other respects, betook himself to the Cynic philosophy, and having turned his patrimony into money, for he was of illustrious extraction, he collected 300 talents by that means, and divided them among the citizens. And after that he devoted himself to philosophy with such eagerness, that even Philemon the comic poet mentions him. Accordingly he says, and in the summer he'd a shaggy gown to inure himself to hardship. In the winter he wore mere rags. But Diogenes says that it was Diogenes who persuaded him to discard all his estate and his flocks, and to throw his money into the sea. And he says further, that the house of Crates was destroyed by Alexander, and that of Hipparchia under Philip. And he would very frequently drive away with his staff those of his relations who came after him, and endeavored to dissuade him from his design, and he remained immovable. Demetrius, the Magnesian, relates that he deposited his money with a banker, making an agreement with him that if his sons turned out ordinary ignorant people, he was then to restore it to them. But if they became philosophers, then he was to divide it among the people, for that they, if they were philosophers, would have no need of anything. And Eratosthenes tells us that he had by Hipparchia, whom we shall mention hereafter, a son whose name was Pythagoras, and that when he grew up, he took him to a brothel kept by a female slave, and told him that that was all the marriage that his father designed for him. But that marriages which resulted in adultery were themes for tragedians, and had exile and bloodshed for their prizes. And the marriages of those who lived with courtesans were subjects for the comic poets, and often produced madness as the result of debauchery and drunkenness. Roman 6, he had also a brother named Pythagoras, a pupil of Euclid's. Roman 7, Favorinus in the second book of his commentaries relates a witty saying of his, for he says that once, when he was begging a favor of the master of a gymnasium, on the behalf of some acquaintance, he touched his thighs. And as he expressed his indignation at this, he said, "Why do they not belong to you as well as your knees?" He used to say that it was impossible to find a man who had never done wrong, in the same way as there was always some worthless seed in a pomegranate. On one occasion he provoked Nicodromus, the harp player, and received a black eye from him, so he put a plaster on his forehead and wrote upon it, "Nicodromus did this." He used to abuse prostitutes designedly, for the purpose of practicing himself in enduring reproaches. When Demetrius Phalereus sent him some loaves and wine, he attacked him for his present, saying, "I wish that the fountains bore loaves," and it is notorious that he was a water drinker. He was once reproved by the aediles of the Athenians for wearing fine linen, and so he replied, "I will show you Theophrastus also clad in fine linen." And as they did not believe him, he took them to a barber's shop and showed him to them as he was being shaved. At Thebes he was once scourged by the master of the gymnasium, though some say it was by Eutycrates at Corinth, and dragged out by the feet, but he did not care and quoted the line, "I feel, O mighty chief, your matchless might dragged, foot first, downward from th ethereal height." But Diogenes says that it was by Menedemus of Eretria that he was dragged in this manner, for that as he was a handsome man and supposed to be very obsequious to Asclepiades, the Phliasian Crates touched his thighs and said, "Is Asclepiades within?" And Menedemus was very much offended and dragged him out, as has been already said. And then Crates quoted the above-cited line. Roman 8. Zeno, the Sicilian in his Apophthegms, says that he once sewed up a sheep's fleece in his cloak without thinking of it, and he was a very ugly man and one who excited laughter when he was taking exercise. And he used to say, when he put up his hands, "Courage, Crates, as far as your eyes and the rest of your body is concerned." Roman 9. For you shall see those who now ridicule you, convulsed with disease, and envying your happiness, and accusing themselves of slothfulness. One of his sayings was that a man ought to study philosophy, up to the point of looking on generals and donkey drivers in the same light. Another was that those who live with flatterers are as desolate as calves when in the company of wolves. For that neither the one nor the other are with those whom they ought to be, or their own kindred, but only with those who are plotting against them. When he felt that he was dying, he made verses on himself, saying, "You're going, noble hunchback, you're going to Pluto's realms, bent double by old age." For he was humpbacked from age. When Alexander asked him whether he wished to see the restoration of his country, he said, "What would be the use of it? For perhaps some other Alexander would come at some future time and destroy it again. But poverty and dear obscurity are what a prudent man should think his country for these e'en fortune can't deprive him of." He also said that he was a fellow countryman of wise Diogenes, whom even envy never had attacked. Menander, in his twin sister, mentions him thus: "For you will walk with me wrapped in your cloak, as his wife used to with the Cynic Crates." Roman 12. He gave his daughter to his pupils, as he himself used to say, "to have and keep on trial for a month." Life of Metrocles. Metrocles was the brother of Hipparchia, and though he had formerly been a pupil of Theophrastus, he had profited so little by his instructions that once, thinking that, while listening to a lecture on philosophy, he had disgraced himself by his inattention, he fell into despondency and shut himself up in his house, intending to starve himself to death. Accordingly, when Crates heard of it, he came to him, having been sent for, and eating a number of lupins on purpose, he persuaded him by numbers of arguments that he had done no harm. For that it was not to be expected that a man should not indulge his natural inclinations and habits, and he comforted him by showing him that he, in a similar case, would certainly have behaved in a similar manner. And after that, he became a pupil of Crates, and a man of great eminence as a philosopher. Roman 2. He burnt all his writings, as Hecaton tells us in the first book of his Apophthegms, and said, "These are the phantoms of infernal dreams," as if he meant that they were all nonsense. But some say that it was the notes which he had taken of the lectures of Theophrastus which he burnt, quoting the following verse: "Vulcan, draw near, Thetis asks your aid." Roman 3. He used to say that some things could be bought with money, as for instance a house, and some with time and industry, as education. That wealth was mischievous if a man did not use it properly. Roman 4. He died at a great age, having suffocated himself. His pupils were Theombratus and Cleomenes, Demetrius of Alexandria, the son of Theombratus, Timarchus of Alexandria, the son of Cleomenes, and Epicharmus of Ephesus. Not but what Epicharmus was also a pupil of Theombratus, and Menedemus, of whom we shall speak hereafter, was his pupil. Menippus of Sinope, too, was a very eminent person in his school. Life of Hipparchia. Hipparchia, the sister of Metrocles, was charmed, among others, by the doctrines of this school. Roman 2. Both she and Metrocles were natives of Maronia. She fell in love with both the doctrines and manners of Crates, and could not be diverted from her regard for him by either the wealth or high birth or personal beauty of any of her suitors, but Crates was everything to her, and she threatened her parents to make away with herself if she were not given in marriage to him. Crates, accordingly, being entreated by her parents to dissuade her from this resolution, did all he could. And at last, as he could not persuade her, he rose up, and placing all his furniture before her, he said, "This is the bridegroom whom you are choosing, and this is the whole of his property. Consider these facts, for it will not be possible for you to become his partner if you do not also apply yourself to the same studies and conform to the same habits that he does. But the girl chose him, and assuming the same dress that he wore, went about with him as her husband, and appeared with him in public everywhere, and went to all entertainments in his company. Roman 3. And once when she went to sup with Lysimachus, she attacked Theodorus, who was surnamed the Atheist, proposing to him the following sophism. What Theodorus could not be called wrong for doing, that same thing Hipparchia ought not to be called wrong for doing. But Theodorus does no wrong when he beats himself. Therefore Hipparchia does no wrong when she beats Theodorus. He made no reply to what she said, but only pulled her clothes about. But Hipparchia was neither offended nor ashamed, as many a woman would have been. But when he said to her, "Who is the woman who has left the shuttle so near the warp?" "I, Theodorus, am that person," she replied. "But do I appear to you to have come to a wrong decision if I devote that time to philosophy, which I otherwise should have spent at the loom?" And these and many other sayings are reported of this female philosopher. Roman 4. There is also a volume of letters of Crates extant, in which he philosophizes most excellently, and in style is very little inferior to Plato. He also wrote some tragedies, which are imbued with a very sublime spirit of philosophy, of which the following lines are a specimen. "'Tis not one town, nor one poor single house, that is my country. But in every land each city and each dwelling seems to me a place for my reception ready made." And he died at a great age, and was buried in Boeotia. Life of Menippus. Menippus was also a cynic, and a Phoenician by descent, a slave by birth, as Archytas tells us in his Ethics, and Diogenes informs us that his master was a native of Pontus, of the name of Baton. But that subsequently, in consequence of his importunities and miserly habits, he became rich and obtained the rights of citizenship at Corinth. Roman 2. He never wrote anything serious, but his writings are full of ridiculous matter, and in some respects similar to those of Meliger, who was his contemporary. And Hermippus tells us that he was a man who lent money at daily interest, and that he was called a usurer, for he used to lend on nautical usury and take security, so that he amassed a very great amount of riches. Roman 3. But at last he fell into a snare and lost all his money, and in a fit of despair he hung himself, and so he died. And we have written a playful epigram on him. This man was a Syrian by birth, and a Cretan usurious hound. As the name he was known by sets forth, you've heard of him oft, I'll be bound. His name was Menippus. Men entered his house, and stole all his goods without leaving a louse. When from this the dog's nature you plainly may tell, he hung himself up, and so went off to hell. Roman 4. But some say that the books attributed to him are not really his work, but are the composition of Dionysius and Zopyrus the Colophonians, who wrote them out of joke, and then gave them to him as a man well able to dispose of them. There were 6 persons of the name of Menippus. The first was the man who wrote a history of the Lydians and made an abridgment of Xanthus. The second was this man of whom we have been speaking. The third was a sophist of Stratonus, a Carian by descent. The fourth was a statuary. The fifth and the sixth were painters, and they are both mentioned by Apollodorus. Roman 6. The writings left by the Cynic amount to 13 volumes, a description of the dead, a volume called Wills, a volume of letters in which the gods are introduced, treatises addressed to the natural philosophers and mathematicians and grammarians, one on the generations of Epicurus and on the observance of the 20th day by the philosophers of his school, and 1 or 2 other essays. The life of Menedemus. Menedemus was a disciple of Calotes of Lampsacus. Roman 2. He proceeded, as Hippobotus tells, to such a great degree of superstition that he assumed the garb of a fury, and went about saying that he had come from hell to take notice of all who did wrong, in order that he might descend thither again and make his report to the deities who abode in that country. And this was his dress: a tunic of a dark color reaching to his feet, and a purple girdle round his waist, an Arcadian hat on his head with the 12 signs of the zodiac embroidered on it, tragic buskins, a preposterously long beard, and an ashen staff in his hand. Roman 3. These then are the lives of each of the Cynics, and we shall also subjoin some of the doctrines which they all held in common, if indeed it is not an abuse of language to call that a sect of philosophy at all, instead of, as some contend it should be termed, a mere system of life. They wished to abolish the whole system of logic and natural philosophy, like Aristo of Chios, and thought that men should study nothing but ethics. And what some people assert of Socrates was described by Diogenes as a characteristic of Diogenes, for he said that his doctrine was that a man ought to investigate only the good and ill that taketh place within our houses. They also discard all liberal studies. Accordingly, Antisthenes said that wise men only applied themselves to literature and learning for the sake of perverting others. They also wished to abolish geometry and music and everything of that kind. Accordingly, Diogenes said once to a person who was showing him a clock, "It is a very useful thing to save a man from being too late for supper." And once when a man made an exhibition of musical skill before him, he said, "Cities are governed, so are houses too, by wisdom, not by harp-playing and whistling." Their doctrine is that the chief good of mankind is to live according to virtue, as Antisthenes says in his Hercules, in which they resemble the Stoics. For those two sects have a good deal in common with one another, on which account they themselves say that cynicism is a short road to virtue. And Zeno, the Sicyonian, lived in the same manner. They also teach that men ought to live simply, using only plain food in moderate quantities, wearing nothing but a cloak, and despising riches and glory and nobleness of birth. Accordingly, some of them feed upon nothing beyond herbs and cold water, living in any shelter that they can find, or in tubs as Diogenes did. For he used to say that it was the peculiar property of the gods to want nothing, and that therefore, when a man wished for nothing, he was like the gods. Another of their doctrines is that virtue is a thing which may be taught, as Antisthenes affirms in his Heraclitus, and that when it has once been attained, it can never be lost. They also say that the wise man deserves to be loved and cannot commit error, and is a friend to everyone who resembles him, and that he leaves nothing to fortune. And everything which is unconnected with either virtue or vice they call indifferent, agreeing in this with Aristo, the Chian. These then were the Cynics, and now we must pass on to the Stoics, of which sect the founder was Zeno, who had been a disciple of Crates. Book 7. Life of Zeno. Zeno was the son of Mnasias or Demes, and a native of Citium in Cyprus, which is a Grecian city, partly occupied by a Phoenician colony. Roman too. He had his head naturally bent on one side, as Timotheus, the Athenian, tells us in his work on Lives. And Apollonius, the Tyrian, says that he was thin, very tall, of a dark complexion, in reference to which someone once called him an Egyptian Clematis, as Chrysippus relates in the first volume of his Proverbs. He had fat, flabby, weak legs, on which account Persius, in his Convivial Reminiscences, says that he used to refuse many invitations to supper. And he was very fond, as it is said, of figs both fresh and dried in the sun. Roman 3. He was a pupil, as has been already stated, of Crates. After that, they say that he became a pupil of Stilpon and of Xenocrates for 10 years, as Timocrates relates in his Life of Dion. He is also said to have been a pupil of Polemo. But Hecaton and Apollonius of Tyre, in the first book of his essay on Zeno, say that when he consulted the oracle, as to what he ought to do to live in the most excellent manner, the god answered him that he ought to become of the same complexion as the dead, on which he inferred that he ought to apply himself to the reading of the books of the ancients. Accordingly, he attached himself to Crates in the following manner. Having purchased a quantity of purple from Phoenicia, he was shipwrecked close to the Piraeus. And when he had made his way from the coast as far as Athens, he sat down by a bookseller's stall, being now about 30 years of age. And as he took up the second book of Xenophon's Memorabilia and began to read it, he was delighted with it, and asked where such men as were described in that book lived. And as Crates happened very seasonably to pass at the moment, the bookseller pointed him out and said, "Follow that man." From that time forth he became a pupil of Crates, but though he was in other respects very energetic in his application to philosophy, still he was too modest for the shamelessness of the Cynics. On which account, Crates, wishing to cure him of this false shame, gave him a jar of lentil porridge to carry through the Ceramicus. And when he saw that he was ashamed, and that he endeavored to hide it, he struck the jar with his staff and broke it, and, as Zeno fled away, and the lentil porridge ran all down his legs, Crates called after him, "Why do you run away, my little Phoenician? You have done no harm." For some time then he continued a pupil of Crates, and when he wrote his treatise entitled The Republic, some said, jokingly, that he had written it upon the tail of the dog. Roman 4. And besides his Republic, he was the author also of the following works: a treatise on a life according to nature, one on appetite or the nature of man, one on passions, one on the becoming, one on law, one on the usual education of the Greeks, one on sight, one on the whole, one on signs, one on the doctrines of the Pythagoreans, one on things in general, one on styles, 5 essays on problems relating to Homer, one on the bearing of the poets. There is also an essay on art by him, and 2 books of solutions and jests and reminiscences, and one called the Ethics of Crates. These are the books of which he was the author. But at last he left Crates, and became the pupil of the philosophers whom I have mentioned before, and continued with them for 20 years, so that it is related that he said, I now find that I made a prosperous voyage when I was wrecked. But some affirm that he made this speech in reference to Crates. Others say that while he was staying at Athens he heard of a shipwreck and said, Fortune does well in having driven us on philosophy. But as some relate the affair, he was not wrecked at all, but sold all his cargo at Athens and then turned to philosophy. Romans 6. And he used to walk up and down in the beautiful colonnade which is called the Pacian Actium, and which is also called Pi Omicron Iota Kappa Iota Lambda Eta, from the paintings of Polygnotus, and there he delivered his discourses, wishing to make that spot tranquil. For in the time of the 30, nearly 1,400 of the citizens had been murdered there by them. Romans 7. Accordingly, for the future, men came thither to hear him, and from this his pupils were called Stoics, and so were his successors also, who had been at first called Zenonians, as Epicharus tells us in his epistles. And before this time, the poets who frequented this colonnade, Sigma Tau Omicron letter 1F70, had been called Stoics, as we are informed by Eratosthenes in the 8th book of his treatise on the Old Comedy. But now Zeno's pupils made the name more notorious. Now the Athenians had a great respect for Zeno, so that they gave him the keys of their walls, and they also honored him with a golden crown and a brazen statue. And this was also done by his own countrymen, who thought the statue of such a man an honor to their city. And the Sicyans, in the district of Sidon, also claimed him as their countryman. Roman 8. He was also much respected by Antigonus, who, whenever he came to Athens, used to attend his lectures and was constantly inviting him to come to him. But he begged off himself and sent Perseus, one of his intimate friends, who was the son of Demetrius and a Sicyan by birth, and who flourished about the 130th Olympiad when Zeno was an old man. The letter of Antigonus to Zeno was as follows, and it is reported by Apollonius, the Syrian, in his essay on Zeno. King Antigonus to Zeno the philosopher, greeting. I think that in good fortune and glory I have the advantage of you, but in reason and education I am inferior to you, and also in that perfect happiness which you have attained to. On which account I have thought it good to address you, and invite you to come to me, being convinced that you will not refuse what is asked of you. Endeavor, therefore, by all means to come to me, considering this fact, that you will not be the instructor of me alone, but of all the Macedonians together. For he who instructs the ruler of the Macedonians, and who leads him in the path of virtue, evidently marshals all his subjects on the road to happiness. For as the ruler is, so is it natural that his subjects for the most part should be also. And Zeno wrote him back the following answer. Zeno to King Antigonus, greeting. I admire your desire for learning, as being a true object for the wishes of mankind, and one too that tends to their advantage. And the man who aims at the study of philosophy has a proper disregard for the popular kind of instruction, which tends only to the corruption of the morals. And you, passing by the pleasure which is so much spoken of, which makes the minds of some young men effeminate, show plainly that you are inclined to noble pursuits, not merely by your nature, but also by your own deliberate choice. And a noble nature, when it has received even a slight degree of training, and which also meets with those who will teach it abundantly, proceeds without difficulty to a perfect attainment of virtue. But I now find my bodily health impaired by old age, for I am 80 years old, on which account I am unable to come to you. But I send you some of those who have studied with me, who in that learning which has reference to the soul are in no respect inferior to me, and in their bodily vigor are greatly my superiors. and if you associate with them, you will want nothing that can bear upon perfect happiness. So he sent him Perseus and Philonides, the Theban, both of whom are mentioned by Epicharmus, in his letter to his brother Aristobulus, as being companions of Antigonus. Roman 9. And I have thought it worth while also to set down the decree of the Athenians concerning him, and it is couched in the following language. In the archonship of Arrhenides, in the 5th presidency of the tribe Achaemenses, on the 21st day of the month Mamecterian, on the 23rd day of the aforesaid presidency, in a duly convened assembly, Hippo, the son of Cratistoteles of the borough of Zypetian, being one of the presidents, and the rest of the presidents, his colleagues, put the following decree to the vote. And the decree was proposed by Thrason of Anicia, the son of Thrason. Since Zeno, the son of Mnasias, the Sicyonian, has passed many years in the city, in the study of philosophy, being in all other respects a good man, and also exhorting all the young men who have sought his company to the practice of virtue, and encouraging them in the practice of temperance, making his own life a model to all men of the greatest excellence, since it has in every respect corresponded to the doctrines which he has taught. It has been determined by the people, and may the determination be fortunate, to praise Zeno, the son of Mnasias, the Sicyonian, and to present him with a golden crown in accordance with the law, on account of his virtue and temperance, and to build him a tomb in the Ceramicus at the public expense. And the people has appointed by its vote 5 men from among the citizens of Athens, who shall see to the making of the crown and the building of the tomb. And the scribe of the borough shall enroll the decree and engrave it on 2 pillars, and he shall be permitted to place 1 pillar in the academy, and 1 in the lyceum. And he who is appointed to superintend the work shall divide the expense that the pillars amount to, in such a way that everyone may understand that the whole people of Athens honors good men, both while they are living and after they are dead. And Thrason of Anicia, Philocles of the Piraeus, Phaedrus of Anaphlistos, Medon of Acharni, Misithus of Cypoletus, and Dion of Paeania are hereby appointed to superintend the building of the tomb. These, then, are the terms of the decree. But Antigonus of Charistos says that Zeno himself never denied that he was a native of Citium. For that when on one occasion there was a citizen of that town who had contributed to the building of some baths, and was having his name engraved on the pillar as the countryman of Zeno the philosopher, he bade them add, of Citium. And at another time, when he had a hollow covering made for some vessel, he carried it about for some money, in order to procure present relief for some difficulties which were distressing Crates his master. And they say that he, when he first arrived in Greece, had more than 1,000 talents, which he lent out at nautical usury. Roman 12. And he used to eat little loaves and honey, and to drink a small quantity of sweet-smelling wine. Roman 13. He had very few youthful acquaintances of the male sex, and he did not cultivate them much, lest he should be thought to be a misogynist, and he dwelt in the same house with Perseus. And once, when he brought a female flute player to him, he hastened to bring her back to him. Roman 14. And he was, it is said, of a very accommodating temper, so much so that Antigonus, the king, often came to dine with him, and often carried him off to dine with him at the house of Aristocles the harp player. But when he was there, he would presently steal away. Roman 15. It is also said that he avoided a crowd with great care, so that he used to sit at the end of a bench, in order at all events to avoid being incommoded on one side. And he never used to walk with more than 2 or 3 companions. And he used at times to exact a piece of money from all who came to hear him, with a view of not being distressed by numbers. And this story is told by Cleanthes in his treatise on brazen money. And when he was surrounded by any great crowd, he would point to a balustrade of wood at the end of the colonnade which surrounded an altar, and say, "That was once in the middle of this place, but it was placed apart because it was in people's way. And now, if you will only withdraw from the middle here, you too will incommode me much less." Romans 16. And when Demetres, the son of Laches, embraced him once, and said that he would tell Antigonus, or write to him of everything which he wanted, as he always did everything for him, Zeno, when he had heard him say this, avoided his company for the future. And it is said that after the death of Zeno, Antigonus said, "What a spectacle have I lost!" On which account he employed Thrason, their ambassador, to entreat of the Athenians to allow him to be buried in the Ceramicus. And when he was asked why he had such an admiration for him, he replied, "Because, though I gave him a great many important presents, he was never elated and never humbled." Romans 17. He was a man of a very investigating spirit, and one who inquired very minutely into everything, in reference to which Timon, in his Silly, speaks thus: "I saw an aged woman of Phoenicia, hungry and covetous, in a proud obscurity, longing for everything. She had a basket so full of holes that it retained nothing. Likewise her mind was less than a scyndapsus." He used to study very carefully with Philo, the dialectician, and to argue with him at their mutual leisure, on which account he excited the wonder of the younger Zeno, no less than Diodorus his master. Roman 18. There were also a lot of dirty beggars always about him, as Timon tells us where he says, "Till he collected a vast cloud of beggars, who were of all men in the world the poorest and the most worthless citizens of Athens. And he himself was a man of a morose and bitter countenance, with a constantly frowning expression. He was very economical, and descended even to the meanness of the barbarians under the pretense of economy." Roman 19. If he reproved anyone, he did it with brevity and without exaggeration, and as it were, at a distance. I allude, for instance, to the way in which he spoke of a man who took exceeding pains in setting himself off, for as he was crossing a gutter with great hesitation, he said, "He is right to look down upon the mud, for he cannot see himself in it." And when some cynic one day said that he had no oil in his cruse and asked him for some, he refused to give him any, but bade him go away and consider which of the two was the more impudent. He was very much in love with Parmenides, and once, when he and Cleanthes were both sitting by him, he got up. And as Cleanthes wondered at this, he said, "I hear from skillful physicians that the best thing for some tumors is rest." Once, when two people were sitting above him at table at a banquet, and the one next him kept kicking the other with his foot, he himself kicked him with his knee. And when he turned round upon him for doing so, he said, "Why then do you think that your other neighbor is to be treated in this way by you?" On one occasion, he said to a man who was very fond of young boys, that schoolmasters who were always associating with boys had no more intellect than the boys themselves. He used also to say that the discourses of those men who were careful to avoid solecisms, and to adhere to the strictest rules of composition, were like Alexandrine money. They were pleasing to the eye and well-formed like the coin, but were nothing the better for that. But those who were not so particular he likened to the Attic tetradrachmas, which were struck at random and without any great nicety. And so he said that their discourses often outweighed the more polished styles of the others. And when Ariston, his disciple, had been holding forth a good deal without much wit, but still in some points with a good deal of readiness and confidence, he said to him, "It would be impossible for you to speak thus, if your father had not been drunk when he begat you." And for the same reason he nicknamed him the Chatterer, as he himself was very concise in his speeches. Once, when he was in company with an epicure who usually left nothing for his messmates, and when a large fish was set before him, he took it all as if he could eat the whole of it. And when the others looked at him with astonishment, he said, "What then do you think that your companions feel every day, if you cannot bear with my gluttony for one day?" On one occasion, when a youth was asking him questions with a pertinacity unsuited to his age, he led him to a looking-glass and bade him look at himself, and then asked him whether such questions appeared suitable to the face he saw there. And when a man said before him once that in most points he did not agree with the doctrines of Antisthenes, he quoted to him an apophthegm of Sophocles, and asked him whether he thought there was much sense in that. And when he said that he did not know, "Are you not then ashamed," said he, "to pick out and recollect anything bad which may have been said by Antisthenes, but not to regard or remember whatever is said that is good?" A man once said that the sayings of the philosophers appeared to him very trivial. "You say true," replied Zeno, "and their syllables too ought to be short, if that is possible." When someone spoke to him of Polemo and said that he proposed one question for discussion and then argued another, he became angry and said, "At what value did he estimate the subject that had been proposed?" And he said that a man who was to discuss a question ought to have a loud voice and great energy, like the actors, but not to open his mouth too wide, which those who speak a great deal, but only talk nonsense usually do. And he used to say that there was no need for those who argued well to leave their hearers room to look about them, as good workmen do who want to have their work seen. But that, on the contrary, those who are listening to them ought to be so attentive to all that is said as to have no leisure to take notes. Once when a young man was talking a great deal, he said, "Your ears have run down into your tongue." On one occasion, a very handsome man was saying that a wise man did not appear to him likely to fall in love. "Then," said he, "I cannot imagine anything that will be more miserable than you good-looking fellows." He also used often to say that most philosophers were wise in great things, but ignorant of petty subjects and chance details. And he used to cite the saying of Caphisius, who, when one of his pupils was laboring hard to be able to blow very powerfully, gave him a slap and said that excellence did not depend upon greatness, but greatness on excellence. Once, when a young man was arguing very confidently, he said, "I should not like to say, O youth, all that occurs to me." And once, when a handsome and wealthy Rhodian, but one who had no other qualification, was pressing him to take him as a pupil, he, as he was not inclined to receive him, first of all made him sit on the dusty seats that he might dirt his cloak. Then he put him down in the place of the poor that he might rub against their rags, and at last the young man went away. One of his sayings used to be that vanity was the most unbecoming of all things, and especially so in the young. Another was that one ought not to try and recollect the exact words and expressions of a discourse, but to fix all one's attention on the arrangement of the arguments, instead of treating it as if it were a piece of boiled meat or some delicate eatable. He used also to say that young men ought to maintain the most scrupulous reserve in their walking, their gait, and their dress, and he was constantly quoting the lines of Euripides on Capaneus, that his wealth was ample, but yet no pride did mingle with his state, nor had he haughty thought or arrogance more than the poorest man. And one of his sayings used to be that nothing was more unfriendly to the comprehension of the accurate sciences than poetry, and that there was nothing that we stood in so much need of as time. When he was asked what a friend was, he replied, "Another they say that he was once scourging a slave whom he had detected in theft, and when he said to him, 'It was fated that I should steal,' he rejoined, 'Yes, and that you should be beat.'" He used to call beauty the flower of the voice, but some report this as if he had said that the voice is the flower of beauty. On one occasion, when he saw a slave belonging to one of his friends severely bruised, he said to his friend, "I see the footsteps of your anger." He once accosted a man who was all over unguents and perfumes. "Who is this who smells like a woman?" When Dionysius Metathemenus asked him why he was the only person whom he did not correct, he replied, "Because I have no confidence in you." A young man was talking a great deal of nonsense, and he said to him, "This is the reason why we have 2 ears and only 1 mouth, that we may hear more and speak less." Once, when he was at an entertainment and remained wholly silent, he was asked what the reason was. And so he bade the person who found fault with him tell the king that there was a man in the room who knew how to hold his tongue. Now the people who asked him this were ambassadors who had come from Ptolemy, and who wished to know what report they were to make of him to the king. He was once asked how he felt when people abused him, and he said, "As an ambassador feels when he is sent away without an answer." Apollonius of Tyre tells us that when Crates dragged him by the cloak away from Stilpo, he said, "O Crates, the proper way to take hold of philosophers is by the ears. So now do you convince me and drag me by them, but if you use force towards me, my body may be with you, but my mind with Stilpo." Roman 20. He used to devote a good deal of time to Diodorus, as we learn from Hippobotus, and he studied dialectics under him. And when he had made a good deal of progress, he attached himself to Polemo because of his freedom from arrogance, so that it is reported that he said to him, "I am not ignorant, O Zeno, that you slip into the garden door and steal my doctrines, and then clothe them in a Phoenician dress." When a dialectician once showed him 7 species of dialectic argument in the mowing argument, he asked him how much he charged for them, and when he said 100 drachmas, he gave him 200, so exceedingly devoted was he to learning. Roman 21. They say, too, that he was the first who ever employed the word duty, kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6 kappa omicron nu, and who wrote a treatise on the subject, and that he altered the lines of Hesiod thus: "He is the best of all men who submits to follow good advice. He too is good, who of himself perceives whate'er is fit." For he said that that man who had the capacity to give a proper hearing to what was said, and to avail himself of it, was superior to him who comprehended everything by his own intellect. For that the one had only comprehension, but the one who took good advice had action also. Roman 22. When he was asked why he, who was generally austere, relaxed at a dinner party, he said, "Lupins too are bitter, but when they are soaked they become sweet." And Hecaton, in the second book of his Apophthegms, says that in entertainments of that kind, he used to indulge himself freely. And he used to say that it was better to trip with the feet than with the tongue, and that goodness was attained by little and little, but was not itself a small thing. Some authors, however, attribute this saying to Socrates. Roman 23. He was a person of great powers of abstinence and endurance, and of very simple habits, living on food which required no fire to dress it, and wearing a thin cloak so that it was said of him, "The cold of winter and the ceaseless rain come powerless against him. Weak is the dart of the fierce summer sun, or fell disease to bend that iron frame." He stands apart, in not resembling the vast common crowd, but patient and unwearied night and day, clings to his studies and philosophy. Roman 24. And the comic poets, without intending it, praise him in their very attempts to turn him into ridicule. Philemon speaks thus of him in his play, entitled The Philosophers. This man adopts a new philosophy, he teaches to be hungry, nevertheless he gets disciples. Bread his only food, his best desert dried figs, water his drink. But some attribute these lines to Posidippus, and they have become almost a proverb. Accordingly, it used to be said of him, more temperate than Zeno the philosopher. Posidippus also writes thus in his Men Transported. So that for 10 whole days, he did appear more temperate than Zeno's self. Roman 25. For in reality he did surpass all men in this description of virtue, and in dignity of demeanor, and, by Jove, in happiness. For he lived 98 years, and then died without any disease, and continuing in good health to the last. But Persius, in his ethical school, states that he died at the age of 72, and that he came to Athens when he was 22 years old. But Apollonius says that he presided over his school for 48 years. Roman 26. And he died in the following manner. When he was going out of his school, he tripped and broke one of his toes, and striking the ground with his hand, he repeated the line out of the Niobe, "I come, why call me so?" And immediately he strangled himself, and so he died. But the Athenians buried him in the Ceramicus, and honored him with the decrees which I have mentioned before, bearing witness to his virtue. And Antipater, the Sidonian, wrote an inscription for him, which runs thus: "Here Citium's pride, wise Zeno, lies, who climbed the summits of Olympus, but unmoved by wicked thoughts ne'er strove to raise on Ossa the pine-clad Pelion. Nor did he emulate immortal toils of Hercules, but found a new way for himself to highest heaven, by virtue, temperance, and modesty." And Zenodotus, the Stoic, a disciple of Diogenes, wrote another: "You made contentment the chief rule of life, despising haughty wealth, O godlike Zeno. With solemn look and hoary brow serene, you taught a manly doctrine, and didst found by your deep wisdom a great novel school, chaste parent of unfearing liberty. And if your country was Phoenicia, why need we grieve? From that land Cadmus came, who gave to Greece her written books of wisdom." And Athenaeus, the epigrammatic poet, speaks thus of all the Stoics in common: "O ye who have learnt the doctrines of the Porch, and have committed to your books divine the best of human learning, teaching men that the mind's virtue is the only good, and she it is who keeps the lives of men and cities safer than high gates or walls, but those who place their happiness in pleasure are led by the least worthy of the Muses." And we also have ourselves spoken of the manner of Zeno's death, in our collection of poems in all meters, in the following terms. Some say that Zeno, pride of Citium, died of old age, when weak and quite worn out. Some say that famine's cruel tooth did slay him, some that he fell, and striking hard the ground said, "See, I come, why call me thus impatiently?" For some say that this was the way in which he died, and this is enough to say concerning his death. Roman 27. But Demetrius, the Magnesian, says in his essay on people of the same name that his father Mnasius often came to Athens as he was a merchant, and that he used to bring back many of the books of the Socratic philosophers to Zeno while he was still only a boy, and that, from this circumstance, Zeno had already become talked of in his own country, and that in consequence of this he went to Athens, where he attached himself to Crates. And it seems, he adds, that it was he who first recommended a clear enunciation of principles as the best remedy for error. He is said, too, to have been in the habit of swearing by capers, as Socrates swore by the dog. Roman 28. Some, indeed, among whom is Cassius the skeptic, attack Zeno on many accounts, saying first of all that he denounced the general system of education in vogue at the time as useless, which he did in the beginning of his republic. And in the second place, that he used to call all who were not virtuous, adversaries and enemies and slaves, and unfriendly to one another, parents to their children, brethren to brethren, and kinsmen to kinsmen. And again, that in his republic he speaks of the virtuous as the only citizens and friends and relations, and free men, so that in the doctrine of the Stoic, even parents and their children are enemies, for they are not wise. Also, that he lays down the principle of the community of women both in his Republic and in a poem of 200 verses, and teaches that neither temples nor courts of law, nor gymnasia, ought to be erected in a city. Moreover, that he writes thus about money, that he does not think that men ought to coin money either for purposes of traffic or of traveling. Besides all this, he enjoins men and women to wear the same dress, and to leave no part of their person uncovered. Roman 29. And that this treatise on the Republic is his work we are assured by Chrysippus in his Republic. He also discussed amatory subjects in the beginning of that book of his, which is entitled The Art of Love, and in his conversations he writes in a similar manner. Such are the charges made against him by Cassius, and also by Isidorus of Pergamus, the orator, who says that all the unbecoming doctrines and assertions of the Stoics were cut out of their books by Athenodorus, the Stoic, who was the curator of the library at Pergamus, and that subsequently they were replaced, as Athenodorus was detected, and placed in a situation of great danger. And this is sufficient to say about those doctrines of his which were impugned. XXX, there were 8 different persons of the name of Zeno. The first was the Eleatic, whom we shall mention hereafter. The second was this man of whom we are now speaking. The third was a Rhodian, who wrote a history of his country in one book. The fourth was a historian who wrote an account of the expedition of Pyrrhus into Italy and Sicily, and also an epitome of the transactions between the Romans and Carthaginians. The fifth was a disciple of Chrysippus, who wrote very few books, but who left a great number of disciples. The sixth was a physician of Hierophila, a very shrewd man in intellect, but a very indifferent writer. The seventh was a grammarian, who, besides other writings, has left some epigrams behind him. The eighth was a Sidonian by descent, a philosopher of the Epicurean school, a deep thinker and very clear writer. Roman 31. The disciples of Zeno were very numerous. The most eminent were, first of all, Perseus of Citium, the son of Demetrius, whom some call a friend of his, but others describe him as a servant and one of the amanuenses who were sent to him by Antigonus, to whose son, Halcyonius, he also acted as tutor. And Antigonus once, wishing to make trial of him, caused some false news to be brought to him that his estate had been ravaged by the enemy. And as he began to look gloomy at this news, he said to him, "You see that wealth is not a matter of indifference." The following works are attributed to him. One on kingly power, one entitled The Constitution of the Lacedaemonians, one on marriage, one on impiety, the Thyestes, an essay on love, a volume of exhortations, one of conversations, 4 of apophthegms, one of reminiscences, 7 treatises, the laws of Plato. The next was Ariston of Chios, the son of Miltiades, who was the first author of the doctrine of indifference. Then Heraclitus, who called knowledge the chief good. Then Dionysius, who transferred this description to pleasure. As, on account of the violent disease which he had in his eyes, he could not yet bring himself to call pain a thing indifferent. He was a native of Heraclea. There was also Spherus, of the Bosphorus, and Cleanthes of Assos, the son of Phanias, who succeeded him in his school, and whom he used to liken to tablets of hard wax, which are written upon with difficulty, but which retain what is written upon them. And after Zeno's death, Spherus became a pupil of Cleanthes, and we shall speak of him in our account of Cleanthes. These also were all disciples of Zeno, as we are told by Hippobotus, namely, Philonides of Thebes, Callippus of Corinth, Posidonius of Alexandria, Athenodorus of Soli, and Zeno, a Sidonian. Roman 32. and I have thought it best to give a general account of all the Stoic doctrines in the life of Zeno, because he it was who was the founder of the sect. He has written a great many books, of which I have already given a list, in which he has spoken as no other of the Stoics has, and his doctrines in general are these, but we will enumerate them briefly, as we have been in the habit of doing in the case of the other philosophers. Roman 33. The Stoics divide reason according to philosophy into 3 parts, and say that one part relates to natural philosophy, one to ethics, and one to logic. And Zeno, the Sicilian, was the first who made this division, in his treatise on reason. And he was followed in it by Chrysippus, in the first book of his treatise on reason, and in the first book of his treatise on natural philosophy, and also by Apollodorus, and by Silius in the first book of his introduction to the doctrines of the Stoics, and by Eudoxus in his ethical elements, and by Diogenes the Babylonian, and Posidonius. Now these divisions are called topics by Apollodorus, species by Chrysippus and Eudoxus, and genera by all the rest. And they compare philosophy to an animal, likening logic to the bones and sinews, natural philosophy to the fleshy parts, and ethical philosophy to the soul. Again, they compare it to an egg, calling logic the shell, and ethics the white, and natural philosophy the yolk. Also to a fertile field, in which logic is the fence which goes round it, ethics are the fruit, and natural philosophy the soil or the fruit trees. Again, they compare it to a city fortified by walls and regulated by reason. And then, as some of them say, no one part is preferred to another, but they are all combined and united inseparably, and so they treat of them all in combination. But others class logic first, natural philosophy second, and ethics third, as Zeno does in his treatise on reason, and in this he is followed by Chrysippus and Archytas and Eudoxus. For Diogenes of Ptolemais begins with ethics, but Apollodorus places ethics second, and Parmenides and Posidonius begin with natural philosophy, as Phanias, the friend of Posidonius, asserts in the first book of his treatise on the school of Posidonius. But Cleanthes says that there are 6 divisions of reason according to philosophy: dialectics, rhetoric, ethics, politics, physics, and theology. But others assert that these are not divisions of reason, but of philosophy itself. And this is the opinion advanced by Zeno of Tarsus, among others. Roman 34. Some again say that the logical division is properly subdivided into 2 sciences, namely, rhetoric and dialectics. And some divide it also into definitive species, which is conversant with rules and tests, while others deny the propriety of this last division altogether, and argue that the object of rules and tests is the discovery of the truth, for it is in this division that they explain the differences of representations. They also argue that, on the other side, the science of definitions has equally for its object the discovery of truth, since we only know things by the intervention of ideas. They also call rhetoric a science conversant about speaking well concerning matters which admit of a detailed narrative. And dialectics they call the science of arguing correctly in discussions which can be carried on by question and answer, on which account they define it thus: a knowledge of what is true and false, and neither one thing nor the other. Again, rhetoric itself they divide into 3 kinds. For one description they say is concerning about giving advice, another is forensic, and the third encomiastic. And it is also divided into several parts, one relating to the discovery of arguments, one to style, one to the arrangement of arguments, and the other to the delivery of the speech. And a rhetorical oration they divide into the exordium, the narration, the reply to the statements of the adverse party, and the peroration. Roman 35. Dialectics, they say, is divided into 2 parts, one of which has reference to the things signified, the other to the expression. That which has reference to the things signified or spoken of, they divide again into the topic of things conceived in the fancy, and into those of axioms, of perfect determinations, of predicaments, of things alike, whether upright or prostrate, of tropes, of syllogisms, and of sophisms, which are derived either from the voice or from the things. And these sophisms are of various kinds. There is the false one, the one which states facts, the negative, the sorites, and others like these. The imperfect one, the inexplicable one, the conclusive one, the veiled one, the horned one, the nobody, and the mower. In the second part of dialectics, that which has for its object the expression, they treat of written language, of the different parts of a discourse, of solecism and barbarism, of poetical forms of expression, of ambiguity, of a melodious voice, of music. And some even add definitions, divisions, and diction. They say that the most useful of these parts is the consideration of syllogisms. For that they show us what are the things which are capable of demonstration, and that contributes much to the formation of our judgment, and their arrangement and memory give a scientific character to our knowledge. They define reasoning to be a system composed of assumptions and conclusions, and syllogism is a syllogistic argument proceeding on them. Demonstration they define to be a method by which one proceeds from that which is more known to that which is less. Perception, again, is an impression produced on the mind, its name being appropriately borrowed from impressions on wax made by a seal. And perception they divide into comprehensible and incomprehensible. Comprehensible, which they call the criterion of facts, and which is produced by a real object, and is, therefore, at the same time conformable to that object. Incomprehensible, which has no relation to any real object, or else, if it has any such relation, does not correspond to it, being but a vague and indistinct representation. Dialectics itself they pronounce to be a necessary science, and a virtue which comprehends several other virtues under its species. And the disposition not to take up one side of an argument hastily, they define to be a knowledge by which we are taught when we ought to agree to a statement, and when we ought to withhold our agreement. Discretion they consider to be a powerful reason, having reference to what is becoming, so as to prevent our yielding to an irrelevant argument. Irrefutability they define to be a power in an argument, which prevents one from being drawn from it to its opposite. Freedom from vanity, according to them, is a habit which refers the perceptions back to right reason. Again, they define knowledge itself as an assertion or safe comprehension, or habit, which, in the perception of what is seen, never deviates from the truth. And they say further, that without dialectic speculation, the wise man cannot be free from all error in his reasoning. For that is what distinguishes what is true from what is false, and which easily detects those arguments which are only plausible, and those which depend upon an ambiguity of language. And without dialectics, they say it is not possible to ask or answer questions correctly. They also add that precipitation in denials extends to those things which are done, so that those who have not properly exercised their perceptions fall into irregularity and thoughtlessness. Again, without dialectics, the wise man cannot be acute and ingenious and wary and altogether dangerous as an arguer. For that it belongs to the same man to speak correctly and to reason correctly, and to discuss properly those subjects which are proposed to him, and to answer readily whatever questions are put to him, all which qualities belong to a man who is skillful in dialectics. This, then, is a brief summary of their opinions on logic. Roman 36. And that we may also enter into some more minute details respecting them, we will subjoin what refers to what they call their introductory science, as it is stated by Diogenes of Magnesia in his Excursion of Philosophers, where he speaks as follows, and we will give his account word for word. The Stoics have chosen to treat, in the first place, of perception and sensation, because the criterion by which the truth of facts is ascertained is a kind of perception, and because the judgment which expresses the belief, and the comprehension and the understanding of a thing, a judgment which precedes all others, cannot exist without perception. For perception leads the way, and then thought, finding vent in expressions, explains in words the feelings which it derives from perception. But there is a difference between phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha and phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma mu alpha. For phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma mu alpha is a conception of the intellect, such as takes place in sleep. But phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha is an impression, tau upsilon pi omega sigma iota sigma, produced on the mind, that is to say, an alteration, letter 1f00 lambda lambda omicron iota omega sigma iota sigma, as Chrysippus states in the 12th book of his treatise on the soul. For we must not take this impression to resemble that made by a seal, since it is impossible to conceive that there should be many impressions made at the same time on the same thing. But phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha is understood to be that which is impressed, and formed, and imprinted by a real object, according to a real object, in such a way as it could not be by any other than a real object. And according to their ideas of the phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha iota, some are sensible and some are not. Those they call sensible, which are derived by us from some one or more senses, and those they call not sensible, which emanate directly from the thought, as for instance, those which relate to incorporeal objects or any others which are embraced by reason. Again, those which are sensible are produced by a real object which imposes itself on the intelligence and compels its acquiescence, and there are also some others which are simply apparent, mere shadows, which resemble those which are produced by real objects. Again, these phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha iota are divided into rational and irrational. Those which are rational belong to animals capable of reason, those which are irrational to animals destitute of reason. Those which are rational are thoughts, those which are irrational have no name, but are again subdivided into artificial and not artificial. At all events, an image is contemplated in a different light by a man skillful in art, from that in which it is viewed by a man ignorant of art. By sensation, the Stoics understand a species of breath which proceeds from the dominant portion of the soul to the senses, whether it be a sensible perception or an organic disposition, which, according to the notions of some of them, is crippled and vicious. They also call sensation the energy or active exercise of the sense. According to them, it is to sensation that we owe our comprehension of white and black, and rough and smooth. From reason, that we derive the notions which result from a demonstration, those, for instance, which have for their object the existence of gods and of divine providence. For all our thoughts are formed either by indirect perception, or by similarity, or analogy, or transposition, or combination, or opposition. By a direct perception, we perceive those things which are the objects of sense. By similarity, those which start from some point present to our senses, as for instance, we form an idea of Socrates from his likeness. We draw our conclusions by analogy, adopting either an increased idea of the thing as of Titius or the Cyclops, or a diminished idea as of a pygmy. So, too, the idea of the center of the world was one derived by analogy from what we perceived to be the case of the smaller spheres. We use transposition when we fancy eyes in a man's breast, combination when we take in the idea of a centaur, opposition when we turn our thoughts to death. Some ideas we also derive from comparison, for instance, from a comparison of words and places. There is also nature, as by nature we comprehend what is just and good. And privation, when, for instance, we form a notion of a man without hands. Such are the doctrines of the Stoics on the subject of fantasia and sensation and thought. Roman 37. They say that the proper criterion of truth is the comprehension phi alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota alpha. That is to say, one which is derived from a real object, as Chrysippus asserts in the 12th book of his Physics, and he is followed by Antipater and Apollodorus. For Boethus leaves a great many criteria, such as intellect, sensation, appetite, and knowledge, but Chrysippus dissents from his view, and in the first book of his treatise on reason says that sensation and preconception are the only criteria. And preconception is, according to him, a comprehensive physical notion of general principles. But others of the earlier Stoics admit right reason as one criterion of the truth. For instance, this is the opinion of Posidonius, and is advanced by him in his essay on criteria. Roman 38. On the subject of logical speculation, there appears to be a great unanimity among the greater part of the Stoics, in beginning with the topic of the voice. Now voice is a percussion of the air, or, as Diogenes, the Babylonian, defines it in his essay on the voice, a sensation peculiar to the hearing. The voice of a beast is a mere percussion of the air by some impetus, but the voice of a man is articulate, and is emitted by intellect, as Diogenes lays it down, and is not brought to perfection in a shorter period than 14 years. And the voice is a body according to the Stoics. For so it is laid down by Archytas in his book on the voice, and by Diogenes and Antipater, and also by Chrysippus in the 2nd volume of his Physics. For everything which makes anything is a body, and the voice makes something when it proceeds to those who hear from those who speak. A word lambda epsilon psi iota sigma, again, is, according to Diogenes, a voice consisting of letters, as day. A sentence, lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma, is a significant voice, sent out by the intellect, as for instance, it is day. But dialect is a peculiar style imprinted on the utterance of nations, according to their race, and causes varieties in the Greek language, being a sort of local habit. As for instance, the Attics say theta alpha lambda alpha tau tau alpha, and the Ionians say letter 1 f2 1 mu epsilon rho eta. The elements of words are the 24 letters, and the word letter is used in a triple division of sense, meaning the element itself, the graphical sign of the element, and the name as alpha. There are 7 vowels, alpha, epsilon, eta, iota, omicron, upsilon, omega, 6 mutes, beta, gamma, delta, kappa, pi, tau. But voice is different from a word, because voice is a sound, but a word is an articulate sound. And a word differs from a sentence, because a sentence is always significative of something, but a word by itself has no signification, as for instance, beta lambda iota tau rho iota. But this is not the case with a sentence. Again, there is a difference between speaking and pronouncing. The sounds are pronounced, but what are spoken are things which are capable of being spoken of. Roman 39. Now of sentences there are 5 parts, as Diogenes tells us in his treatise on voice, and he is followed by Chrysippus. There is the noun, the common noun, the verb, the conjunction, and the article. Antipater adds also quality, in his treatise upon words and the things expressed by them. And a common noun, pyro omicron sig meta gamma omicron rho iota alpha, is, according to Diogenes, a part of a sentence signifying a common quality, as for instance, man, horse. But a noun is a part of a sentence signifying a peculiar quality, such as Diogenes, Socrates. A verb is a part of a sentence signifying an uncombined categorum, as Diogenes, letter 1 f41 delta iota omicron gamma epsilon nu eta sigma, or, as others define it, an element of a sentence, devoid of case, signifying something compound in reference to some person or persons, as I write, I say. A conjunction is a part of a sentence destitute of case, uniting the divisions of the sentence. An article is an element of a sentence, having cases, defining the genders of nouns and their numbers, as letter 1 f41, letter 1 f21, tau letter 1 f78, omicron letter 1 f31, alpha letter 1 f31, tau letter 1 f70. Excel, the excellences of a sentence are 5: good Greek, clearness, conciseness, suitableness, elegance. Good Greek, letter 1 f11 lambda lambda, eta nu iota sigma mu letter 1 f78 sigma, is a correct style, according to art, keeping aloof from any vulgar form of expression. Clearness is a style which states that which is conceived in the mind in such a way that it is easily known. Conciseness is a style which embraces all that is necessary to the clear explanation of the subject under discussion. Suitableness is a style suited to the subject. Elegance is a style which avoids all peculiarity of expression. Of the vices of a sentence, on the other hand, barbarism is a use of words contrary to that in vogue among the well-educated Greeks. Solecism is a sentence incongruously put together. Roman 41. A poetical expression is, as Posidonius defines it in his introduction on style, a metrical or rhythmical diction, proceeding in preparation and avoiding all resemblance to prose. For instance, the vast and boundless earth, expanse of heaven, are rhythmical expressions, and poetry is a collection of poetical expressions signifying something, containing an imitation of divine and human beings. Roman 42. A definition is, as Antipater explains it in the first book of his treatise on definitions, a sentence proceeding by analysis enunciated in such a way as to give a complete idea, or, as Chrysippus says in his treatise on definitions, it is the explanation of an idea. Description is a sentence which, in a figurative manner, brings one to a knowledge of the subject, or it may be called a simpler kind of definition, expressing the power of a definition in plainer language. Genus is a comprehending of many ideas indissolubly connected, as animal. For this one expression comprehends all particular kinds of animals. An idea is an imagination of the mind which does not express actually anything real or any quality, but only a quasi-reality and a quasi-quality. Such, for instance, is the idea of a horse when a horse is not present. Species is that which is comprehended under genus, as man is comprehended under animal. Again, that is the most general genus which, being a genus itself, has no other genus as the existent. And that is the most special species, which being a species has no other species, as, for instance, Socrates. Roman 43. The division of genus is a dissection of it into the proximate species, as, for instance, of animals, some are rational, others irrational. Contrary division is the dissection of genus into species on the principle of the contrary, so as to be by a sort of negation, as, for instance, of existent things, some are good and some not good, and, of things which are not good, some are bad and some indifferent. Partition is an arrangement of a genus with reference to place, as Crines says, for instance, of goods, some have reference to the mind and some to the body. Roman 44. Ambiguity, letter 1F00 mu phi iota beta omicron lambda iota alpha, is an expression signifying two or more things having an ordinary or a peculiar meaning, according to the pronunciation, in such a way that more things than one may be understood by the very same expression. Take, for instance, the words alpha letter 1F50, lambda eta tau rho letter 1F76 sigma pi epsilon pi tau mega cap epsilon. For you may understand by them, a house has fallen down 3 times, alpha letter 1F50, lambda letter 1F74, tau rho letter 1F76 sigma pi epsilon pi tau mega cap epsilon. Or, a female flute player has fallen, taking alpha letter 1F50, lambda eta tau rho letter 1F76 sigma as synonymous with alpha letter 1F50, lambda eta tau rho iota alpha. LV. Dialectics are, as Posidonius explains them, the science of what is true and false, and neither one or the other, and it is, as Chrysippus explains it, conversant about words that signify and things that are signified. These then are the doctrines asserted by the Stoics in their speculations on the subject of the voice. Roman 46. But in that part of dialectics which concerns things and ideas signified, they treat of propositions, of perfect enunciations, of judgments, of syllogisms, of imperfect enunciations, of attributes and deficiencies, and of both direct and indirect categorums or predicaments. Roman 47. And they say that enunciation is the manifestation of the ideal perception, and these enunciations the Stoics pronounce some to be perfect in themselves and some to be defective. Now those are defective which furnish an incomplete sense, as for instance, he writes. For then we ask further, who writes? But those are perfect in themselves, which give a sense entirely complete, as for instance, Socrates writes. Accordingly, in the defective enunciations, categorums are applied. But in those which are perfect in themselves, axioms and syllogisms and questions and interrogations are brought into play. Now a categorum is something which is predicated of something else, being either a thing which is added to one or more objects, according to the definition of Apollodorus, or else a defective enunciation added to the nominative case, for the purpose of forming a proposition. Now of categorums some are accidents, as for instance, the sailing through a rock. And of categorums some are direct, some indirect, and some neither one nor the other. Now those are correct which are construed with one of the oblique cases in such a manner as to produce a categorum, as for instance, he hears, he sees, he converses. And those are indirect which are construed with the passive voice, as for instance, I am heard, I am seen. And those which are neither one nor the other are those which are construed in a neutral kind of manner, as for instance, to think, to walk. And those are reciprocal, which are among the indirect ones without being indirect themselves. Those are effects, letter 1F10 nu epsilon rho gamma eta mu alpha tau alpha, which are such words as, he is shaved. For then, the man who is shaved implies himself. The oblique cases are the genitive, the dative, and the accusative. Roman 48. An axiom is that thing which is true or false or perfect in itself being asserted or denied positively as far as depends upon itself. As Chrysippus explains it in his dialectic definitions, as for instance, it is day, Dion is walking. And it has received the name of axiom, letter 1F00 xi iota omega mu alpha, because it is either maintained, letter 1F00 xi iota omicron, letter 1Fe6 tau alpha iota, or repudiated. For the man who says, it is day, appears to maintain the fact of its being day. If then it is day, the axiom put before one is true, but if it is not day, the axiom is false. And an axiom, a question, and an interrogation differ from one another, and so does an imperative proposition from one which is a jurative, or imprecatory, or hypothetical, or appellative, or false. For that is an axiom which we utter when we affirm anything positively, which is either true or false. And a question is a thing complete in itself, as also is an axiom, but which requires an answer, as for instance, is it day? Now this is neither true nor false, but as it is day is an axiom, so is it day, a question. But an interrogation, pi upsilon sigma mu alpha, is a thing to which it is not possible to make an answer symbolically, as in the case of a question, letter 1f10 rho omega tau eta mu alpha, saying merely yes, but we must reply, he does live in this place. The imperative proposition is a thing which we utter when we give an order, as for instance this. Do you now go to the sweet stream of an choose? The appellative proposition is one which is used in the case in which, when a man says anything, he must address somebody, as for instance, Atrides, glorious king of men, most mighty Agamemnon. A false judgment is a proposition, which, while it has at the same time the appearance of a real judgment, loses this character by the addition, and under the influence of, some particle, as for instance. The Parthenon at least is beautiful, how like the herdsman is to Priam's sons. There is also the dubitative proposition, which differs from the judgment, inasmuch as it is always uttered in the form of a doubt. As for instance, are not then grief and life two kindred states? But questions and interrogations and things like these are neither true nor false, while judgments and propositions are necessarily one or the other. Now of axioms, some are simple and others are not simple, as Chrysippus and Archytas and Athenodorus and Antipater and Crines agree in dividing them. Those are simple, which consist of an axiom or proposition which is not ambiguous, or of several axioms or propositions of the same character. As for instance the sentence, it is day. And those are not simple, which consist of an axiom or proposition which is ambiguous, or of several axioms or propositions of that character. Of an axiom or proposition which is ambiguous as if it is day. Of several axioms or propositions of that character, as, if it is day, it is light. And simple propositions are divided into the affirmative, the negative, the privative, the categorical, the definite, and the indefinite. Those which are not simple are divided into the combined and the adjunctive, the connected and the disjunctive, and the causal and the augmentative, and the diminutive. That is an affirmative proposition. It is not day. And the species of this is doubly affirmative. That again is doubly affirmative, which is affirmative of an affirmative, as for instance, it is not day. For this amounts to, it is day. That is a negative proposition, which consists of a negative particle and a categorum, as for instance, no one is walking. That is a privative proposition which consists of a privative particle and an axiom according to power, as this man is inhuman. That is a categorical proposition, which consists of a nominative case and a categorum, as for instance, Dion is walking. That is a definite proposition, which consists of a demonstrative nominative case and a categorum, as for instance, this man is walking. That is an indefinite one which consists of an indefinite particle or of indefinite particles, as for instance, somebody is walking, he is moving. Of propositions which are not simple, the combined proposition is, as Chrysippus states in his Dialectics, and Diogenes too in his Dialectic Art, that which is held together by the copulative conjunction if. And this conjunction professes that the second member of the sentence follows the first, as for instance, if it is day, it is light. That which is adjunctive is, as Crines states in his Dialectic Art, an axiom which is made to depend on the conjunction, since letter 1f10 pi epsilon letter 1f76, beginning with an axiom and ending in an axiom, as for instance, since it is day, it is light. And this conjunction professes both that the second portion of the proposition follows the first, and the first is true. That is a connected proposition which is connected by some copulative conjunctions, as for instance, it both is day and it is light. That is a disjunctive proposition which is disconnected by the disjunctive conjunction, or letter 1f24 tau omicron iota, as for instance, it is either day or night. And this proposition professes that one or other of these propositions is false. That is a causal proposition which is connected by the word, because, as for instance, because it is day, it is light. For the first is, as it were, the cause of the second. That is an augmentative proposition, which explains the greater, which is construed with an augmentative particle, and which is placed between the two members of the proposition, as for instance, it is rather day than night. The diminutive proposition is, in every respect, the exact contrary of the preceding one, as for instance, it is less night than day. Again, at times, axioms or propositions are opposed to one another in respect of their truth and falsehood, when one is an express denial of the other. As for instance, it is day and it is not day. Again, a conjunctive proposition is correct when it is such that the opposite of the conclusion is contradictory of the premise. As for instance, the proposition, if it is day, it is light, is true, for it is not light, which is the opposite to the conclusion expressed, is contradictory to the premise, it is day. And a conjunctive proposition is incorrect when it is such that the opposite of the conclusion is not inconsistent with the premise. As for instance, if it is day, Dion is walking. For the fact that Dion is not walking is not contradictory of the premise, it is day. An adjunctive proposition is correct, which begins with a true premise and ends in a consequence which follows of necessity. As for instance, since it is day, the sun is above the earth. But it is incorrect when it either begins with a false premise or ends with a consequence which does not follow properly. As for instance, since it is night, Dion is walking, for this may be said in the daytime. A causal proposition is correct when it begins with a true premise and ends in a consequence which necessarily follows from it, but yet does not have its premise reciprocally consequent upon its conclusion. As for instance, because it is day, it is light. For the fact of its being light is a necessary consequence of its being day, but the fact of its being day is not necessarily a consequence of its being light. A causal proposition is incorrect, which either begins with a false premise or ends with a conclusion that does not follow from it, or which has a premise which does not correspond to the conclusion. As for instance, because it is night, Dion is walking. A proposition is persuasive, which leads to the assent of the mind. As for instance, if she brought him forth, she is his mother. But still this is a falsehood, for a hen is not the mother of an egg. Again, there are some propositions which are possible and some which are impossible, and some which are necessary and some which are not necessary. That is possible which is capable of being true, since external circumstances are no hindrance to its being true, as for instance, Diogenes' lives. And that is impossible which is not capable of being true, as for instance, the earth flies. That is necessary which, being true, is not capable of being false, or perhaps is intrinsically capable of being false, but still has external circumstances which hinder its being false, as for instance, virtue profits a man. That again is not necessary, which is true, but which has a capacity of being false, though external circumstances offer no hindrance to either alternative. As for instance, Dion walks. That is a reasonable or probable proposition, which has a great preponderance of opportunities in favor of its being true, as for instance, I shall be alive tomorrow. And there are other different kinds of propositions and conversions of them, from true to false, and reconversions again, concerning which we must speak at some length. Roman 49. An argument, as Crines says, is that which is composed of a lemma or major premise, an assumption or minor premise, and a conclusion. As for instance this, if it is day, it is light. But it is day, therefore it is light. For the lemma or major premise is, if it is day, it is light. The assumption or minor premise is, it is day. The conclusion follows, therefore it is light. The mode of a proposition is, as it were, a figure of an argument, as for instance such as this, if it is the first, it is the second. But it is the first, therefore it is the second. A conditional syllogism is that which is composed of both the preceding arguments. As for instance, if Plato is alive, Plato breathes. But the first fact is so, therefore so is the second. And this conditional syllogism has been introduced for the sake, in long and complex sentences, of not being forced to repeat the assumption, as it was a long one, and also the conclusion, but of being able, instead, to content oneself with summing it up briefly thus. The first case put is true, therefore so is the second. Of arguments, some are conclusive, others are inconclusive. Those are inconclusive which are such that the opposite of the conclusion drawn in them is not necessarily incompatible with the connection of the premises. As for instance, such arguments as these, if it is day, it is light. But it is day, therefore, Dion is walking. But of conclusive arguments, some are called properly by the kindred name conclusions, and some are called syllogistic arguments. Those then are syllogistic which are either such as do not admit of demonstration, or such as are brought to an indemonstrable conclusion, according to some one or more propositions, such for instance as the following: if Dion walks, then Dion is in motion. Those are conclusive, which infer their conclusion specially and not syllogistically, such for instance as this: the proposition it is both day and night is false. Now it is day, therefore it is not night. Those again are unsyllogistic arguments which have an air of probability about them and a resemblance to syllogistic ones, but which still do not lead to the deduction of proper conclusions. As for instance, if Dion is a horse, Dion is an animal, but Dion is not a horse, therefore Dion is not an animal. Again, of arguments, some are true and some are false. Those are true which deduce a conclusion from true premises, as for instance, if virtue profits, then vice injures. And those are false which have some falsehood in their premises, or which are inconclusive, as for instance, if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore Dion is alive. There are also arguments which are possible, and others which are impossible, some likewise which are necessary, and others which are not necessary. There are too, some which are not demonstrated from their not standing in need of demonstration, and these are laid down differently by different people. But Chrysippus enumerates 5 kinds, which serve as the foundation for every kind of argument, and which are assumed in conclusive arguments properly so called, and in syllogisms, and in modes. The first kind that is not demonstrated is that in which the whole argument consists of a conjunctive and an antecedent, and in which the first term repeats itself so as to form a sort of conjunctive proposition, and to bring forward as the conclusion the last term. As, for instance, if the first be true, so is the second, but the first is true, therefore, so is the second. The second kind that is not demonstrated is that which, by means of the conjunctive and the opposite of the conclusion, has a conclusion opposite to the first premise. As, for instance, if it be day, it is light, but it is night, therefore it is not day. For here the assumption arises from the opposite of the conclusion, and the conclusion from the opposite of the first term. The third kind that is not demonstrative is that which, by a negative combination, and by one of the terms in the proposition, produces the contradictory of the remainder. As, for instance, Plato is not dead and alive at the same time, but Plato is dead. Therefore, Plato is not alive. The fourth kind that is not demonstrative is that which, by means of a disjunctive, and one of those terms which are in the disjunctive, has a conclusion opposite to what remains. As, for instance, it is either the first or the second, but it is the first. Therefore, it is not the second. The fifth kind that is not demonstrative is that in which the whole argument consists of a disjunctive proposition, and the opposite of one of the terms, and then one makes the conclusion identical with the remainder. As, for instance, it is either day or night, but it is not night, therefore it is day. According to the Stoics, truth follows upon truth, as it is light, follows upon it is day. And falsehood follows upon falsehood, as if it is false that it is night, it is also false that it is dark. Sometimes, too, truth follows from falsehood. For instance, though it is false that the earth flies, it is true that there is the earth. But falsehood does never follow from truth, for from the fact that there is the earth, it does not follow that the earth flies. There are also some arguments which are perplexed, being veiled and escaping notice, or such as are called Sarites, the horned one, or the nobody. That is a veiled argument which resembles the following one: 2 are not a few, nor 3, nor those, nor 4, and so on to 10, but 2 are few, therefore so are 10 few. The nobody is a conjunctive argument, and one that consists of the indefinite and the definite, and which has a minor premise and a conclusion, as, for instance, if anyone is here, he is not in Rhodes. Else such then are the doctrines which the Stoics maintain on the subject of logic, in order as far as possible to establish their point that the logician is the only wise man. For they assert that all affairs are looked at by means of that speculation which proceeds by argument, including under this assertion both those that belong to natural and also those which belong to moral philosophy. For, say they, how else could one determine the exact value of nouns, or how else could one explain what laws are imposed upon such and such actions? Moreover, as there are 2 habits both incidental to virtue, the one considers what each existing thing is, and the other inquires what it is called. These, then, are the notions of the Stoics on the subject of logic. The ethical part of philosophy they divide into the topic of inclination, the topic of good and bad, the topic of the passions, the topic of virtue, the topic of the chief good and of primary estimation and of actions, the topic of what things are becoming and of exhortation and dissuasion. And this division is the one laid down by Chrysippus and Archytas and Zeno of Tarsus and Apollodorus and Diogenes and Antipater and Posidonius. For Zeno of Citium and Cleanthes have, as being more ancient they were likely to, adopted a more simple method of treating these subjects. But these men divided logical and the natural philosophy. They say that the first inclination which an animal has is to protect itself, as nature brings herself to take an interest in it from the beginning, as Chrysippus affirms in the first book of his treatise on ends, where he says that the first and dearest object to every animal is its own existence, and its consciousness of that existence. For that it is not natural for any animal to be alienated from itself, or even to be brought into such a state as to be indifferent to itself, being neither alienated from nor interested in itself. It remains, therefore, that we must assert that nature has bound the animal to itself by the greatest unanimity and affection, for by that means it repels all that is injurious and attracts all that is akin to it and desirable. But as for what some people say, that the first inclination of animals is to pleasure, they say what is false. For they say that pleasure, if there be any such thing at all, is an accessory only, which nature, having sought it out by itself, as well as those things which are adapted to its constitution, receives incidentally in the same manner as animals are pleased, and plants made to flourish. Moreover, say they, nature makes no difference between animals and plants, when she regulates them so as to leave them without voluntary motion or sense. And some things too take place in ourselves in the same manner as in plants. But, as inclination in animals tends chiefly to the point of making them pursue what is appropriate to them, we may say that their inclinations are regulated by nature. And as reason is given to rational animals according to a more perfect principle, it follows that to live correctly according to reason is properly predicated of those who live according to nature. For nature is, as it were, the artist who produces the inclination. On which account Zeno was the first writer who, in his treatise on the nature of man, said that the chief good was confessedly to live according to nature, which is to live according to virtue, for nature leads us to this point. And in like manner Cleanthes speaks in his treatise on pleasure, and so do Posidonius and Hecaton in their essays on ends as the chief good. And again, to live according to virtue is the same thing as living according to one's experience of those things which happen by nature, as Chrysippus explains it in the first book of his treatise on the chief good. For our individual natures are all parts of universal nature, on which account the chief good is to live in a manner corresponding to nature, and that means corresponding to one's own nature and to universal nature, doing none of those things which the common law of mankind is in the habit of forbidding, and that common law is identical with that right reason which pervades everything, being the same with Jupiter, who is the regulator and chief manager of all existing things. Again, this very thing is the virtue of the happy man and the perfect happiness of life, when everything is done according to a harmony with the genius of each individual with reference to the will of the universal governor and manager of all things. Diogenes, accordingly, says expressly that the chief good is to act according to sound reason in our selection of things according to our nature. And Archytas defines it to be living in the discharge of all becoming duties. Chrysippus again understands that the nature, in a manner corresponding to which we ought to live, is both the common nature and also human nature in particular. But Cleanthes will not admit of any other nature than the common one alone, as that to which people ought to live in a manner corresponding, and repudiates all mention of a particular nature. And he asserts that virtue is a disposition of the mind always consistent and always harmonious, that one ought to seek it out for its own sake, without being influenced by fear or hope by any external influence. Moreover, that it is in it that happiness consists, as producing in the soul the harmony of a life always consistent with itself, and that if a rational animal goes the wrong way, it is because it allows itself to be misled by the deceitful appearances of exterior things, or perhaps by the instigation of those who surround it. For nature herself never gives us any but good inclinations. Now virtue is, to speak generally, a perfection in everything as in the case of a statue, whether it is invisible as good health or speculative as prudence. For Hecatan says, in the first book of his treatise on virtues, that the scientific and speculative virtues are those which have a constitution arising from speculation and study, as, for instance, prudence and justice, and that those which are not speculative are those which are generally viewed in their extension as a practical result or effect of the former, such, for instance, as health and strength. Accordingly, temperance is one of the speculative virtues, and it happens that good health usually follows it and is marshaled as it were beside it, in the same way as strength follows the proper structure of an arch. And the unspeculative virtues derive their name from the fact of their not proceeding from any acquiescence reflected by intelligence, but they are derived from others, are only accessories, and are found even in worthless people, as in the case of good health or courage. And Posidonius, in the first book of his treatise on ethics, says that the great proof of the reality of virtue is that Socrates and Diogenes and Antisthenes made great improvement. And the great proof of the reality of vice may be found in the fact of its being opposed to virtue. Again, Chrysippus, in the first book of his treatise on the chief good, and Cleanthes, and also Posidonius in his exhortations, and Hecatan all agree that virtue may be taught, and that they are right, and that it may be taught is plain from men becoming good after having been bad. On this account, Parmenides teaches that there are two virtues, one speculative and the other practical, but others make three kinds, the logical, the natural, and the ethical. Posidonius divides virtue into four divisions, and Cleanthes, Chrysippus, and Antipater make the divisions more numerous still. For Apollophanes asserts that there is but one virtue, namely, prudence. Among the virtues some are primitive and some are derived. The primitive ones are prudence, manly courage, justice, and temperance, and subordinate to these, as a kind of species contained in them, are magnanimity, continence, endurance, presence of mind, wisdom in counsel. And the Stoics define prudence as a knowledge of what is good, and bad, and indifferent, justice as a knowledge of what ought to be chosen, what ought to be avoided, and what is indifferent, magnanimity as a knowledge of engendering a lofty habit, superior to all such accidents as happen to all men indifferently, whether they be good or bad. Continence they consider a disposition which never abandons right reason, or a habit which never yields to pleasure. Endurance they call a knowledge or habit by which we understand what we ought to endure, what we ought not, and what is indifferent. Presence of mind they define as a habit which is prompt at finding out what is suitable on a sudden emergency. And wisdom in counsel they think a knowledge which leads us to judge what we are to do, and how we are to do it, in order to act becomingly. And analogously, of vices too there are some which are primary, and some which are subordinate. As, for instance, folly and cowardice and injustice and intemperance are among the primary vices, incontinence, slowness, and folly in counsel among the subordinate ones. And the vices are ignorance of those things of which the virtues are the knowledge. LV, good, looked at in a general way, is some advantage, with the more particular distinction being partly what is actually useful, partly what is not contrary to utility. On which account virtue itself and the good which partakes of virtue are spoken of in a threefold view of the subject. First, as to what kind of good it is and from what it ensues, as, for instance, in an action done according to virtue. Secondly, as to the agent, in the case of a good man who partakes of virtue. At another time, they define the good in a peculiar manner, as being what is perfect according to the nature of a rational being as rational being. And secondly, they say that it is conformity to virtue, so that all actions which partake of virtue and all good men are themselves in some sense the good. And in the third place, they speak of its accessories, joy and mirth, and things of that kind. In the same manner they speak of vices, which they divide into folly, cowardice, injustice, and things of that kind. And they consider that those things which partake of vices, and actions done according to vice, and bad men, are themselves in some sense the evil, and its accessories are despondency, and melancholy, and other things of that kind. LVI. Again, of goods some have reference to the mind and some are external, and some neither have reference to the mind nor are external. The goods having reference to the mind are virtues, and actions according to the virtues. The external goods are the having a virtuous country, a virtuous friend, and the happiness of one's country and friend. And those which are not external, and which have no reference to the mind, are such as a man, being virtuous and happy to himself. And reciprocally, of evils, some have reference to the mind, such as the vices and actions according to them. Some are external, such as having a foolish country, or a foolish friend, or one's country or one's friend being unhappy. And those evils which are not external, and which have no reference to the mind, are such as a man, being worthless and unhappy to himself. Lvi. Again, of goods, some are final, some are efficient, and some are both final and efficient. For instance, a friend and the services done by him to one are efficient goods, but courage and prudence and liberty and delight and mirth and freedom from pain, and all kinds of actions done according to virtue are final goods. There are too, as I said before, some goods which are both efficient and final. For inasmuch as they produce perfect happiness they are efficient, and inasmuch as they complete it by being themselves parts of it, they are final. And in the same way of evils, some are final, and some efficient, and some partake of both natures. For instance, an enemy and the injuries done to one by him are efficient evils: fear, meanness of condition, slavery. Want of delight, depression of spirits, excessive grief, and all actions done according to vice are final evils, and some partake of both characters, since, inasmuch as they produce perfect unhappiness, they are efficient, and inasmuch as they complete it in such a way as to become parts of it, they are final. Lvi. Again, of the goods which have reference to the mind, some are habits, some are dispositions, and some are neither habits nor dispositions. Dispositions are virtues, habits are practices, and those which are neither habits nor dispositions are energies. And speaking generally, the following may be called mixed goods: happiness in one's children and a happy old age. But knowledge is a pure good. And some goods are continually present, such as virtue, and some are not always present, as joy or taking a walk. Lix. But every good is expedient, and necessary, and profitable, and useful, and serviceable, and beautiful, and advantageous, and eligible, and just. Expedient, inasmuch as it brings us things, which by their happening to us do us good; necessary, inasmuch as it assists us in what we have need to be assisted; profitable, inasmuch as it repays all the care that is expended on it, and makes a return with interest to our great advantage; useful, inasmuch as it supplies us with what is of utility; serviceable, because it does us service which is much praised; beautiful, because it is in accurate proportion to the need we have of it, and to the service it does; advantageous, inasmuch as it is of such a character as to confer advantage on us; eligible, because it is such that we may rationally choose it; and just, because it is in accordance with law and is an efficient cause of union. And they call the honorable the perfect good, because it has naturally all the numbers which are required by nature, and because it discloses a perfect harmony. Now, the species of this perfect good are 4 in number: justice, manly courage, temperance, and knowledge, for in these goods all beautiful actions have their accomplishment. And analogously, there are also 4 species of the disgraceful: injustice and cowardice, and intemperance and folly. And the honorable is predicated in one sense, as making those who are possessed of it worthy of all praise, and in a second sense, it is used of what is well adapted by nature for its proper work; and in another sense, when it expresses that which adorns a man, as when we say that the wise man alone is good and honorable. The Stoics also say that the beautiful is the only good, as Hecaton says in the 3rd book of his treatise on goods, and Chrysippus asserts the same principle in his essays on the beautiful. And they say that this is virtue, and that which partakes of virtue, and this assertion is equal to the other, that everything good is beautiful, and that the good is an equivalent term to the beautiful, inasmuch as the one thing is exactly equal to the other. For since it is good, it is beautiful, and it is beautiful, therefore, it is good. Lx. But it seems that all goods are equal, and that every good is to be desired in the highest degree, and that it admits of no relaxation and of no extension. Moreover, they divide all existing things into good, bad, and indifferent. The good are the virtues, prudence, justice, manly courage, temperance, and the rest of the like qualities. The bad are the contraries, folly, injustice, and the like. Those are indifferent which are neither beneficial nor injurious, such as life, health, pleasure, beauty, strength, riches, a good reputation, nobility of birth, and their contraries, death, disease, labor, disgrace, weakness, poverty, a bad reputation, baseness of birth, and the like. as Hecaton lays it down in the 7th book of his treatise on the chief good, and he is followed by Apollodorus in his Ethics and by Chrysippus. For they affirm that those things are not good but indifferent, though perhaps a little more near to one species than to the other. For as it is the property of the hot to warm and not to chill one, so it is the property of the good to benefit and not to injure one. Now, wealth and good health cannot be said to benefit any more than to injure anyone. Therefore, neither wealth nor good health are goods. Again, they say that that thing is not good which it is possible to use both well and ill. But it is possible to make either a good or a bad use of wealth or of health. Therefore, wealth and good health are not goods. Posidonius, however, affirms that these things do come under the head of goods. But Hecaton, in the 19th book of his treatise on goods, and Chrysippus, in his treatises on pleasure, both deny that pleasure is a good. For they say that there are disgraceful pleasures, and that nothing disgraceful is good, and that to benefit a person is to move him or to keep him according to virtue, but to injure him is to move him or to keep him according to vice. They also assert that things indifferent are so spoken of in a twofold manner. Firstly, those things are called so, which have no influence in producing either happiness or unhappiness, such for instance, as riches, glory, health, strength, and the like, for it is possible for a man to be happy without any of these things, and also it is upon the character of the use that is made of them that happiness or unhappiness depends. In another sense, those things are called indifferent, which do not excite any inclination or aversion, as for instance, the fact of a man's having an odd or an even number of hairs on his head, or his putting out or drawing back his finger. For it is not in this sense that the things previously mentioned are called indifferent, for they do excite inclination or aversion. On which account some of them are chosen, though there is equal reason for preferring or shunning all the others. LXI. Again, of things indifferent, they call some preferred pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon u alpha, and others rejected, letter 1F00 pi omicron pyro omicron eta gamma mu epsilon u alpha. Those are preferred, which have some proper value, letter 1F00 xi ode alpha nu, and those are rejected, which have no value at all, letter 1F00 pi alpha xi ode alpha nu, letter 1F14 chi omicron u tau alpha. And by the term proper value, they mean that quality of things which causes them to concur in producing a well-regulated life, and in this sense, every good has a proper value. Again, they say that a thing has value, when in some point of view, it has a sort of intermediate power of aiding us to live conformably to nature. And under this class, we may range riches or good health if they give any assistance to natural life. Again, value is predicated of the price which one gives for the attainment of an object, which someone, who has experience of the object sought, fixes as its fair price. As if we were to say, for instance, that as some wheat was to be exchanged for barley, with a mule thrown in to make up the difference. Those goods then are preferred, which have a value, as in the case of the mental goods, ability, skill, improvement, and the like, and in the case of the corporeal goods, life, health, strength, a good constitution, soundness, beauty, and in the case of external goods, riches, glory, nobility of birth, and the like. Rejected things are, in the case of qualities of the mind, stupidity, unskillfulness, and the like, in the case of circumstances affecting the body, death, disease, weakness, a bad constitution, mutilation, disgrace, and the like, in the case of external circumstances, poverty, want of reputation, ignoble birth, and the like. But those qualities and circumstances which are indifferent are neither preferred nor rejected. Again, of things preferred, some are preferred for their own sakes, some for the sake of other things, and some partly for their own sakes, and partly for that of other things. Those which are preferred for their own sakes are ability, improvement, and the like. Those which are preferred for the sake of other things are wealth, nobility of birth, and the like. Those which are preferred partly for their own sake, and partly for that of something else are strength, vigor of the senses, universal soundness, and the like. For they are preferred for their own sakes, inasmuch as they are in accordance with nature, and for the sake of something else, inasmuch as they are productive of no small number of advantages. And the same is the case in the inverse ratio, with those things which are rejected. LXI. Again, they say that that is duty, which is preferred, and which contains in itself reasonable arguments why we should prefer it. As for instance, it's corresponding to the nature of life itself. And this argument extends to plants and animals, for even their nature is subject to the obligation of certain duties. And duty, tau letter 1 F78 kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6 kappa omicron nu, had this name given to it by Zeno. In the first instance, its appellation being derived from its coming to, or according to some people, letter 1 F00 pi letter 1 F78 tau omicron letter 1 Fe6 kappa alpha tau iota nu alpha sigma letter 1 F25 kappa epsilon iota nu. And its effect is something kindred to the preparations made by nature. Now of the things done according to inclination, some are duties, and some are contrary to duty, and some are neither duties nor contrary to duty. Those are duties, which reason selects to do, as for instance to honor one's parents, one's brothers, one's country, to gratify one's friends. Those actions are contrary to duty, which reason does not choose, as for instance to neglect one's parents, to be indifferent to one's brothers, to shirk assisting one's friends, to be careless about the welfare of one's country, and so on. Those are neither duties nor contrary to duty, which reason neither selects to do nor, on the other hand, repudiates, such actions, for instance, as to pick up straw, to hold a pen or a comb, or things of that sort. Again, there are some duties which do not depend on circumstances, and some which do. These do not depend on circumstances, to take care of one's health, and of the sound state of one's senses, and the like. Those which do depend on circumstances are the mutilation of one's members, the sacrificing of one's property, and so on. And the case of those actions which are contrary to duty is similar. Again, of duties, some are always such, and some are not always. What is always a duty is to live in accordance with virtue, but to ask questions, to give answers, to walk, and the like are not always duties. And the same statement holds good with respect to acts contrary to duty. There is also a class of intermediate duties, such as the duty of boys obeying their masters. LZI. The Stoics also say that the mind is divisible into 8 parts, for that the 5 organs of sensation, and the vocal power, and the intellectual power, which is the mind itself, and the generative power, are all parts of the mind. But by error, there is produced a perversion which operates on the intellect, from which many perturbations arise, and many causes of inconstancy. And all perturbation is itself, according to Zeno, a movement of the mind or superfluous inclination, which is irrational and contrary to nature. Moreover, of the superior class of perturbations, as Hecaton says in the 2nd book of his treatise on the Passions, and as Zeno also says in his work on the Passions, there are 4 kinds: grief, fear, desire, and pleasure. And they consider that these perturbations are judgments, as Chrysippus contends in his work on the Passions. For covetousness is an opinion that money is a beautiful object, and in like manner drunkenness and intemperance and other things of the sort are judgments. And grief they define to be an irrational contraction of the mind, and it is divided into the following species: pity, envy, emulation, jealousy, pain, perturbation, sorrow, anguish, confusion. Pity is a grief over someone on the ground of his being in undeserved distress. Envy is a grief at the good fortune of another. Emulation is a grief at that belonging to someone else, which one desires oneself. Jealousy is a grief at another also having what one has oneself. Pain is a grief which weighs one down. Perturbation is grief which narrows one and causes one to feel in a strait. Sorrow is a grief arising from deliberate thought, which endures for some time and gradually increases. Anguish is a grief with acute pain. Confusion is an irrational grief which frets one and prevents one from clearly discerning present circumstances. But fear is the expectation of evil, and the following feelings are all classed under the head of fear: apprehension, hesitation, shame, perplexity, trepidation, and anxiety. Apprehension is a fear which produces alarm. Shame is a fear of discredit. Hesitation is a fear of coming activity. Perplexity is a fear from the imagination of some unusual thing. Trepidation is a fear accompanied with an oppression of the voice. Anxiety is a fear of some uncertain event. Again, desire is an irrational appetite, to which head the following feelings are referable: want, hatred, contentiousness, anger, love, enmity, rage. Want is a desire arising from our not having something or other, and is, as it were, separated from the thing, but is still stretching and attracted towards it in vain. And hatred is a desire that it should be ill with someone, accompanied with a certain continual increase and extension. Contentiousness is a certain desire accompanied with deliberate choice. Anger is a desire of revenge on a person who appears to have injured one in an unbecoming way. Love is a desire not conversant about a virtuous object, for it is an attempt to conciliate affection because of some beauty which is seen. Enmity is a certain anger of long duration and full of hatred, and it is a watchful passion, as is shown in the following lines. For though we deem the short-lived fury past, 'tis sure the mighty will revenge at last. But rage is anger at its commencement. Again, pleasure is an irrational elation of the mind over something which appears to be desirable, and its different species are enjoyment, rejoicing at evil, delight, and extravagant joy. Enjoyment now is a pleasure which charms the mind through the ears. Rejoicing at evil, letter 1F10 pi iota chi alpha iota rho epsilon kappa iota alpha, is a pleasure which arises at the misfortunes of others. Delight, tau epsilon rho psi iota sigma, that is to say turning, tau rho epsilon psi iota sigma, is a certain turning of the soul, pi rho omicron tau rho omicron pi eta tau iota sigma, psi upsilon chi letter 1F6 sigma, to softness. Extravagant joy is the dissolution of virtue. And as there are said to be some sicknesses, letter 1F00, letter 1Fe4, letter 1Fe5 omega sigma tau eta mu alpha, in the body, as, for instance, gout and arthritic disorders, so too are those diseases of the soul, such as a fondness for glory or for pleasure and other feelings of that sort. For in letter 1F00, letter 1Fe4, letter 1Fe5 omega sigma tau eta mu alpha is a disease accompanied with weakness, and a disease is an opinion of something which appears exceedingly desirable. And, as in the case of the body, there are illnesses to which people are especially liable, such as colds or diarrhea. So also are there propensities which the mind is under the influence of, such as enviousness, pitifulness, quarrelsomeness, and so on. There are also 3 good dispositions of the mind: joy, caution, and will. And joy, they say, is the opposite of pleasure, since it is a rational elation of the mind. So caution is the opposite of fear, being a rational avoidance of anything, for the wise man will never be afraid, but he will act with caution. And will, they define as the opposite of desire, since it is a rational wish. As therefore some things fall under the class of the first perturbations, in the same manner do some things fall under the class of the first good dispositions. And accordingly, under the head of will are classed goodwill, placidity, salutation, affection. And under the head of caution are ranged reverence and modesty. Under the head of joy, we speak of delight, mirth, and good spirits. Elziv, they say also, that the wise man is free from perturbations, because he has no strong propensities. But that this freedom from propensities also exists in the bad man, being, however, then quite another thing, inasmuch as it proceeds in him only from the hardness and unimpressibility of his nature. They also pronounce the wise man free from vanity, since he regards with equal eye what is glorious and what is inglorious. At the same time, they admit that there is another character devoid of vanity, who, however, is only reckoned one of the rash men, being in fact the bad man. They also say that all the virtuous men are austere, because they do never speak with reference to pleasure, nor do they listen to what is said by others with reference to pleasure. At the same time, they call another man austere too, using the term in nearly the same sense as they do when they speak of austere wine, which is used in compounding medicines, but not for drinking. They also pronounce the wise to be honest-hearted men, anxiously attending to those matters which may make them better, by means of some principle which conceals what is bad and brings to light what is good, nor is there any hypocrisy about them, for they cut off all pretense in their voice and appearance. They also keep aloof from business, for they guard carefully against doing anything contrary to their duty. They drink wine, but they do not get drunk, and they never yield to frenzy. Occasionally, extraordinary imaginations may obtain a momentary power over them, owing to some melancholy or trifling, arising not according to the principle of what is desirable, but contrary to nature. Nor, again, will the wise man feel grief, because grief is an irrational contraction of the soul, as Apollodorus defines it in his Ethics. They are also, as they say, godlike, for they have something in them which is as it were a god. But the bad man is an atheist. Now there are 2 kinds of atheists, one who speaks in a spirit of hostility to, and the other who utterly disregards the divine nature. But they admit that all bad men are not atheists in this last sense. The good, on the contrary, are pious, for they have a thorough acquaintance with the laws respecting the gods, and piety is a knowledge of the proper reverence and worship due to the gods. Moreover, they sacrifice to the gods and keep themselves pure, for they avoid all offenses having reference to the gods, and the gods admire them. For they are holy and just in all that concerns the deity. And the wise men are the only priests, for they consider the matters relating to sacrifices and the erection of temples and purifications and all other things which peculiarly concern the gods. They also pronounce that men are bound to honor their parents and their brethren in the second place after the gods. They also say that parental affection for one's children is natural to them and is a feeling which does not exist in bad men. And they lay down the position that all offenses are equal, as Chrysippus argues in the 4th book of his Ethic Questions, and so say Persius and Zeno. For if one thing that is true is not more true than another thing that is true, neither is one thing that is false more false than another thing that is false. So too, one deceit is not greater than another, nor one sin than another. For the man who is 100 furlongs from Canopus, and the man who is only one, are both equally not in Canopus. And so too, he who commits a greater sin, and he who commits a less, are both equally not in the right path. Heraclitus of Tarsus, indeed, the friend of Antipater, of Tarsus, and Athenodorus, both assert that offenses are not equal. Again, the Stoics, as for instance, Chrysippus in the 1st book of his work on Lives, say that the wise man will take a part in the affairs of the state if nothing hinders him. For that he will restrain vice and excite men to virtue. Also, they say that he will marry, as Zeno says, in his Republic and beget children. Moreover, that the wise man will never form mere opinions, that is to say, he will never agree to anything that is false, and that he will become a cynic. For that cynicism is a short path to virtue, as Apollodorus calls it in his Ethics, that he will even eat human flesh if there should be occasion, that he is the only free man, and that the bad are slaves. For that freedom is a power of independent action, but slavery a deprivation of the same. That there is, besides, another slavery which consists in subjection, and a third which consists in possession and subjection, the contrary of which is masterhood, which is likewise bad. And they say that not only are the wise free, but that they are also kings, since kingly power is an irresponsible dominion, which can only exist in the case of the wise man, as Chrysippus says in his treatise on the proper application of his terms made by Zeno. For he says that a ruler ought to give decisions on good and evil, and that none of the wicked understand these things. In the same way, they assert that they are the only people who are fit to be magistrates or judges or orators, and that none of the bad are qualified for these tasks. Moreover, that they are free from all error, in consequence of their not being prone to any wrong actions. Also, that they are unconnected with injury, for that they never injure anyone else, nor themselves. Also, that they are not pitiful, and that they never make allowance for anyone. For that they do not relax the punishments appointed by law, since yielding and pity and mercifulness itself never exist in any of their souls, so as to induce an affectation of kindness in respect of punishment, nor do they ever think any punishment too severe. Again, they say that the wise man never wonders at any of the things which appear extraordinary, as for instance, at the stories about Charon, or the ebbing of the tide, or the springs of hot water, or the bursting forth of flames. But say they further, the wise man will not live in solitude, for he is by nature sociable and practical. Accordingly, he will take exercise for the sake of hardening and invigorating his body. And the wise man will pray, asking good things from the gods, as Posidonius says in the 1st book of his treatise on duties, and Hecaton says the same thing in the 13th book of his treatise on extraordinary things. They also say that friendship exists in the virtuous alone, on account of their resemblance to one another. And they describe friendship itself as a certain communion of the things which concern life, since we use our friends as ourselves. And they assert that a friend is desirable for his own sake, and that a number of friends is a good, and that among the wicked there is no such thing as friendship, and that no wicked man can have a friend. Again, they say that all the foolish are mad, for that they are not prudent, and that madness is equivalent to folly in every one of its actions, but that the wise man does everything properly, just as we say that Ismenias can play every piece of flute music well. Also, they say that everything belongs to the wise man, for that the law has given them perfect and universal power. But some things also are said to belong to the wicked, just in the same manner as some things are said to belong to the unjust, or as a house is said to belong to a city in a different sense from that in which a thing belongs to the person who uses it. LXV. And they say that virtues reciprocally follow one another, and that he who has one has all. For that the precepts of them all are common, as Chrysippus affirms in the first book of his treatise on laws, and Apollodorus in his natural philosophy, according to the ancient system, and Hecaton in the third book of his treatise on virtues. For they say that the man who is endued with virtue is able to consider and also to do what must be done. But what must be done must be chosen, and encountered, and distributed, and awaited, so that if the man does some things by deliberate choice, and some in a spirit of endurance, and some distributively, and some patiently, he is prudent, and courageous, and just, and temperate. And each of the virtues has a particular subject of its own, about which it is conversant, as, for instance, courage is conversant about the things which must be endured. Prudence is conversant about what must be done and what must not, and what is of a neutral or indifferent character. And in like manner, the other virtues are conversant about their own peculiar subjects, and wisdom in counsel and shrewdness follow prudence, and good order and decorum follow temperance, and equality and goodness of judgment follow justice, and constancy and energy follow courage. Another doctrine of the Stoics is that there is nothing intermediate between virtue and vice, while the Peripatetics assert that there is a stage between virtue and vice, being an improvement on vice which has not yet arrived at virtue. For the Stoics say that as a stick must be either straight or crooked, so a man must be either just or unjust, and cannot be more just than just, or more unjust than unjust, and that the same rule applies to all cases. Moreover, Chrysippus is of opinion that virtue can be lost, but Cleanthes affirms that it cannot, the one saying that it can be lost by drunkenness or melancholy, the other maintaining that it cannot be lost on account of the firm perceptions which it implants in men. They also pronounce it a proper object of choice. Accordingly, we are ashamed of actions which we do improperly, while we are aware that what is honorable is the only good. Again, they affirm that it is of itself sufficient for happiness, as Zeno says, and he is followed in this assertion by Chrysippus in the first book of his treatise on virtues, and by Hecaton in the second book of his treatise on goods. For if, says he, magnanimity be sufficient of itself to enable us to act in a manner superior to all other men, and if that is a part of virtue, then virtue is of itself sufficient for happiness, despising all things which seem troublesome to it. However, Parmenides and Posidonius do not admit that virtue has this sufficiency of itself, but say that there is also need of good health, and competency, and strength. And their opinion is that a man exercises virtue in everything, as Cleanthes asserts, for it cannot be lost, and the virtuous man on every occasion exercises his soul, which is in a state of perfection. LXVI. Again, they say that justice exists by nature, and not because of any definition or principle, just as law does, or right reason, as Chrysippus tells us in his treatise on the beautiful, and they think that one ought not to abandon philosophy on account of the different opinions prevailing among philosophers, since on this principle one would wholly quit life, as Posidonius argues in his exhortatory essays. Another doctrine of Chrysippus is that general learning is very useful, and the school in general maintain that there are no obligations of justice binding on us with reference to other animals, on account of their dissimilarity to us, as Chrysippus asserts in the first book of his treatise on justice, and the same opinion is maintained by Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on duty. They say, too, that the wise man will love those young men who, by their outward appearance, show a natural aptitude for virtue. And this opinion is advanced by Zeno in his Republic, and by Chrysippus in the first book of his work on lives, and by Apollodorus in his Ethics. And they describe love as an endeavor to benefit a friend on account of his visible beauty, and that it is an attribute not of acquaintanceship, but of friendship. Accordingly, that Thrasonides, although he had his mistress in his power, abstained from her, because he was hated by her. Love, therefore, according to them, is a part of friendship, as Chrysippus asserts in his essay on love, and it is not blamable. Moreover, beauty is the flower of virtue. And as there are three kinds of lives, the theoretical, the practical, and the logical, they say that the last is the one which ought to be chosen. For that illogical, that is irrational, animal was made by nature on purpose for speculation and action. And they say that a wise man will very rationally take himself out of life, either for the sake of his country or of his friends, or if he be in bitter pain, or under the affliction of mutilation, or incurable disease. And they also teach that women ought to be in common among the wise, so that whoever meets with anyone may enjoy her. And this doctrine is maintained by Zeno in his Republic, and by Chrysippus in his treatise on polity, and by Diogenes the Cynic, and by Plato. And then, say they, we shall love all boys equally after the manner of fathers, and all suspicion on the ground of undue familiarity will be removed. They affirm, too, that the best of political constitutions is a mixed one, combined of democracy, and kingly power, and aristocracy. And they say many things of this sort, and more too, in their ethical dogmas, and they maintain them by suitable explanations and arguments. But this may be enough for us to say of their doctrines on this head by way of summary, and taking them in an elementary manner. Elexvi. They divide natural philosophy into the topics of bodies, and of principles, and of elements, and of gods, and of boundaries, and of place, and of the vacuum. And they make these divisions according to species. But according to genera, they divide them into 3 topics, that of the world, that of the elements, and the third is that which reasons on causes. The topic about the world, they say, is subdivided into 2 parts. For that in one point of view, the mathematicians also have a share in it. And according to it is that they prosecute their investigations into the nature of the fixed stars and the planets. As, for instance, whether the sun is of such a size as he appears to be, and similarly, whether the moon is. And in the same way they investigate the question of spherical motion and others of the same character. The other point of view is that which is reserved exclusively for natural philosophers, according to which it is that the existence and substance of things are examined. For instance, whether the sun and the stars consist of matter and form, and whether the sun is born or not born, whether it is living or lifeless, corruptible or incorruptible, whether it is regulated by providence, and other questions of this kind. The topic which examines into causes, they say, is also divisible into 2 parts, and with reference to one of its considerations, the investigations of physicians partake of it, according to which it is that they investigate the dominant principle of the soul, and the things which exist in the soul, and seeds, and things of this kind. And its other division is claimed as belonging to them also by the mathematicians, as, for instance, how we see what is the cause of our appearance being reflected in a mirror, how clouds are collected, how thunder is produced, and the rainbow, and the halo, and comets, and things of that kind. Lxvi, they think that there are 2 general principles in the universe, the active and the passive, that the passive is matter, an existence without any distinctive quality, that the active is the reason which exists in the passive, that is to say, God. For that he, being eternal and existing throughout all matter, makes everything. And Zeno, the Sicyonian, lays down this doctrine in his treatise on essence, and so does clean this in his essay on atoms. Chrysippus in the first book of his Investigations in Natural Philosophy, towards the end, Archytas in his work on elements, and Posidonius in the second book of his treatise on natural philosophy. But they say that principles and elements differ from one another. For that the one had no generation or beginning, and will have no end, but that the elements may be destroyed by the operation of fire. Also, that the elements are bodies, but principles have no bodies and no forms, and elements too have forms. Now a body, says Apollodorus in his Natural Philosophy, is extended in a 3-fold manner, in length, in breadth, in depth, and then it is called a solid body. And the superficies is the limit of the body having length and breadth alone, but not depth. But Posidonius, in the 3rd book of his Heavenly Phenomena, will not allow a superficies either any substantial reality or any intelligible existence. A line is the limit of a superficies, or length without breadth, or something which has nothing but length. A point is the boundary of a line, and is the smallest of all symbols. They also teach that God is unity, and that he is called mind and fate, and Jupiter, and by many other names besides. And that, as he was in the beginning by himself, he turned into water the whole substance which pervaded the air. And as the seed is contained in the produce, so too, he being the seminal principle of the world, remained behind in moisture, making matter fit to be employed by himself in the production of those things which were to come after. And then, first of all, he made the 4 elements: fire, water, air, and earth. And Zeno speaks of these in his treatise on the universe, and so does Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics, and so does Archytas in some treatise on the elements. L6. Now an element is that out of which at first all things which are produced, and into which all things are resolved at last. And the 4 elements are all equally in essence without any distinctive quality, namely matter. But fire is the hot, water the moist, air the cold, and earth the dry, though this last quality is also common to the air. The fire is the highest, and that is called ether, in which first of all the sphere was generated in which the fixed stars are set, then that in which the planets revolve. After that the air, then the water, and the sediment as it were of all is the earth, which is placed in the center of the rest. LXX. They also speak of the world in a threefold sense, at one time meaning God himself, whom they call a being of a certain quality, having for his peculiar manifestation universal substance, a being imperishable, and who never had any generation, being the maker of the arrangement and order that we see, and who, after certain periods of time, absorbs all substance in himself, and then reproduces it from himself. And this arrangement of the stars they call the world, and so the third sense is one composed of both the preceding ones. And the world is a thing which is peculiarly of such and such a quality consisting of universal substance, as Posidonius affirms in his meteorological elements, being a system compounded of heaven and earth, and all the creatures which exist in them. Or it may be called a system compounded of gods and men, and of the things created on their account. And the heaven is the most remote circumference of the world, in which all the divine nature is situated. Again, the world is inhabited and regulated according to intellect and providence, as Chrysippus says, in his works on providence, and Posidonius in the 13th book of his treatise on gods, since mind penetrates into every part of the world, just as the soul pervades us, but it is in a greater degree in some parts, and in a less degree in others. For instance, it penetrates as a habit, as, for instance, into the bones and sinews, and into some it penetrates as the mind does, for instance, into the dominant principle. And thus the whole world, being a living thing, endowed with a soul and with reason, has the ether as its dominant principle, as Antipater of Tyre says in the 8th book of his treatise on the world. But Chrysippus, in the first book of his essay on providence, and Posidonius in his treatise on gods, say that the heaven is the dominant principle of the world, and Cleanthes attributes this to the sun. Chrysippus, however, on this point contradicts himself, for he says in another place that the most subtle portion of the ether, which is also called by the Stoics the first god, is what is infused in a sensible manner into all the beings which are in the air, and through every animal and every plant, and through the earth itself according to a certain habit, and that it is this which communicates to them the faculty of feeling. They say, too, that the world is one and also finite, having a spherical form. For that such a shape is the most convenient for motion, as Posidonius says, in the 15th book of his discussions on natural philosophy, and so says Antipater also in his essay on the world. And on the outside there is diffused around it a boundless vacuum, which is incorporeal. And it is incorporeal inasmuch as it is capable of being contained by bodies, but is not so. And that there is no such thing as a vacuum in the world, but that it is all closely united and compact. For that this condition is necessarily brought about by the concord and harmony which exist between the heavenly bodies and those of the earth. And Chrysippus mentions a vacuum in his essay on a vacuum, and also in the first book of his treatise on the physical arts, and so does Apollophanes in his natural philosophy, and so does Apollodorus, and so does Posidonius in the second book of his discourses on natural philosophy. And they say that these things are all incorporeal and all alike. Moreover, that time is incorporeal, since it is an interval of the motion of the world. And that of time, the past and the future are both illimitable, but the present is limited. And they assert that the world is perishable, inasmuch as it was produced by reason, and is one of the things which are perceptible by the senses, and whatever has its parts perishable must also be perishable in the whole. And the parts of the world are perishable, for they change into one another. Therefore, the whole world is perishable. And again, if anything admits of a change for the worse, it is perishable. Therefore, the world is perishable, for it can be dried up, and it can be covered with water. Now the world was created when its substance was changed from fire to moisture by the action of the air, and then its denser parts coagulated, and so the earth was made, and the thinner portions were evaporated and became air, and this being rarefied more and more, produced fire. And then, by the combination of all these elements, were produced plants and animals and other kinds of things. Now Zeno speaks of the creation and of the destruction of the world in his treatise on the universe, and so does Cleanthes, and so does Antipater in the 10th book of his treatise on the world. But Parmenides asserts that the world is imperishable. Again, that the world is an animal, and that it is endued with reason, and life and intellect is affirmed by Chrysippus in the 1st volume of his treatise on Providence, and by Apollodorus in his Natural Philosophy, and by Posidonius, and that it is an animal in this sense, as being an essence endued with life and with sensation. For that which is an animal is better than that which is not an animal. But nothing is better than the world, therefore the world is an animal. And it is endued with life, as is plain from the fact of our own soul being, as it were a fragment broken off from it. But Boethus denies that the world is an animal. Again, that the world is one, is affirmed by Zeno in his treatise on the universe, and by Chrysippus and by Apollodorus in his Natural Philosophy, and by Posidonius in the 1st book of his discourses on natural philosophy. And by the term, the universe, according to Apollodorus, is understood both the world itself, and also the whole of the world itself, and of the exterior vacuum taken together. The world, then, is finite, and the vacuum infinite. LXXI. Of the stars, those which are fixed are only moved in connection with the movements of the entire heaven, but the planets move according to their own peculiar and separate motions. And the sun takes an oblique path through the circle of the zodiac, and in the same manner also does the moon, which is of a winding form. And the sun is pure fire, as Posidonius asserts in the 7th book of his treatise on the heavenly bodies, and it is larger than the earth, as the same author informs us in the 16th book of his disclosures on natural philosophy. Also it is spherical, as he says in another place, being made on the same principle as the world is. Therefore it is fire, because it performs all the functions of fire. And it is larger than the earth, as is proved by the fact of the whole earth being illuminated by it, and also the whole heaven. Also the fact of the earth throwing a conical shadow proves that the sun is greater than it, and the sun is seen in every part because of its magnitude. But the moon is of a more earthy nature than the sun, inasmuch as it is nearer the earth. Moreover, they say that all these fiery bodies and all the other stars receive nutriment, the sun from the vast sea being a sort of intellectual appendage, and the moon from the fresh waters being mingled with the air and also near the earth, as Posidonius explains it in the 6th book of his discourses on natural philosophy. And all the other stars derive their nourishment from the earth. They also consider that the stars are of a spherical figure, and that the earth is immovable. And that the moon has not a light of her own, but that she borrows it from the sun. And that the sun is eclipsed when the moon runs in front of it on the side towards us, as Zeno describes in his work on the universe, for when it comes across it in its passage, it conceals it, and again it reveals it. And this is a phenomenon easily seen in a basin of water. And the moon is eclipsed when it comes below the shadow of the earth, on which account this never happens, except at the time of the full moon. And although it is diametrically opposite to the sun every month, still it is not eclipsed every month, because when its motions are obliquely towards the sun, it does not find itself in the same place as the sun, being either a little more to the north or a little more to the south. When therefore it is found in the same place with the sun, and with the other intermediate objects, then it takes as it were the diameter of the sun, and is eclipsed. And its place is along the line which runs between the crab and the scorpion, and the ram and the bull, as Posidonius tells us. LXA. They also say that God is an animal immortal, rational, perfect, and intellectual in his happiness, unsusceptible of any kind of evil, having a foreknowledge of the world and of all that is in the world, however, that he has not the figure of a man, and that he is the creator of the universe, and as it were, the father of all things in common, and that a portion of him pervades everything, which is called by different names, according to its powers. For they call him delta iota alpha as being the person, delta iota, letter 1F43 nu, everything is, and zeta letter 1FC6 nu alpha, inasmuch as he is the cause of life. Tau omicron letter 1Fe6 zeta letter 1FC6 nu, or because he pervades life. And letter 1F00 theta eta nu letter 1FB6, with reference to the extension of his dominant power over the ether, epsilon letter 1F30, sigma alpha letter 1F30, theta epsilon rho alpha. And letter 1F25 rho alpha, on account of his extension through the air, epsilon letter 1F30, sigma letter 1F00 epsilon rho alpha. And letter 1F25 phi alpha iota sigma tau omicron sigma, on account of his pervading fire, which is the chief instrument of art, and pi omicron sigma epsilon iota delta letter 1FF6 nu, as pervading moisture, and delta eta mu eta tau eta rho, as pervading the earth, gamma letter 1FC6. And in the same way, regarding some other of his peculiar attributes, they have given him other names. The substance of God is asserted by Zeno to be the universal world and the heaven, and Chrysippus agrees with this doctrine in his 11th book on the gods, and so also does Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on the same subject. Antipater, in the 7th book of his treatise on the world, says that his substance is aerial, and Boethus, in his treatise on nature, calls the substance of God the sphere of the fixed stars. Alexei, and his nature they define to be that which keeps the world together, and sometimes that which produces the things upon the earth. And nature is a habit which derives its movements from itself, perfecting and holding together all that arises out of it, according to the principles of production, in certain definite periods, and doing the same as the things from which it is separated. And it has for its object suitableness and pleasure, as is plain from its having created man. Alexiv, but Chrysippus in his treatise on fate, and Posidonius in the 2nd book of his work on fate, and Zeno and Boethus in the 11th book of his treatise on fate, say that all things are produced by fate. And fate, epsilon letter 1F31 mu alpha rho mu epsilon nu eta, is a connected epsilon letter 1F30 rho omicron mu epsilon nu eta, cause of existing things, or the reason according to which the world is regulated. LXXV. They also say that divination has a universal existence, since providence has, and they define it as an act on account of certain results, as Zeno and Chrysippus, in the 2nd book of his treatise on divination, and Athenodorus and Posidonius, in the 12th book of his discourses on natural philosophy, and in the 5th book of his treatise on divination, all agree in saying, for Parmenides denies that it has any certain foundation. LXXVI, and they say that the substance of all existing things is primary matter, as Chrysippus asserts in the 1st book of his Physics, and Zeno says the same. Now matter is that from which anything whatever is produced, and it is called by a twofold appellation, essence and matter, the one as relating to all things taken together, and the other to things in particular and separate. The one which relates to all things taken together never becomes either greater or less, but the one relating to things in particular does become greater or less, as the case may be. LXXVI. Body is, according to them, a substance and finite, as Antipater says in the 2nd book of his treatise on substance, and Apollodorus in his Natural Philosophy agrees with him. It is also subject to change, as we learn from the same author. For if it were immutable, then the things which have been produced out of it would not have been produced, on which account he also says that it is infinitely divisible. But Chrysippus denies that it is infinite, for that nothing is infinite which is divisible at all. LXXVI. He admits, however, that it is infinitely divisible, and that its concretions take place over the whole of it, as he explains in the 3rd book of his Physics, and not according to any circumference or juxtaposition. For a little wine when thrown into the sea will keep its distinctness for a brief period, but after that will be lost. LX6. They also say that there are some demons who have a sympathy with mankind, being surveyors of all human affairs, and that there are heroes, which are the souls of virtuous men, which have left their bodies. LXXX. Of the things which take place in the air, they say that winter is the effect of the air above the earth being cooled, on account of the retirement of the sun to a greater distance than before. That spring is a good temperature of the air, according to the sun's approach towards us. That summer is the effect of the air above the earth being warmed by the approach of the sun towards the north. That autumn is caused by the retreat of the sun from us to those places from which they flow. LXXXI. And the cause of the production of the winds is the sun, which evaporates the clouds. Moreover, the rainbow is the reflection of the sun's rays from the moist clouds, or, as Posidonius explains it in his Meteorology, a manifestation of a section of the sun or moon in a cloud suffused with dew, being hollow and continuous to the sight, so that it is reflected as in a mirror under the appearance of a circle. And that comets and bearded stars and meteors are fires which have an existence when the density of the air is borne upwards to the regions of the ether. That a ray of light is a kindling of sudden fire, borne through the air with great rapidity and displaying an appearance of length. That rain proceeds from the clouds, being a transformation of them into water. Whenever the moisture which is caught up from the earth or from the sea by the sun is not able to be otherwise disposed of, for when it is solidified, it is then called hoar-frost. And hail is a cloud congealed and subsequently dispersed by the wind. Snow is moisture from a congealed cloud, as Posidonius tells us in the 8th book of his discourse on natural philosophy. Lightning is a kindling of the clouds from their being rubbed together, or else broken asunder by the wind, as Zeno tells us in his treatise on the universe. And thunder is the noise made by them on the occasion of their being rubbed together or broken asunder. And the thunderbolt is a sudden kindling which falls with great violence on the earth, from the clouds being rubbed together or broken asunder, or, as others say, it is a conversion of fiery air violently brought down to the earth. A typhon is a vast thunderbolt, violent and full of wind, or a smoky breath of a cloud broken asunder. A pyro eta sigma tau letter 1f74 sigma is a cloud rent by fire, with wind, into the hollows of the earth, or when the wind is pent up in the earth, as Posidonius says in his 8th book, and that some of them are shakings, others rendings, others emissions of fire, and others instances of violent fermentation. LXXA. They also think that the general arrangement of the world is in this fashion, that the earth is in the middle, occupying the place of the center, next to which comes the water, of a spherical form, and having the same center as the earth, so that the earth is in the water, and next to the water comes the air, which has also a spherical form. LXXZI, and that there are 5 circles in the heaven, of which the first is the Arctic circle, which is always visible. The second is the tropical summer circle, the third is the equinoctial circle, the fourth the winter tropical circle, and the fifth the Antarctic, which is not visible. And they are called parallel because they do not incline to one another, they are drawn however around the same center. But the zodiac is oblique, cutting the parallel circles. There are also 5 zones on the earth. The first is the northern one, placed under the Arctic circle, uninhabitable by reason of the cold. The second is temperate. The third is uninhabitable because of the heat and is called the torrid zone. The fourth is a temperate zone on the other side of the torrid zone. The fifth is the southern zone, being also uninhabitable by reason of the cold. LXXIV. Another of their doctrines is that nature is an artificial fire tending by a regular road to production, which is a fiery kind of breath proceeding according to art. Also, that the soul is sensible, and that it is a spirit which is born with us. Consequently, it is a body and continues to exist after death, that nevertheless it is perishable. But that the soul of the universe is imperishable, and that the souls which exist in animals are only parts of that of the universe. But Zeno, the Sicynian, and Antipater, in their treatise concerning the soul, and Posidonius also, all say that the soul is a warm spirit, for that by it we have our breath, and by it we are moved. Cleans, accordingly, asserts that all souls continue to exist till they are burnt up, but Chrysippus says that it is only the souls of the wise that endure. And they further teach that there are 8 parts of the soul, the 5 senses, and the generative faculties and voice and reason. And we see because of a body of luminous air which extends from the organ of sight to the object in a conical form, as it is asserted by Chrysippus in the 2nd book of his Natural Philosophy, and also by Apollodorus. And the apex of this cone is close to the eye, and its base is formed by the object which is seen, so that that which is seen is as it were reported to the eye by this continuous cone of air extended towards it like a staff. In the same way, We hear because the air between the speaker and the hearer is struck in a spherical manner, and is then agitated in waves, resembling the circular eddies which one sees in a cistern when a stone is dropped into it. Sleep, they say, is produced by a relaxation of the aesthetic energies with reference to the dominant part of the soul. And the causes of the passions they explain to be the motions and conversions which take place in connection with this spirit or soul. LXXXV. Seed, they define as a thing of a nature capable of producing other things of the same nature as the thing from which it has been separated. And the seed of man, which man emits, is, together with moisture, mixed up with the parts of the soul by that kind of mixture which corresponds to the capacity of the parents. And Chrysippus says, in the second book of his Natural Philosophy, that it is a spirit according to substance, as is manifest from the seeds which are planted in the earth, and which, if they are old, do not germinate, because all their virtue has evaporated. And Sphaerus says, that seed proceeds from the entire body, and that is how it is that it produces all the parts of the body. They also say that the seed of the female is unproductive, for, as Sphaerus says, it is devoid of tone, and small in quantity and watery. LXXXVI. They also say that is the dominant part of the soul which is its most excellent part, in which the imaginations and the desires are formed, and whence reason proceeds. And this place is in the heart. These, then, are the doctrines on the subject of natural philosophy entertained by them, which it seems sufficient for us to detail, having regard to the due proportions of this book. And the following are the points in which some of them disagreed with the rest. Life of Ariston. Ariston the Bald, a native of Chios, surnamed the Siren, said that the chief good was to live in perfect indifference to all those things which are of an intermediate character between virtue and vice, making not the slightest difference between them, but regarding them all on a footing of equality. For that the wise man resembles a good actor, who, whether he is filling the part of Agamemnon or Thersites, will perform them both equally well. Roman 2, and he discarded altogether the topic of physics and of logic, saying that the one was above us and that the other had nothing to do with us, and that the only branch of philosophy with which we had any real concern was ethics. Roman 3, he also said that dialectic reasonings were like cobwebs, which, although they seem to be put together on principles of art, are utterly useless. Roman 4, and he did not introduce many virtues into his scheme, as Zeno did, nor one virtue under a great many names, as the megaric philosophers did, but defined virtue as consisting in behaving in a certain manner with reference to a certain thing. And as he philosophized in this manner, and carried on his discussions in the Cynosarges, he got so much influence as to be called a founder of a sect. Accordingly, Miltiades and Diphilus were called Aristonians. Roman 6, he was a man of very persuasive eloquence, and one who could adapt himself well to the humors of a multitude, on which account Timon says of him, and one who, from Ariston's wily race, traced his descent. Diogenes, the Magnesian, tells us that Ariston, having fallen in with Polemo, passed over to his school, at a time when Zeno was lying ill with a long sickness. The Stoic doctrine to which he was most attached was the one that the wise man is never guided by opinions. But Perseus argued against this, and caused one of two twin brothers to place a deposit in his hands, and then caused the other to reclaim it. And thus he convicted him, as he was in doubt on this point, and therefore forced to act on opinion. He was a great enemy of Arcesilaus, and once, seeing a bull of a monstrous conformation, having a womb, he said, "Alas, here is an argument for Arcesilaus against the evidence of his senses." On another occasion, when a philosopher of the Academy said that he did not comprehend anything, he said to him, "Do not you even see the man who is sitting next to you?" And as he said that he did not, he said, "Who then has blinded you, who's been so harsh, as thus to rob you of your beaming eyes?" Roman 7. The following works are attributed to him: 2 books of exhortatory discourses, dialogues on the doctrines of Zeno, 6 books of conversations, 7 books of discussions on wisdom, conversations on love, commentaries on vainglory, 25 books of reminiscences, 3 books of memorabilia, 11 books of apophthegms, a volume against the orators, a volume against the rescripts of Alexinus, 3 treatises against the dialecticians, 4 books of letters to Cleanthes. But Parmenides and Socrates say that his only genuine writings are his letters, and that all the rest are the works of Ariston, the peripatetic. Roman 8, it is said that he, being bald, got a stroke of the sun, and so died. And we have written a jesting epigram on him in Skazon Iambics, in the following terms. Why, O Ariston, being old and bald, did you allow the sun to roast your crown? Thus, in an unbecoming search for warmth, against your will, you found out chilly hell. Roman 9, there was also another man of the name of Ariston, a native of Julii, one of the peripatetic school, and another who was an Athenian musician, a fourth who was a tragic poet, a fifth, a native of Elea, who wrote a treatise on the oratorical art. A sixth was a peripatetic philosopher of Alexandria. Life of Heraclitus. Heraclitus, a native of Carthage, said that the chief good was knowledge. That is to say, the always conducting one's self in such a way as to refer everything to the principle of living according to knowledge, and not been misled by ignorance. He also said that knowledge was a habit not departing from reason in the reception of perceptions. On one occasion, he said that there was no such thing as a chief good, but that circumstances and events changed it, just as the same piece of brass might become a statue either of Alexander or of Socrates. And that besides the chief good or end, tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, there was a subordinate end, letter 1f51 pi omicron tau epsilon lambda iota sigma, different from it, and that those who were not wise aimed at the latter, but that only the wise man directed his views to the former. And all the things between virtue and vice he pronounced indifferent. Roman 2. His books contain but few lines, but they are full of power and contain arguments in opposition to Zeno. Roman 3. It is said that when he was a boy, many people were attached to him, and as Zeno wished to drive them away, he persuaded him to have his head shaved, which disgusted them all. Roman 4. His books are these: one on exercise, one on the passions, one on opinion, the lawgiver, the skillful midwife, the contradictory teacher, the preparer, the director, the Mercury, the Medea, a book of dialogues, a book of ethical propositions. Life of Dionysius. Dionysius, the deserter, as he was called, asserted that pleasure was the chief good, from the circumstance of his being afflicted with a complaint in his eyes. For, as he suffered severely, he could not pronounce pain a thing indifferent. Roman 2, he was the son of Theophantus and a native of Heraclea. Roman 3, he was a pupil, as we are told by Diogenes, first of all of Heraclides, his fellow citizen, after that of Alexinus and Menedemus, and last of all of Zeno. And at first, as he was very devoted to learning, he tried his hand at all kinds of poetry. Afterwards, he attached himself to Aratus, whom he took for his model. Having left Zeno, he turned to the Cyrenaics and became a frequenter of brothels, and in other respects indulged in luxury without disguise. Roman 4, when he had lived near 80 years, he died of starvation. The following books are attributed to him: 2 books on apathy, 2 on exercise, 4 on pleasure, 1 on riches and favors and revenge, 1 on the use of men, 1 on good fortune, 1 on ancient kings, 1 on things which are praised, 1 on barbarian customs. These now are the chief men who differed from the Stoics, but the man who succeeded Zeno in his school was Cleanthes, whom we must now speak of. Life of Cleanthes. Cleanthes was a native of Assos and the son of Phanias. He was originally a boxer, as we learn from Antisthenes in his Successions, and he came to Athens, having but 4 drachmas, as some people say, and attaching himself to Zeno, he devoted himself to philosophy in a most noble manner, and he adhered to the same doctrines as his master. Roman 2. He was especially eminent for his industry, so that as he was a very poor man, he was forced to undertake mercenary employments, and he used to draw water in the gardens by night, and by day he used to exercise himself in philosophical discussions, on which account he was called Philolaus. They also say that he was on one occasion brought before a court of justice, to be compelled to give an account what his sources of income were from which he maintained himself in such good condition, and that then he was acquitted, having produced as his witness the gardener in whose garden he drew the water, and a woman who was a mealseller, in whose establishment he used to prepare the meal. And the judges of the Areopagus admired him, and voted that 10 minae should be given to him, but Zeno forbade him to accept them. They also say that Antigonus presented him 3,000 drachmas, and once, when he was conducting some young men to some spectacle, it happened that the wind blew away his cloak, and it was then seen that he had nothing on under it, on which he was greatly applauded by the Athenians, according to the account given by Demetrius, the Magnesian, in his essay on people of the same name. And he was greatly admired by them on account of this circumstance. They also say that Antigonus, who was a pupil of his, once asked him why he drew water, and that he made answer, "Do I do nothing beyond drawing water? Do I not also dig, and do I not water the land, and do all sorts of things for the sake of philosophy?" For Zeno used to accustom him to this, and used to require him to bring him an obol by way of tribute. And once he brought one of the pieces of money which he had collected in this way, into the middle of a company of his acquaintances, and said, "Cleanness could maintain even another cleanness if he were to choose, but others who have plenty of means to support themselves seek for necessaries from others, although they only study philosophy in a very lazy manner." And, in reference to these habits of his, Cleanness was called a second Heracles. Roman 3, he was then very industrious, but he was not well endowed by nature and was very slow in his intellect, on which account Timon says of him, "What stately ram thus measures o'er the ground, and master of the flock surveys them round? What citizen of Assos, dull and cold, fond of long words, a mouthpiece, but not bold?" And when he was ridiculed by his fellow pupils, he used to bear it patiently. Roman 4, he did not even object to the name when he was called an ass, but only said that he was the only animal able to bear the burdens which Zeno put upon him. And once, when he was reproached as a coward, he said, "That is the reason why I make but few mistakes." He used to say, in justification of his preference of his own way of life to that of the rich, that while they were playing at ball, he was earning money by digging hard and barren ground. And he very often used to blame himself. And once Ariston heard him doing so and said, "Who is it that you are reproaching?" And he replied, "An old man who has gray hair but no brains." When someone once said to him that Philolaus did not do what he ought, desist, he replied, "And do not blame him, for if he destroys duty as far as his words go, at all events he establishes it by his actions." Philolaus once said to him, "I never listen to flatterers." "Yes," rejoined Cleanthes, "I flatter you when I say that though you say one thing, you do another." When someone once asked him what lesson he ought to inculcate on his son, he replied, "The warning of Electra. Silence, silence, gently step." When a Lacedaemonian once said in his hearing that labor was a good thing, he was delighted and addressed him. "O early worth, a soul so wise and young proclaims you from the sage Lycurgus sprung." Hecaton tells us in his Apophthegms that once when a young man said, "If a man who beats his stomach gamma alpha sigma tau oda zeta epsilon iota, then a man who slaps his thigh mu eta rho oda zeta epsilon iota," he replied, "Do you stick to your delta iota alpha mu eta rho oda zeta epsilon iota?" But analogous words do not always indicate analogous facts. Once when he was conversing with a youth, he asked him if he felt, and as he said that he did, "Why is it then," said Cleanthes, "that I do not feel that you feel?" When Sisythius, the poet, said in the theatre where he was present, "Men whom the folly of Cleanthes urges," he continued in the same attitude, at which the hearers were surprised and applauded him, but drove Sisythius away. And when he expressed his sorrow for having abused him in this manner, he answered him gently, saying that it would be a preposterous thing for Bacchus and Hercules to bear being ridiculed by the poets without any expression of anger, and for him to be indignant at any chance attack. He used also to say that the Peripatetics were in the same condition as liars, which though they utter sweet notes, do not hear themselves. And it is said that when he asserted that on the principles of Zeno one could judge of a man's character by his looks, some witty young men brought him a profligate fellow, having a hardy look from continual exercise in the fields, and requested him to tell them his moral character. And he, having hesitated a little, bade the man depart, and as he departed he sneezed, "I have the fellow now," said Cleanthes, "he is a debauchee." He said once to a man who was conversing with him by himself, "You are not talking to a bad man." And when someone reproached him with his old age, he rejoined, "I too wish to depart, but when I perceive myself to be in good health in every respect, and to be able to recite and read, I am content to remain." They say, too, that he used to write down all that he heard from Zeno on oyster shells, and on the shoulder blades of oxen, from want of money to buy paper with. And though he was of this character, and in such circumstances he became so eminent that, though Zeno had many other disciples of high reputation, he succeeded him as the president of his school. Romans 6, and he left behind him some excellent books, which are these: 1 on time, 2 on Zeno's system of natural philosophy, 4 books of the explanations of Heraclitus, 1 on sensation, 1 on art, 1 addressed to Democritus, 1 to Aristarchus, 1 to Heraclitus, 2 on desire, 1 entitled archaeology, 1 on the gods, 1 on the giants, 1 on marriage, 1 on poets, 3 on duty, 1 on good counsel, 1 on favor, 1 called exhortatory, 1 on virtues, 1 on natural ability, 1 on gorgippus, 1 on enviousness, 1 on love, 1 on freedom, 1 called the art of love, 1 on honor, 1 on glory the statesman, 1 on counsel, 1 on laws, 1 on deciding as a judge, 1 on the way of life, 3 on reason, 1 on the chief good, 1 on the beautiful, 1 on actions, 1 on knowledge, 1 on kingly power, 1 on friendship, 1 on banquets, 1 on the principle that virtue is the same in man and woman, 1 on the wise man employing sophisms, 1 on apophthegms, 2 books of conversations, 1 on pleasure, 1 on properties, 1 on doubtful things, 1 on dialectics, 1 on modes, 1 on categorums. Romans 7, these are his writings. And he died in the following manner. His gums swelled very much, and at the command of his physicians he abstained from food for 2 days, and he got so well that his physicians allowed him to return to all his former habits. But he refused, and saying that he had now already gone part of the way, he abstained from food for the future, and so died, being, as some report, 80 years old, and having been a pupil of Zeno 19 years. And we have written a playful epigram on him also, which runs thus: I praise Cleanthes, but praise Pluto more, who could not bear to see him grown so old, so gave him rest at last among the dead, who'd drawn such loads of water while alive. Life of Spherus. Spherus, a native of the Bosphorus, was, as we have said before, a pupil of Cleanthes after the death of Zeno. Roman 2. And when he made a considerable advance in philosophy, he went to Alexandria, to the court of Ptolemy Philopater. And once, when there was a discussion concerning the question whether a wise man would allow himself to be guided by opinion, and when Spherus affirmed that he would not, the king, wishing to refute him, ordered some pomegranates of wax to be set before him. And when Spherus was deceived by them, the king shouted that he had given his assent to a false perception. But Spherus answered very neatly that he had not given his assent to the fact that they were pomegranates, but to the fact that it was probable that they might be pomegranates, and that a perception which could be comprehended differed from one that was only probable. Once, when Nesistratus accused him of denying that Ptolemy was a king, he said to him, that Ptolemy was a man with such and such qualities, and a king. Roman 3, he wrote the following books: 2 on the world, 1 on the elements of seed, 1 on fortune, 1 on the smallest things, 1 on atoms and phantoms, 1 on the senses, 5 conversations about Heraclitus, 1 on ethical arrangement, 1 on duty, 1 on appetite, 2 on the passions, 1 on kingly power, on the Lacedaemonian constitution, 3 on Lycurgus and Socrates, 1 on law, 1 on divination, 1 volume of dialogues on love, 1 on the Eretrian philosophers, 1 on things similar, 1 on terms, 1 on habits, 3 on contradictions, 1 on reason, 1 on riches, 1 on glory, 1 on death, 2 on the art of dialectics, 1 on categorums, 1 on ambiguity, and a volume of letters. Life of Chrysippus. Chrysippus was the son of Apollonius, and a native of either Soli or Tarsus, as Alexander tells us in his Successions, and he was a pupil of Cleanthes. Previously he used to practice running as a public runner, then he became a pupil of Zeno or of Cleanthes, as Diogenes and the generality of authors say, and while he was still living he abandoned him and became a very eminent philosopher. Roman 2. He was a man of great natural ability and of great acuteness in every way, so that in many points he dissented from Zeno and also from Cleanthes, to whom he often used to say that he only wanted to be instructed in the dogmas of the school, and that he would discover the demonstrations for himself. But whenever he opposed him with any vehemence, he always repented, so that he used frequently to say, in most respects I am a happy man, excepting where Cleanthes is concerned, for in that matter I am far from fortunate. And he had such a high reputation as a dialectician that most people thought that if there were such a science as dialectics among the gods, it would be in no respect different from that of Chrysippus. But though he was so eminently able in matter, he was not perfect in style. Roman 3. He was industrious beyond all other men, as is plain from his writings, for he wrote more than 705 books. And he often wrote several books on the same subject, wishing to put down everything that occurred to him, and constantly correcting his previous assertions and using a great abundance of testimonies. So that, as in one of his writings he had quoted very nearly the whole of the Medea of Euripides, and someone had his book in his hands. This latter, when he was asked what he had got there, made answer, the Medea of Chrysippus. And Apollodorus, the Athenian, in his collection of dogmas, wishing to assert that what Epicurus had written out of his own head, and without any quotations to support his arguments, was a great deal more than all the books of Chrysippus, speaks thus, I give his exact words. For if anyone were to take away from the books of Chrysippus all the passages which he quotes from other authors, his paper would be left empty. These are the words of Apollodorus, but the old woman who lived with him, as Diogenes reports, used to say that he wrote 500 lines every day. And Hecaton says that he first applied himself to philosophy when his patrimony had been confiscated and seized for the royal treasury. Roman 4. He was slight in person, as is plain from his statue which is in the Ceramicus, which is nearly hidden by the equestrian statue near it. In reference to which circumstance, Parmenides called him Chrysippus. He was once reproached by someone for not attending the lectures of Ariston, who was drawing a great crowd after him at the time, and he replied, If I had attended to the multitude, I should not have been a philosopher. And once, when he saw a dialectician pressing hard on Cleanthes, and proposing sophistical fallacies to him, he said, Cease to drag that old man from more important business, and propose these questions to us who are young. At another time, when someone wishing to ask him something privately, was addressing him quietly, but when he saw a multitude approaching, began to speak more energetically, he said to him, Alas, my brother, now your eye is troubled, you were quite sane just now, and yet how quickly have you succumbed to frenzy. And at drinking parties he used to behave quietly, moving his legs about however, so that a female slave once said, It is only the legs of Chrysippus that are drunk. And he had so high an opinion of himself, that once, when a man asked him, To whom shall I entrust my son? He said, To me, for if I thought that there was anyone better than myself, I would have gone to him to teach me philosophy. In reference to which anecdote they report that people used to say of him, He has indeed a clear and subtle head, the rest are forms of empty ether made. And also, for if Chrysippus had not lived and taught, the Stoic school would surely have been naught. Romans 6. But at last, when Arcesilaus and Lacydes, as Socian records in his 8th book, came to the academy, he joined them in the study of philosophy, from which circumstance he got the habit of arguing for and against a custom, and discussed magnitudes and quantities, following the system of the academics. Romans 7. Hermippus relates that one day, when he was teaching in the Odeum, he was invited to a sacrifice by his pupils, and that drinking some sweet unmixed wine, he was seized with giddiness, and departed this life 5 days afterwards, when he had lived 73 years, dying in the 143rd Olympiad, as Apollodorus says in his chronicles, and we have written an epigram on him. Chrysippus drank with open mouth some wine, then became giddy, and so quickly died. Too little recked he of the porch's weal, or of his country, or of his own dear life, and so descended to the realms of hell. But some people say that he died of a fit of immoderate laughter. For that seeing his ass eating figs, he told his old woman to give the ass some unmixed wine to drink afterwards, and then laughed so violently that he died. Roman 8. He appears to have been a man of exceeding arrogance. Accordingly, though he wrote such numbers of books, he never dedicated one of them to any sovereign. And he was contented with one single old woman, as Demetrius tells us, in his people of the same name. And when Ptolemy wrote to Cleanthes, begging him either to come to him himself or to send him someone, Spherus went to him, but Chrysippus slighted the invitation. Roman 9. However, he sent for the sons of his sister, Aristocrian and Philocrates, and educated them. And he was the first person who ventured to hold a school in the open air in the Lyceum, as the before-mentioned Demetrius relates. There was also another Chrysippus, a native of Cnidos, a physician from whom Erasistratus testifies that he received great benefit, and another also who was a son of his, and the physician of Ptolemy, who, having had a false accusation brought against him, was apprehended and punished by being scourged. There was also a fourth who was a pupil of Erasistratus, and a fifth was an author of a work called Eudoxus. Zeno, this philosopher, used to delight in proposing questions of this sort. The person who reveals the mysteries to the uninitiated commits a sin. The Hierophant reveals them to the uninitiated. Therefore the Hierophant commits sin? Another was, that which is not in the city is also not in the house. But a well is not in the city, therefore there is not a well in the house. Another was, there is a certain head. That head you have not got. There is then a head that you have not got, therefore you have not got a head. Again, if a man is in Megara, he is not in Athens. But there is a man in Megara, therefore there is not a man in Athens. Again, if you say anything, what you say comes out of your mouth, but you say a wagon, therefore a wagon comes out of your mouth. Another was, if you have not lost a thing, you have it, but you have not lost horns, therefore you have horns. Though some attribute this sophism to Eubulides. Roman 12. There are people who run Chrysippus down as having writ a great deal that is very shameful and indecent. For in his treatise on the ancient natural historians, he relates the story of Jupiter and Juno very indecently, devoting 600 lines to what no one could repeat without polluting his mouth. For as it is said, he composes this story, though he praises it as consisting of natural details, in a way more suitable to street walkers than to goddesses, and not at all resembling the ideas which have been adopted or cited by writers in paintings. For they were found neither in Polemo, nor in Hypsocrates, nor in Antigonus, but were inserted by himself. And in his treatise on polity, he allows people to marry their mothers, or their daughters, or their sons. And he repeats this doctrine in his treatise on those things which are not desirable for their own sake, in the very opening of it. And in the third book of his treatise on justice, he devotes 1,000 lines to bidding people devour even the dead. In the second book of his treatise on life and means of support, where he is warning us to consider beforehand how the wise man ought to provide himself with means, he says, and yet why need he provide himself with means? For if it is for the sake of living, living at all is a matter of indifference. If it is for the sake of pleasure, that is a matter of indifference too. If it is for the sake of virtue, that is of itself sufficient for happiness. But the methods of providing oneself with means are ridiculous. For instance, some derive them from a king, and then it will be necessary to humor him. Some from friendship, and then friendship will become a thing to be bought with a price. Some from wisdom, and then wisdom will become mercenary, and these are the accusations which he brings. But since he has written many books of high reputation, it has seemed good to me to give a catalogue of them, classifying them according to their subjects. They are the following: books on logic, propositions, logical questions, a book of the contemplations of the philosopher, 6 books of dialectic terms addressed to Metrocles, 1 on the technical terms used in dialectics, addressed to Zeno, 1 called the Art of Dialectics, addressed to Aristagoras, 4 books of probable conjunctive reasons, addressed to Dioscorides. The first set of treatises on the logical topics, which concern things, contains 1 essay on propositions, 1 on those propositions which are not simple, 2 on the copulative propositions, addressed to Athenades, 3 on positive propositions, addressed to Aristagoras, 1 on definite propositions, addressed to Athenodorus, 1 on privative propositions, addressed to Thyras, 3 on the best propositions, addressed to Dion, 4 on the differences between indefinite propositions, 2 on those propositions which are enunciated with a reference to time, 2 on perfect propositions. The second set contains 1 essay on a disjunctive true propositions addressed to Gorgipides, 4 on a conjunctive true proposition also addressed to Gorgipides, 1 called the Sect, addressed to Gorgipides, 1 on the argument of consequence, 1 on questions touched upon in the 3 preceding treatises, and now re-examined, this also is addressed to Gorgipides, 1 on what is possible, addressed to Clitus, 1 on the treatise of Philo on signification, 1 on what it is that falsehood consists in. The third set contains 2 treatises on imperative propositions, 2 on interrogation, 4 on examination, an epitome of the subject of interrogation and examination, 4 treatises on answer, an abridgment on answer, 2 essays on investigation. The 4th set contains 10 books on categorums, addressed to Metrocles, 1 treatise on what is direct and indirect, addressed to Philolaus, 1 on conjunctions, addressed to Apollonides, 4 on categorums, addressed to Pacillus. The 5th set contains 1 treatise on the 5 cases, 1 on things defined according to the subject, 2 on enunciation, addressed to Stesagoras, 2 on appellative nouns. The next class of his writings refers to rules of logic, with reference to words, and speech which consists of words. The first set of these contains 6 treatises on singular and plural enunciations, 5 on words addressed to Socrates and Alexander, 4 on the inequality of words addressed to Dion, 3 on the sorites which refer to words, 1 on solecisms in the use of words addressed to Dionysius, 1 entitled Discourses, contrary to customs, 1 entitled Diction and addressed to Dionysius. The second set contains 5 treatises on the elements of speech and of phrases, 4 on the arrangement of phrases, 3 on the arrangement, and on the elements of phrases addressed to Philip, 1 on the elements of discourse addressed to Nicias, 1 on correlatives. The third set contains 2 treatises against those who do not admit division, 4 on ambiguous expressions addressed to Apollos, 1 ambiguity in modes, 2 on the ambiguous use of figures in conjunctive propositions, 2 on the essay on ambiguous expressions by Panthoides, 5 on the introduction to the ambiguous expressions, 1 being an abridgment of the ambiguous expressions addressed to Epicharmus, and a collection of instances to serve as an introduction to the ambiguous expressions in 2 books. The next class is on the subject of that part of logic, which is conversant about reasonings and modes. The first set of works in this class contains The Art of Reasoning and of Modes in 5 books addressed to Dioscorides, a treatise on reasoning in 3 books, 1 on the structure of modes addressed to Stesagoras in 5 books, a comparison of the elements of modes, a treatise on reciprocal and conjunctive reasonings, an essay to Agathon called also an essay on problems, which follow one another, a treatise proving that syllogistic propositions suppose one or more other terms, 1 on conclusions addressed to Aristagoras, 1 essay proving that the same reasoning can affect several figures, 1 against those who deny that the same reasoning can be expressed by syllogism and without syllogism in 2 books, 3 treatises against those who attack the resolution of syllogisms, 1 on the treatise on modes by Philo addressed to Timostratus, 2 treatises on logic in 1 volume addressed to Timocrates and Philomaths, 1 volume of questions on reasonings and modes. The second set contains 1 book of conclusive reasonings addressed to Zeno, 1 on primary syllogisms which are not demonstrative, 1 on the resolution of syllogisms, 1 in 2 books on captious reasonings addressed to Pacillus, 1 book of considerations on syllogisms, 1 book of introductory syllogisms addressed to Zeno, 3 of introductory modes addressed also to Zeno, 5 of false figures of syllogism, 1 of a syllogistic method for the resolution of arguments which are not demonstrative, 1 of researches into the modes addressed to Zeno and Philomaths, but this appears to be an erroneous title. The third set contains 1 essay on incidental reasonings addressed to Athenades. This again is an incorrect title. 3 books of incidental discourses on the medium, another incorrect title. 1 essay on the disjunctive reasons of Aminias. The fourth set contains a treatise on hypothesis in 3 books addressed to Meleager, a book of hypothetical reasonings on the laws addressed also to Meleager, 2 books of hypothetical reasoning to serve as an introduction, 2 books of hypothetical reasonings on theorems, a treatise in 2 books being a resolution of the hypothetical reasonings of Hedylus, an essay in 3 books being a resolution of the hypothetical reasonings of Alexander. This is an incorrect title. 2 books of expositions addressed to Leodamas. The fifth set contains an introduction to fallacy addressed to Aristocrates, an introduction to false reasonings, a treatise in 6 books on fallacy addressed to Aristocrates. The sixth set contains a treatise against those who believe truth and falsehood to be the same thing, 1 in 2 books against those who have recourse to division to resolve the fallacy addressed to Aristocrates, a demonstrative essay to prove that it is not proper to divide in definite terms. An essay in 3 books in answer to the objections against the non-division of indefinite terms addressed to Philolaus. A solution according to the principles of the ancients addressed to Dioscorides. An essay on the resolution of the fallacy addressed to Aristocrates. This is in 3 books. A resolution of the hypothetical arguments of Thales in 1 book addressed to Aristocrates and Apollos. The 7th set contains a treatise against those who contend that the premises on the fallacy are false. A treatise on negative reasoning addressed to Aristocrates in 2 books, 1 book of negative reasonings addressed to Gymnasias, 2 books of a treatise on reasoning by progression addressed to Stesagoras, 2 books of reasonings by interrogation and on the arrest addressed to Wunter. An essay in 2 books on the corrected argument addressed to Aristobulus. Another on the non-apparent argument addressed to Athenades. The 8th set contains an essay on the argument autais in 8 books addressed to Metrocles, a treatise in 2 books on arguments composed of a finite term and an indefinite term addressed to Philolaus, another essay on the argument autais addressed to Epicharmus. The 9th set contains 2 volumes of sophisms addressed to Heraclitus and Polys, 5 volumes of dialectic arguments which admit of no solution addressed to Dioscorides, an essay in 1 book against the method of Archytas addressed to Spherus. The 10th set contains a treatise in 6 books against custom addressed to Metrocles, and another in 7 books on custom addressed to Gorgipides. There are, therefore, works on logic, in the 4 grand classes which we have here enumerated, embracing various questions, without any connection with one another, to the number of 39 sets, amounting in the whole to 311 treatises on logic. The next division comprises those works which have for their object the explanation of moral ideas. The first class of this division contains an essay giving a description of reason addressed to Theosphorus, a book of ethical questions, 3 books of principles to serve as the foundation of dogmas addressed to Philomates, 2 books of definitions of good breeding addressed to Metrocles, 2 books of definitions of the bad addressed to Metrocles, 2 books of definitions of neutral things addressed also to Metrocles, 7 books of definitions of things according to their genera addressed to Metrocles, and 2 books of definitions according to other systems addressed to Metrocles. The second set contains a treatise on things similar in 3 books addressed to Aristocles, an essay on definitions in 7 books addressed to Metrocles. The third set contains a treatise in 7 books on the incorrect objections made to definitions addressed to Menedemus, 2 books of probable arguments bearing on definitions addressed to Dioscorides, 2 books on species and genus addressed to Gorgipides, 1 book on divisions, 2 books on contraries addressed to Dionysius, a book of probable arguments relating to divisions and genera and species, a book on contraries. The fourth set contains a treatise in 7 books on etymologies addressed to Diogenes, another in 4 books on the same subject addressed to the same person. The fifth set contains a treatise in 2 books on proverbs addressed to Xenophanes, an essay on poems addressed to Philomates, an essay on how one ought to listen to poems in 2 books, an essay in reply to critics addressed to Diodorus. The next division refers to ethics, looked at in a general point of view, and to the different systems arising out of them, and to the virtues. The first set contains an essay against pictures addressed to Timaeus, an essay on the manner in which we express ourselves about and form our conceptions of each separate thing, 2 books of thoughts addressed to Laodamas, an essay in 3 books on conception addressed to Pythagoras, an essay that the wise man is not guided by opinion, an essay in 5 books on comprehension and knowledge and ignorance, a treatise on reason in 2 books, a treatise on the employment of reason addressed to Leptins. The second set contains a treatise that the ancient philosophers approved of logic, with proofs to support the arguments in 2 books addressed to Zeno, a treatise on dialectics in 4 books addressed to Aristocrates, an answer to the objections urged against dialectics in 3 books, an essay on rhetoric in 4 books addressed to Dioscorides. The third set contains a treatise on habit in 3 books addressed to Cleon, a treatise on art and want of art in 4 books addressed to Aristocrates, A treatise in 4 books on the difference between the virtues addressed to Diodorus. A treatise to show that all the virtues are equal. A treatise on the virtues in 2 books addressed to Polis. The next division refers to ethics as relating to good and evil. The first set contains a treatise in 10 books on the honorable and on pleasure addressed to Aristocracy. A demonstration that pleasure is not the chief good of man in 4 books. A demonstration that pleasure is not a good at all in 4 books. A treatise on what is said by. Book 8. Life of Pythagoras. Since we have now gone through the Ionian philosophy, which was derived from Thales, and the lives of the several illustrious men who were the chief ornaments of that school, we will now proceed to treat of the Italian school, which was founded by Pythagoras, the son of Menippus, a seal engraver, as he is recorded to have been by Menippus, a native of Samos, or as Aristophanes asserts, a Tyrrhenian, and a native of one of the islands which the Athenians occupied after they had driven out the Tyrrhenians. But some authors say that he was the son of Marmachus, the son of Hippasus, the son of Euthyphron, the son of Cleonymus, who was in exile from Phlius, and that Marmachus settled in Samos, and that from this circumstance Pythagoras was called a Samian. After that he migrated to Lesbos, having come to Pherecydes with letters of recommendation from Zoilus, his uncle. And having made 3 silver goblets, he carried them to Egypt as a present for each of the 3 priests. He had brothers, the eldest of whom was named Eunomus, the middle one Tyrrhenus, and a slave named Zamolxis, to whom the Gedi sacrifice, believing him to be the same as Saturn, according to the account of Herodotus. Roman 2. He was a pupil, as I have already mentioned, of Pherecydes, the Syrian, and after his death he came to Samos and became a pupil of Hermodamas, the descendant of Creophilus, who was by this time an old man. Roman 3. And as he was a young man and devoted to learning, he quitted his country and got initiated into all the Grecian and barbarian sacred mysteries. Accordingly, he went to Egypt, on which occasion Polycrates gave him a letter of introduction to Amasis, and he learnt the Egyptian language, as Antipho tells us, in his treatise on those men who have been conspicuous for virtue, and he associated with the Chaldeans and with the Magi. Afterwards he went to Crete, and in company with Epimenides he descended into the Idaean cave, and in Egypt too he entered into the holiest parts of their temples, and learned all the most secret mysteries that relate to their gods. Then he returned back again to Samos, and finding his country reduced under the absolute dominion of Polycrates, he set sail and fled to Crotona in Italy. And there, having given laws to the Italians, he gained a very high reputation, together with his scholars, who were about 300 in number, and governed the republic in a most excellent manner, so that the constitution was very nearly an aristocracy. Roman 4. Heraclitus Ponticus says that he was accustomed to speak of himself in this manner, that he had formerly been Aethalides and had been accounted the son of Mercury, and that Mercury had desired him to select any gift he pleased except immortality, and that he accordingly had requested that, whether living or dead, he might preserve the memory of what had happened to him. While, therefore, he was alive, he recollected everything, and when he was dead, he retained the same memory. And at a subsequent period, he passed into Euphorbus, and was wounded by Menelaus. And while he was Euphorbus, he used to say that he had formerly been Aethalides, and that he had received as a gift from Mercury the perpetual transmigration of his soul, so that it was constantly transmigrating and passing into whatever plants or animals it pleased. And he had also received the gift of knowing and recollecting all that his soul had suffered in hell, and what sufferings too are endured by the rest of the souls. But after Euphorbus died, he said that his soul had passed into Hermotimus, and when he wished to convince people of this, he went into the territory of the Branchidae, and going into the temple of Apollo, he showed his shield which Menelaus had dedicated there as an offering. For he said that he, when he sailed from Troy, had offered up his shield which was already getting worn out to Apollo, and that nothing remained but the ivory face which was on it. And when Hermotimus died, then he said that he had become Pyrrhus, a fisherman of Delos, and that he still recollected everything, how he had been formerly Aethalides, then Euphorbus, then Hermotimus, and then Pyrrhus. And when Pyrrhus died, he became Pythagoras and still recollected all the circumstances that I have been mentioning. Now, some people say that Pythagoras did not leave behind him a single book, but they talk foolishly. For Heraclitus, the natural philosopher, speaks plainly enough of him, saying, Pythagoras, the son of Mnesarchus, was the most learned of all men in history, and having selected from these writings, he thus formed his own wisdom and extensive learning and mischievous art. And he speaks thus, because Pythagoras, in the beginning of his treatise on natural philosophy, writes in the following manner: By the air which I breathe, and by the water which I drink, I will not endure to be blamed on account of this discourse. And there are 3 volumes extant written by Pythagoras, one on education, one on politics, and one on natural philosophy. But the treatise which is now extant under the name of Pythagoras is the work of Lysis, of Tarentum, a philosopher of the Pythagorean school, who fled to Thebes and became the master of Epaminondas. And Heraclides, the son of Serapion, in his abridgment of Solon, says that he wrote a poem in epic verse on the universe, and besides that a sacred poem, which begins thus: Dear youths, I warn you cherish peace divine, and in your hearts lay deep these words of mine. A third about the soul, a fourth on piety, a fifth entitled Thales, which was the name of the father of Epicharmus, of Kos, a sixth called Crotona, and other poems too. But the mystic discourse which is extant under his name, they say is really the work of Hippasus, having been composed with a view to bring Pythagoras into disrepute. There were also many other books composed by Aston, of Crotona, and attributed to Pythagoras. Aristoxenus asserts that Pythagoras derived the greater part of his ethical doctrines from Themistoclea, the priestess at Delphi. And Ion, of Chios, in his Victories, says that he wrote some poems and attributed them to Orpheus. They also say that the poem called the Scopiati is by him, which begins thus: Behave not shamelessly to anyone. Romans 6. And Socrates, in his Successions, relates that he, having been asked by Leon, the tyrant of the Phliasians, who he was, replied, a philosopher, and adds that he used to compare life to a festival. And as some people came to a festival to contend for the prizes, and others for the purposes of traffic, and the best as spectators, so also in life, the men of slavish dispositions, said he, are born hunters after glory and covetousness, but philosophers are seekers after truth. And thus he spoke on this subject. But in the 3 treatises above mentioned, the following principles are laid down by Pythagoras generally. He forbids men to pray for anything in particular for themselves, because they do not know what is good for them. He calls drunkenness an expression identical with ruin, and rejects all superfluity, saying that no one ought to exceed the proper quantity of meat and drink. And on the subject of venereal pleasures, he speaks thus: One ought to sacrifice to Venus in the winter, not in the summer, and in autumn and spring in a lesser degree. But the practice is pernicious at every season and is never good for the health. And once, when he was asked when a man might indulge in the pleasures of love, he replied, Whenever you wish to be weaker than yourself. Romans 7, and he divides the life of man thus: a boy for 20 years, a young man, nu epsilon alpha nu iota sigma kappa omicron sigma, for 20 years, a middle-aged man, nu epsilon alpha nu iota alpha sigma, for 20 years, an old man for 20 years. And these different ages correspond proportionably to the seasons. Boyhood answers to spring, youth to summer, middle age to autumn, and old age to winter. And he uses nu epsilon alpha nu iota sigma kappa omicron sigma here as equivalent to mu epsilon iota rho alpha kappa iota omicron nu, and nu epsilon alpha nu iota alpha sigma as equivalent to letter 1F00, nu letter 1F74 rho. Roman 8. He was the first person, as Timaeus says, who asserted that the property of friends is common and that friendship is equality. And his disciples used to put all their possessions together into one store and use them in common, and for 5 years they kept silence, doing nothing but listen to discourses and never once seeing Pythagoras until they were approved. After that time they were admitted into his house and allowed to see him. They also abstained from the use of cypress coffins, because the scepter of Jupiter was made of that wood, as Menippus tells us in the 2nd book of his account of Pythagoras. Roman 9. He is said to have been a man of the most dignified appearance, and his disciples adopted an opinion respecting him that he was Apollo who had come from the Hyperboreans. And it is said that once when he was stripped naked, he was seen to have a golden thigh. And there were many people who affirmed that when he was crossing the river Nessus, it addressed him by his name. Timaeus, in the 10th book of his Histories, tells us that he used to say that women who were married to men had the names of the gods, being successively called virgins, then nymphs, and subsequently mothers. It was Pythagoras also who carried geometry to perfection, after Moeris had first found out the principles of the elements of that science, as Aristocles tells us in the second book of his History of Alexander. And the part of the science to which Pythagoras applied himself above all others was arithmetic. He also discovered the numerical relation of sounds on a single string. He also studied medicine. And Apollodorus, the logician, records of him that he sacrificed a hecatomb when he had discovered that the square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle is equal to the squares of the sides containing the right angle. And there is an epigram which is couched in the following terms. When the great Samian sage his noble problem found, 100 oxen died with their lifeblood the ground. Roman 12. He is also said to have been the first man who trained athletes on meat, and Eurymenes was the first man, according to the statement of Phavorinus in the third book of his commentaries, who ever did submit to this diet, as before that time men used to train themselves on dry figs and moist cheese and wheaten bread, as the same Phavorinus informs us in the 8th book of his Universal History. But some authors state that a trainer of the name of Pythagoras certainly did train his athletes on this system, but that it was not our philosopher. For that he even forbade men to kill animals at all, much less would have allowed his disciples to eat them, as having a right to live in common with mankind. And this was his pretext. But in reality he prohibited the eating of animals, because he wished to train and accustom men to simplicity of life, so that all their food should be easily procurable, as it would be, if they ate only such things as required no fire to dress them, and if they drank plain water. For from this diet they would derive health of body and acuteness of intellect. The only altar at which he worshipped was that of Apollo the Father, at Delos, which is at the back of the altar of Serotinus, because wheat and barley and cheesecakes are the only offerings laid upon it, being not dressed by fire, and no victim is ever slain there, as Aristotle tells us in his Constitution of the Delians. They say, too, that he was the first person who asserted that the soul went a necessary circle being changed about and confined at different times in different bodies. Roman 13. He was also the first person who introduced measures and weights among the Greeks, as Aristoxenus the musician informs us. Roman 14. Parmenides, too, assures us that he was the first person who asserted the identity of Hesperus and Lucifer. Roman 15. And he was so greatly admired that they used to say that his friends looked on all his sayings as the oracles of God. And he himself says in his writings that he had come among men after having spent 207 years in the shades below. Therefore the Lucanians and the Pusetians, and the Messapians and the Romans flocked around him, coming with eagerness to hear his discourses. But until the time of Philolaus, there were no doctrines of Pythagoras ever divulged, and he was the first person who published the 3 celebrated books which Plato wrote to have purchased for him for 100 minae. Nor were the number of his scholars who used to come to him by night fewer than 600. And if any of them had ever been permitted to see him, they wrote of it to their friends, as if they had gained some great advantage. The people of Metapontum used to call his house the Temple of Ceres, and the street leading to it they called the Street of the Muses, as we are told by Phavorinus in his Universal History. And the rest of the Pythagoreans used to say, according to the account given by Aristoxenus in the 10th book of his Laws on Education, that his precepts ought not to be divulged to all the world. And Xenophanes, the Pythagorean, when he was asked what was the best way for a man to educate his son, said that he must first of all take care that he was born in a city which enjoyed good laws. Pythagoras, too, formed many excellent men in Italy by his precepts, and among them Zaleucus and Charondas the lawgivers. Romans 16. For he was very eminent for his power of attracting friendships, and among other things, if ever he heard that anyone had any community of symbols with him, he at once made him a companion and a friend. Romans 17. Now what he called his symbols were such as these: do not stir the fire with a sword, do not sit down on a bushel, do not devour your heart, do not aid men in discarding a burden but in increasing one, always have your bed packed up, do not bear the image of a god on a ring, efface the traces of a pot in the ashes, do not wipe a seat with a lamp, do not make water in the sunshine, Do not walk in the main street. Do not offer your right hand lightly. Do not cherish swallows under your roof. Do not cherish birds with crooked talons. Do not defile, and do not stand upon the parings of your nails or the cuttings of your hair. Avoid a sharp sword. When you are traveling abroad, look not back at your own borders. Now the precept not to stir fire with a sword meant, not to provoke the anger or swelling pride of powerful men. Not to violate the beam of the balance meant, not to transgress fairness and justice. Not to sit on a bushel is to have an equal care for the present and for the future, for by the bushel is meant one's daily food. By not devouring one's heart, he intended to show that we ought not to waste away our souls with grief and sorrow. In the precept that a man when traveling abroad should not turn his eyes back, he recommended those who were departing from life not to be desirous to live, and not to be too much attracted by the pleasures here on earth. And the other symbols may be explained in a similar manner, that we may not be too prolix here. Roman 18. And above all things, he used to prohibit the eating of the erythinus and the melanurus, and also he enjoined his disciples to abstain from the hearts of animals and from beans. And Aristotle informs us that he sometimes used also to add to these prohibitions paunches and mullet. And some authors assert that he himself used to be contented with honey and honeycomb and bread, and that he never drank wine in the daytime. And his dessert was usually vegetables, either boiled or raw, and he very rarely ate fish. His dress was white, very clean, and his bedclothes were also white, and woolen, for linen had not yet been introduced into that country. He was never known to have eaten too much, or to have drunk too much, or to indulge in the pleasures of love. He abstained wholly from laughter, and from all such indulgences as jests and idle stories. And when he was angry, he never chastised anyone, whether slave or freeman. He used to call admonishing, feeding storks. He used to practice divination, as far as auguries and auspices go, but not by means of burnt offerings, except only the burning of frankincense. And all the sacrifices which he offered consisted of inanimate things. But some, however, assert that he did sacrifice animals, limiting himself to cocks and sucking kids, which are called letter 1F01 pi alpha lambda iota omicron iota, but that he very rarely offered lambs. Aristoxenus, however, affirms that he permitted the eating of all other animals, and only abstained from oxen used in agriculture and from rams. Roman 19. The same author tells us, as I have already mentioned, that he received his doctrines from Themistoclea at Delphi. And Hieronymus says that when he descended to the shades below, he saw the soul of Hesiod bound to a brazen pillar and gnashing its teeth, and that of Homer suspended from a tree and snakes around it, as a punishment for the things that they had said of the gods. And that those people also were punished who refrained from commerce with their wives, and that on account of this he was greatly honored by the people of Crotona. But Aristippus, of Cyrene, in his account of natural philosophers, says that Pythagoras derived his name from the fact of his speaking, letter 1F00 gamma omicron rho epsilon iodinu, truth no less than the god at Delphi. Tau omicron letter 1Fe6 pi upsilon theta io omicron upsilon. It is said that he used to admonish his disciples to repeat these lines to themselves whenever they returned home to their houses. In what have I transgressed? What have I done? What that I should have done have I omitted? And that he used to forbid them to offer victims to the gods, ordering them to worship only at those altars which were unstained with blood. He forbade them also to swear by the gods, saying that every man ought so to exercise himself as to be worthy of belief without an oath. He also taught men that it behoved them to honor their elders, thinking that which was precedent in point of time more honorable. Just as in the world, the rising of the sun was more so than the setting, in life, the beginning more so than the end, and in animals, production more so than destruction. Another of his rules was that men should honor the gods above the demons, heroes above men, and of all men parents were entitled to the highest degree of reverence. Another, that people should associate with one another in such a way as not to make their friends enemies, but to render their enemies friends. Another was that they should think nothing exclusively their own. Another was to assist the law and to make war upon lawlessness. Not to destroy or injure a cultivated tree, nor any animal either which does not injure men. That modesty and decorum consisted in never yielding to laughter, and yet not looking stern. He taught that men should avoid too much flesh, that they should in traveling let rest and exertion alternate, that they should exercise memory, that they should never say or do anything in anger, that they should not pay respect to every kind of divination, that they should use songs set to the lyre, and by hymns to the gods and to eminent men display a reasonable gratitude to them. He also forbade his disciples to eat beans, because, as they were flatulent, they greatly partook of animal properties. He also said that men kept their stomachs in better order by avoiding them, and that such abstinence made the visions which appear in one's sleep gentle and free from agitation. Alexander also says, in his Successions of Philosophers, that he found the following dogmas also set down in the commentaries of Pythagoras: that the monad was the beginning of everything. From the monad proceeds an indefinite duad which is subordinate to the monad as to its cause, that from the monad and the indefinite duad proceed numbers, and from numbers signs, and from these last, lines of which plane figures consist, and from plane figures are derived solid bodies, and from solid bodies sensible bodies, of which last there are 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. And that the world, which is endued with life and intellect, and which is of a spherical figure, having the earth, which is also spherical, and inhabited all over in its center, results from a combination of these elements and derives its motion from them. And also that there are antipodes, and that what is below, as respects us, is above in respect of them. He also taught that light and darkness and cold and heat and dryness and moisture were equally divided in the world, and that, while heat was predominant it was summer, while cold had the mastery it was winter, when dryness prevailed it was spring, and when moisture preponderated winter, and while all these qualities were on a level, then was the loveliest season of the year, of which the flourishing spring was the wholesome period, and the season of autumn the most pernicious one. Of the day, he said that the flourishing period was the morning, and the fading one the evening, on which account that also was the least healthy time. Another of his theories was that the air around the earth was immovable and pregnant with disease, and that everything in it was mortal, but that the upper air was in perpetual motion, and pure and salubrious, and that everything in that was immortal and on that account divine, and that the sun and the moon and the stars were all gods, for in them the warm principle predominates which is the cause of life, and that the moon derives its light from the sun, and that there is a relationship between men and the gods, because men partake of the divine principle, on which account also God exercises his providence for our advantage. Also, that fate is the cause of the arrangement of the world both generally and particularly. Moreover, that a ray from the sun penetrated both the cold ether and the dense ether, and they call the air, letter 1F00, letter 1F740, the cold ether, psi upsilon chi rho, letter 1F78, nu alpha, letter 1F30, theta epsilon rho alpha, and the sea and moisture they call the dense ether, pi alpha chi, letter 1F7a, nu alpha, letter 1F30, theta epsilon rho alpha. And this ray descends into the depths, and in this way vivifies everything. And everything which partakes of the principle of heat lives, on which account also plants are animated beings, but that all living things have not necessarily souls, and that the soul is a something torn off from the ether, both warm and cold, from its partaking of the cold ether, and that the soul is something different from life. Also, that it is immortal, because that from which it has been detached is immortal. Also, that animals are born from one another by seeds, and that it is impossible for there to be any spontaneous production by the earth, and that seed is a drop from the brain which contains in itself a warm vapor, and that when this is applied to the womb, it transmits virtue, and moisture and blood from the brain, from which flesh and sinews and bones and hair and the whole body are produced. And from the vapor is produced the soul, and also sensation. And that the infant first becomes a solid body at the end of 40 days, but according to the principles of harmony, it is not perfect till 7, or perhaps 9, or at most 10 months, and then it is brought forth. And that it contains in itself all the principles of life, which are all connected together, and by their union and combination form a harmonious whole, each of them developing itself at the appointed time. The senses in general, and especially the sight, are a vapor of excessive warmth, and on this account a man is said to see through air and through water. For the hot principle is opposed by the cold one, since, if the vapor in the eyes were cold, it would have the same temperature as the air, and so would be dissipated. As it is, in some passages he calls the eyes the gates of the sun, and he speaks in a similar manner of hearing and of the other senses. He also says that the soul of man is divided into 3 parts, into intuition, nu omicron letter 1 Fe 6 sigma, and reason, phi rho letter 1 F 7 4 nu, and mind, theta upsilon mu letter 1 F 7 8 sigma, and that the first and last divisions are found also in other animals, but that the middle one, reason, is only found in man, and that the chief abode of the soul is in those parts of the body which are between the heart and the brain, and that that portion of it which is in the heart is the mind, theta upsilon mu letter 1 F 7 8 sigma, but that deliberation, nu omicron letter 1 F 7 A sigma, and reason, phi rho letter 1 F 7 4 nu, reside in the brain. Moreover, that the senses are drops from them, and that the reasoning sense is immortal but the others are mortal, and that the soul is nourished by the blood, and that reasons are the winds of the soul, that it is invisible, and so are its reasons, since the ether itself is invisible. That the links of the soul are the veins and the arteries and the nerves, but that when it is vigorous and is by itself in a quiescent state, then its links are words and actions. That when it is cast forth upon the earth it wanders about, resembling the body. Moreover, that Mercury is the steward of the souls, and that on this account he has the name of conductor and commercial and infernal, since it is he who conducts the souls from their bodies and from earth and sea, and that he conducts the pure souls to the highest region, and that he does not allow the impure ones to approach them, nor to come near one another, but commits them to be bound in indissoluble fetters by the Furies. The Pythagoreans also assert that the whole air is full of souls, and that these are those which are accounted demons and heroes. Also, that it is by them that dreams are sent among men, and also the tokens of disease and health, these last 2 being sent not only to men but to sheep also and other cattle. Also, that it is they who are concerned with purifications and expiations, and all kinds of divination and oracular predictions, and things of that kind. They also say that the most important privilege in man is the being able to persuade his soul to either good or bad, and that men are happy when they have a good soul, yet that they are never quiet, and that they never retain the same mind long. Also, that an oath is justice, and that on that account Jupiter is called Jupiter of oaths, letter 1 F 4 5 rho kappa iota omicron sigma. Also, that virtue is harmony, and health, and universal good and God, on which account everything owes its existence and consistency to harmony. Also, that friendship is a harmonious equality. Again, they teach that one ought not to pay equal honors to gods and to heroes, but that one ought to honor the gods at all times, extolling them with praises, clothed in white garments, and keeping one's body chaste. But that one ought not to pay such honor to the heroes till after midday. Also, that a state of purity is brought about by purifications, and washings and sprinklings, and by a man's purifying himself from all funerals or concubinage or pollution of every kind, and by abstaining from all flesh that has either been killed or died of itself, and from mullets, and from melanury, and from eggs, and from such animals as lay eggs, and from beans, and from other things which are prohibited by those who have the charge of the mysteries in the temples. And Aristotle says, in his treatise on beans, that Pythagoras enjoined his disciples to abstain from beans, either because they resemble some part of the human body, or because they are like the gates of hell, for they are the only plants without parts, or because they dry up other plants, or because they are representatives of universal nature, or because they are used in elections in oligarchical governments. He also forbade his disciples to pick up what fell from the table, for the sake of accustoming them not to eat immoderately, or else because such things belong to the dead. But Aristophanes says that what falls belongs to the heroes, saying in his Heroes, "Never taste the things which fall from the table on the floor." He also forbade his disciples to eat white poultry, because a cock of that color was sacred to Month and was also a suppliant. He was also accounted a good animal, and he was sacred to the god Month, for he indicates the time. The Pythagoreans were also forbidden to eat of all fish that were sacred, on the ground that the same animals ought not to be served up before both gods and men, just as the same things do not belong to freemen and to slaves. Now, white is an indication of a good nature, and black of a bad one. Another of the precepts of Pythagoras was that men ought not to break bread, because in ancient times, friends used to assemble around one loaf, as they even now do among the barbarians. Nor would he allow men to divide bread which unites them. Some think that he laid down this rule in reference to the judgment which takes place in hell, some because this practice engenders timidity in war. According to others, what is alluded to is the union, which presides over the government of the universe. Another of his doctrines was that of all solid figures the sphere was the most beautiful, and of all plane figures the circle. That old age and all diminution were similar, and also increase and youth were identical. That health was the permanence of form, and disease the destruction of it. Of salt his opinion was that it ought to be set before people as a reminder of justice, for salt preserves everything which it touches, and it is composed of the purest particles of water and sea. These are the doctrines which Alexander asserts that he discovered in the Pythagorean treatises, and Aristotle gives a similar account of them. Roman 15. Timon, in his Silly, has not left unnoticed the dignified appearance of Pythagoras when he attacks him on other points, and his words are these. Pythagoras, who often teaches precepts of magic, and with speeches of long, high-sounding diction draws, from gaping crowds, a vain applause. And respecting his having been different people at different times, Xenophanes adds his evidence in an elegiac poem which commences thus. Now I will on another subject touch, and lead the way. And the passage in which he mentions Pythagoras is as follows. They say that once, as passing by he saw a dog severely beaten, he did pity him, and spoke as follows to the man who beat him. Stop now, and beat him not, since in his body abides the soul of a dear friend of mine, whose voice I recognized as he was crying. These are the words of Xenophanes. Cratinus also ridiculed him in his Pythagorean Woman, but in his Tarentines he speaks thus. They are accustomed, if by chance they see a private individual abroad, to try what powers of argument he has, how he can speak and reason. And they bother him with strange antithesis and forced conclusions, errors, comparisons, and magnitudes, till they have filled and quite perplexed his mind. And Nicomachus says in his Alcmæon, as we do sacrifice to the Phobos whom Pythagoras worships, never eating aught which has the breath of life. Aristophanes says in his Pythagorean, he said that when he did descend below among the shades in hell, he there beheld all men who ere had died. And there he saw that the Pythagoreans differed much from all the rest. For that with them alone did Pluto deign to eat, much honoring their pious habits. Be he's a civil god, if he likes eating with such dirty fellows. And again, in the same play he says, they eat nothing but herbs and vegetables, and drink pure water only. But their lice are such, their cloaks so dirty, and their unwashed scent so rank, that no one of our younger men will for a moment bear them. Roman 21. Pythagoras died in this manner. When he was sitting with some of his companions in Milo's house, some one of those whom he did not think worthy of admission into it was excited by envy to set fire to it. But some say that the people of Crotona themselves did this, being afraid lest he might aspire to the tyranny. And that Pythagoras was caught as he was trying to escape, and coming to a place full of beans, he stopped there, saying that it was better to be caught than to trample on the beans, and better to be slain than to speak. And so he was murdered by those who were pursuing him. And in this way, also, most of his companions were slain, being in number about 40, but that a very few did escape, among whom were Archytas of Tarentum and Lysis, whom I have mentioned before. But Diogenes relates that Pythagoras died afterwards, having escaped as far as the Temple of the Muses at Metapontum, and that he died there of starvation, having abstained from food for 40 days. And Heraclitus says, in his abridgment of the life of Satyrus, that after he had buried Pherecydes in Delos, he returned to Italy, and finding there a superb banquet prepared at the house of Milo, of Crotona, he left Crotona and went to Metapontum, and there put an end to his life by starvation, not wishing to live any longer. But Menippus says that when there was war between the people of Agrigentum and the Syracusans, Pythagoras went out with his usual companions and took the part of the Agrigentines. And as they were put to flight, he ran all round a field of beans, instead of crossing it, and so was slain by the Syracusans. And that the rest, being about 35 in number, were burnt at Tarentum, when they were trying to excite a sedition in the state against the principal magistrates. Hermippus also relates another story about Pythagoras. For he says that when he was in Italy, he made a subterraneous apartment and charged his mother to write an account of everything that took place, marking the time of each on a tablet, and then to send them down to him until he came up again. And that his mother did so. And that Pythagoras came up again after a certain time, lean and reduced to a skeleton. And that he came into the public assembly, and said that he had arrived from the shades below, and then he recited to them all that had happened during his absence. And they, being charmed by what he told them, wept and lamented, and believed that Pythagoras was a divine being, so that they even entrusted their wives to him, as likely to learn some good from him, and that they too were called Pythagoreans. And this is the story of Hermippus. Roman 22. And Pythagoras had a wife whose name was Zeno, the daughter of Brontinus of Crotona. But some say that she was the wife of Brontinus and only a pupil of Pythagoras. And he had a daughter named Damo, as Lysis mentions in his letter to Hipparchus, where he speaks thus of Pythagoras. And many say that you philosophize in public, as Pythagoras also used to do, who, when he had entrusted his commentaries to Damo, his daughter, charged her to divulge them to no person out of the house. And she, though she might have sold his discourses for much money, would not abandon them, for she thought poverty and obedience to her father's injunctions more valuable than gold, and that too, though she was a woman. He had also a son, named Thales, who was the successor of his father in his school, and who, according to some authors, was the teacher of Empedocles. At least Hippobotus relates that Empedocles said, Thales, noble youth, whom in due time Zeno bore to wise Pythagoras. But there is no book extant, which is the work of Thales, though there are some extant which are attributed to his mother Zeno. And they tell a story of her, that once, when she was asked how long a woman ought to be absent from her husband to be pure, she said, the moment she leaves her own husband, she is pure, but she is never pure at all after she leaves anyone else. And she recommended a woman, who was going to her husband, to put off her modesty with her clothes, and when she left him, to resume it again with her clothes. And when she was asked, what clothes? She said, those which cause you to be called a woman. Roman 23. Now Pythagoras, as Heraclitus, the son of Serapion, relates, died when he was 80 years of age, according to his own account of his age, but according to the common account, he was more than 90. And we have written a sportive epigram on him, which is couched in the following terms. You're not the only man who has abstained from living food, for so likewise have we, and who, I'd like to know, did ever taste food while alive, most sage Pythagoras. When meat is boiled or roasted well and salted, I don't think it can well be called living. Which, therefore, without scruple then we eat it, and call it no more living flesh, but meat. And another, which runs thus. Pythagoras was so wise a man that he never eat meat himself, and called it sin, and yet he gave good joints of beef to others, so that I marvel at his principles, who others wronged, by teaching them to do what he believed unholy for himself. And another as follows. Should you Pythagoras' doctrine wish to know, look on the center of Euphorbus' shield, for he asserts there lived a man of old, and when he had no longer an existence, he still could say that he had been alive, or else he would not still be living now. And this one too. Alas, alas, why did Pythagoras hold beans in such wondrous honor? Why, besides, did he thus die among his choice companions? There was a field of beans, and so the sage died in the common road of Agrigentum, rather than trample down his favorite beans. Roman 24. And he flourished about the 60th Olympiad, and his system lasted for 9 or 10 generations. And the last of the Pythagoreans whom Aristoxenus knew were Xenophanes, the Chalcidian from Thrace, and Phanton, the Phliasian, and Epicharmus, and Diodes, and Polymnestus, who were also Phliasians, and they were disciples of Philolaus and Eurytus, of Tarentum. Roman 25. And there were 4 men of the name of Pythagoras, about the same time, at no great distance from one another. One was a native of Crotona, a man who attained tyrannical power. The second was a Phliasian, a trainer of wrestlers, as some say. The third was a native of Zacynthus. The fourth was this our philosopher, to whom they say the mysteries of philosophy belong, in whose time that proverbial phrase, ips dixit, was introduced into ordinary life. Some also affirm that there was another man of the name of Pythagoras, a statuary of Rhodes, who is believed to have been the first discoverer of rhythm and proportion. and another was a Samian statuary, and another an orator of no reputation, and another was a physician, who wrote a treatise on squills and also some essays on Homer, and another was a man who wrote a history of the affairs of the Dorians, as we are told by Dionysius. But Eratosthenes says, as Favorinus quotes him in the 8th book of his Universal History, that this philosopher, of whom we are speaking, was the first man who ever practiced boxing in a scientific manner, in the 48th Olympiad, having his hair long, and being clothed in a purple robe, and that he was rejected from the competition among boys, and being ridiculed for his application, he immediately entered among the men and came off victorious. And this statement is confirmed, among other things, by the epigram which Theaetetus composed. Stranger, if e'er you knew Pythagoras, the man with flowing hair, the celebrated boxer, erst of Samos, I am Pythagoras. And if you ask a citizen of Eli's of my deeds, you'll surely think he is relating fables. Favorinus says that he employed definitions on account of the mathematical subjects to which he applied himself, and that Socrates and those who were his pupils did so still more, and that they were subsequently followed in this by Aristotle and the Stoics. He too was the first person who ever gave the name of Kappa Omicron Sigma Mu Omicron Sigma to the universe, and the first who called the earth round, though Theophrastus attributes this to Parmenides and Zeno to Hesiod. They say, too, that Solon used to be a constant adversary of his, as Empedocles was of Socrates. And this epigram also used to be repeated, concerning Pythagoras the athlete. Pythagoras of Samos, son of Crates, came while a child to the Olympic Games, eager to battle for the prize in boxing. Roman 26. There is a letter of this philosopher extant, which is couched in the following terms. Pythagoras to Anaximenes. You too, my most excellent friend, if you were not superior to Pythagoras in birth and reputation, would have migrated from Maltus and gone elsewhere. But now the reputation of your father keeps you back, which perhaps would have restrained me too, if I had been like Anaximenes. But if you, who are the most eminent man, abandon the cities, all their ornaments will be taken from them, and the Median power will be more dangerous to them. Nor is it always seasonable to be studying astronomy, but it is more honorable to exhibit a regard for one's country. And I myself am not always occupied about speculations of my own fancy, but I am busied also with the wars which the Italians are waging against one another. But since we have now finished our account of Pythagoras, we must also speak of the most eminent of the Pythagoreans, after whom we must mention those who are spoken of more promiscuously in connection with no particular school. And then we will connect the whole series of philosophers worth speaking of, till we arrive at Epicurus, as we have already promised. Now Thales and Zeno we have mentioned, and we must now speak of Empedocles in the first place, for, according to some accounts, he was a pupil of Pythagoras. Life of Empedocles. Empedocles, as Hippobotus relates, was the son of Meton, the son of Empedocles, and a citizen of Agrigentum. And Timaeus, in the 15th book of his Histories, gives the same account, adding that Empedocles, the grandfather of the poet, was also a most eminent man. And Menippus tells the same story as Timaeus, and in the same spirit Heraclitus, in his treatise on diseases, relates that he was of an illustrious family, since his father bred a fine stud of horses. Eratosthenes, in his list of the conquerors at the Olympic Games, says that the father of Meton gained the victory in the 71st Olympiad, quoting Aristotle as his authority for the assertion. But Apollodorus, the grammarian in his chronicles, says that he was the son of Meton, and Glaucus says that he came to Thurii when the city was only just completed. And then proceeding a little further, he adds, and some relate that he did flee from thence, and came to Syracuse, and on their side did fight in horrid war against Athenians, but those men seem to me completely wrong, for by this time he must have been deceased, or very old, which is not much believed, for Aristotle, and Heraclitus too, say that he died at 60 years of age. But certainly, the person who got the victory with a single horse in the 71st Olympiad was a namesake of this man, and that it is which deceived Apollodorus as to the age of this philosopher. But Satyrus, in his Lives, asserts that Empedocles was the son of Xenophanes, and that he also left a son who was named Xenophanes, and that in the same Olympiad he himself gained the victory with the single horse, and his son in wrestling, or, as Heraclitus says in his abridgment, in running. But I have found in the commentaries of Phavorinus that Empedocles sacrificed and gave as a feast to the spectators of the games an ox made of honey and flour, and that he had a brother named Callicratidas. But Thales, the son of Pythagoras, in his letters to Philolaus, says that Empedocles was the son of Archytas, and that he was a citizen of Agrigentum. He himself asserts at the beginning of his purifications. Friends who the mighty citadel inhabit, which crowns the golden waves of Acragas. And this is enough to say about his family. Roman 2. Timaeus, in his 9th book, relates that he was a pupil of Pythagoras, saying that he was afterwards convicted of having divulged his doctrines in the same way as Plato was, and therefore that he was forbidden from thenceforth to attend his school. And they say that Pythagoras himself mentions him when he says, "And in that band there was a learned man of wondrous wisdom, one who of all men had the profoundest wealth of intellect." But some say that when the philosopher says this, he is referring to Parmenides. Nienz relates that till the time of Philolaus and Empedocles, the Pythagoreans used to admit all persons indiscriminately into their school. But when Empedocles made their doctrines public by means of his poems, then they made a law to admit no epic poet. And they say that the same thing happened to Plato, for that he too was excluded from the school. But who was the teacher of the Pythagorean school that Empedocles was a pupil of, they do not say. For, as for the letter of Thales, in which he is stated to have been a pupil of Hippasus and Brontinus, that is not worthy of belief. But Theophrastus says that he was an imitator and a rival of Parmenides, in his poems, for that he too had delivered his opinions on natural philosophy in epic verse. Menippus, however, says that he was an imitator, not of Parmenides, but of Xenophanes with whom he lived, and that he imitated his epic style, and that it was at a later period that he fell in with the Pythagoreans. But Alcidamas, in his Natural Philosophy, says that Zeno and Empedocles were pupils of Parmenides about the same time, and that they subsequently seceded from him, and that Zeno adopted a philosophical system peculiar to himself, but that Empedocles became a pupil of Anaxagoras and Pythagoras, and that he imitated the pompous demeanor and way of life and gestures of the one, and the system of natural philosophy of the other. Roman 3. And Aristotle, in his Sophist, says that Empedocles was the first person who invented rhetoric, and Zeno the first person who invented dialectics. And in his book on poetry, he says that Empedocles was a man of Homeric genius, and endowed with great power of language, and a great master of metaphor, and a man who employed all the successful artifices of poetry, and also that when he had written several poems, and among them one on the passage of the Hellespont, by Xerxes, and also the proemium of a hymn to Apollo, his daughter subsequently burnt them. Or, as Hieronymus says, his sister, burning the proemium unintentionally. But the Persian poem on purpose, because it was incomplete. And speaking generally, he says that he wrote tragedies and political treatises. But Heraclitus, the son of Serapion, says that the tragedies were the work of some other Empedocles, and Hieronymus says that he had met with 43. Nienz, too, affirms that when he was a young man, he wrote tragedies, and that he himself had subsequently met with them. And Satyrus, in his Lives, states that he was a physician and also a most excellent orator. And accordingly, that Gorgias of Leontini was his pupil, a man of the greatest eminence as a rhetorician, and one who left behind him a treatise containing a complete system of the art, and who, as we are told by Apollodorus in his Chronicles, lived to the age of 109 years. Roman 4. Satyrus tells us that he used to say that he had been present when Empedocles was practicing magic, and that he professes this science, and many others too in his poems when he says, "And all the drugs which can relieve disease or soften the approach of age shall be revealed to your inquiries. I do know them, and I to you alone will them disclose. You shall restrain the fierce unbridled winds, which, rushing o'er the earth, bow down the corn and crush the farmer's hopes. And when you will, you shall recall them back to sweep the land. Then you shall learn to dry the rainy clouds, and bid warm summer cheer the heart of men. Again, at your behest, the drought shall yield to wholesome shores. When you give the word hell shall restore its dead." V. and Timaeus in his 18th book says that this man was held in great esteem on many accounts. For that once, when the Etesian gales were blowing violently, so as to injure the crops, he ordered some asses to be flayed, and some bladders to be made of their hides, and these he placed on the hills and high places to catch the wind. And so, when the wind ceased, he was called wind for bitter, capo mega lambda sigma alpha nu epsilon mu alpha sigma. And Heraclitus, in his treatise on diseases, says that he dictated to Pausanias the statement which he made about the dead woman. Now Pausanias, as both Aristippus and Satyrus agree, was much attached to him, and he dedicated to him the works which he wrote on natural philosophy in the following terms. Hear, O Pausanias, son of wise Archytas. He also wrote an epigram upon him. Gela, his native land, does boast the birth of wise Archytas' son, that great physician, so fitly named Pausanias from his skill, a genuine son of Aesculapius, who has stopped many men whom fell disease marked for its own, from treading those dark paths which lead to Proserpine's infernal realms. Romans 6. The case of the dead woman above mentioned, Heraclitus says, was something of this sort, that he kept her corpse for 30 days dead and yet free from corruption, on which account he has called himself a physician and a prophet, taking it also from these verses. Friends who the mighty citadel inhabit, which crowns the golden waves of Acragas votaries of noble actions. Hail to ye, I, an immortal God, no longer mortal, now live among you well revered by all, as is my due, crowned with holy falace and rosy garlands. And whene'er I come to wealthy cities, then from men and women due honors meets me, and crowds follow me, seeking the way which leads to gainful glory. Some ask for oracles, and some entreat for remedies against all kinds of sickness. Romans 7. And he says that Agrigentum was a very large city, since it had 800,000 inhabitants, on which account Empedocles, seeing the people immersed in luxury, said, "The men of Agrigentum devote themselves wholly to luxury as if they were to die tomorrow, but they furnish their houses as if they were to live forever." Roman 8. It is said that Cleomenes, the rhapsodist, sung this very poem, called The Purifications, at Olympia. At least this is the account given by Favorinus in his commentaries. Roman 9. And Aristotle says that he was a most liberal man and far removed from anything like a domineering spirit, since he constantly refused the sovereign power when it was offered to him, as Xanthus assures us in his account of him, showing plainly that he preferred a simple style of living. And Timaeus tells the same story, giving at the same time the reason why he was so very popular. For he says that when on one occasion he was invited to a banquet by one of the magistrates, the wine was carried about, but the supper was not served up. And as everyone else kept silence, he, disapproving of what he saw, bade the servants bring in the supper. But the person who had invited him said that he was waiting for the secretary of the council. And when he came, he was appointed master of the feast, at the instigation of the giver of it, and then he gave a plain intimation of his tyrannical inclinations, for he ordered all the guests to drink, and those who did not drink were to have the wine poured over their heads. Empedocles said nothing at the moment, but the next day he summoned them before the court, and procured the execution of both the entertainer and the master of the feast. And this was the beginning of his political career. And at another time, when Acron, the physician, asked of the council a place where he might erect a monument to his father, on account of his eminence as a physician, Empedocles came forward and opposed any such grant, adducing many arguments on the ground of equality, and also putting the following question: "And what elegy shall we inscribe upon it? Shall we say, letter 1 F04 capro omicron u, letter 1 F30, eta tau rho letter 1 F78, nu letter 1 F04 capro omega nu, letter 1 F00, kappa rho alpha gamma alpha nu tau letter 1 FD6, nu omicron, nu pi alpha tau rho letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F04 kappa rho omicron upsilon, kappa rho upsilon pi tau epsilon iota, kappa rho eta mu nu letter 1 F78, sigma letter 1 F04 kappa rho omicron sigma. Pi alpha tau rho, ota delta omicron sigma, letter 1 F00 kappa rho omicron tau alpha tau eta sigma. But some give the second line thus: letter 1 F00 kappa rho omicron tau alpha tau eta sigma, kappa omicron rho upsilon phi letter 1 FC6, sigma, tau upsilon mu beta omicron sigma, letter 1 F04 kappa rho omicron sigma, kappa alpha tau epsilon chi epsilon iota. And others assert that it is the composition of Simonides. But afterwards Empedocles abolished the assembly of 1,000, and established a council in which the magistrates were to hold office for 3 years, on such a footing that it should consist not only of rich men, but of those who were favorers of the interests of the people. Timaeus, however, in his first and second book, for he often mentions him, says that he appeared to entertain opinions adverse to a republic, and as far as his poetry goes, anyone may see that he was arrogant and self-satisfied. Accordingly, he says, "Hail to ye, I, an immortal god, no longer mortal, now live among you." And so on. But when he went to the Olympic Games, he was considered a worthy object of general attention, so that there was no mention made of anyone else in comparison of Empedocles. Afterwards, indeed, when Agrigentum was settled, the descendants of his enemies opposed his return, on which account he retired to Peloponnesus, where he died. And Timon has not let even Empedocles escape, but satirizes him in this style, saying, "And then Empedocles, the honeyed speaker of soft forensic speeches, he did take as many offices as he was able, creating magistrates who wanted helpers." But there are 2 accounts of the manner of his death. Cipher Heraclitus, relating the story about the dead woman, how Empedocles got great glory from sending away a dead woman restored to life, says that he celebrated a sacrifice in the field of Piscianax, and that some of his friends were invited, among whom was Pausanias. And then, after the banquet, they lay down, some going a little way off, and some lying under the trees close by in the field, and some wherever they happened to choose. But Empedocles himself remained in the place where he had been sitting. But when day broke, and they arose, he alone was not found. And when he was sought for, and the servants were examined and said that they did not know, one of them said that at midnight he had heard a loud voice calling Empedocles, and that then he himself rose up and saw a great light from heaven, but nothing else. And as they were all amazed at what had taken place, Pausanias descended and sent some people to look for him. But afterwards he was commanded not to busy himself about the matter, as he was informed that what had happened was deserving of thankfulness, and that they behoved to sacrifice to Empedocles as to one who had become a god. Menippus says also that a woman of the name of Panthea, a native of Agrigentum, who had been given over by the physicians, was cured by him, and that it was on this account that he celebrated a sacrifice, and that the guests invited were about 80 in number. But Hipparchia says that he rose up and went away as if he were going to Mount Etna, and that when he arrived at the crater of fire he leaped in and disappeared, wishing to establish a belief that he had become a god. But afterwards the truth was detected by one of his slippers having been dropped, for he used to wear slippers with brazen soles. Pausanias, however, contradicts this statement. But Diogenes of Ephesus, writing about Anaximander, says that Empedocles imitated him, indulging in a tragic sort of pride and wearing magnificent apparel. And when a pestilence attacked the people of Selinus, by reason of the bad smells arising from the adjacent river, so that the men died and the women bore dead children, Empedocles contrived a plan and brought into the same channel 2 other rivers at his own expense. And so, by mixing their waters with that of the other river, he sweetened the stream. And as the pestilence was removed in this way, when the people of Selinus were on one occasion holding a festival on the bank of the river, Empedocles appeared among them, and they rising up, offered him adoration and prayed to him as to a god. And he, wishing to confirm this idea which they had adopted of him, leaped into the fire. But Timaeus contradicts all these stories, saying expressly that he departed into Peloponnesus and never returned at all, on which account the manner of his death is uncertain. And he especially denies the tale of Heraclitus in his 4th book, for he says that Piscianax was a Syracusan and had no field in the district of Agrigentum, but that Pausanias erected a monument in honor of his friend, since such a report had got about concerning him, and, as he was a rich man, made it a statue and little chapel, as one might erect to a god. How then, adds Timaeus, could he have leaped into a crater, of which, though they were in the neighborhood, he had never made any mention? He died then in Peloponnesus, and there is nothing extraordinary in there being no tomb of his to be seen, for there are many other men who have no tomb visible. These are the words of Timaeus, and he adds further, but Heraclitus is altogether a man fond of strange stories, and one who would assert that a man had fallen from the moon. Hipparchia says that there was a clothed statue of Empedocles, which lay formerly in Agrigentum, but which was afterwards placed in front of the Senate house of the Romans, divested of its clothing, as the Romans had carried it off and erected it there. And there are traces of some inscriptions or reliefs still discernible on it. Niens of Cyzicus, who also wrote about the Pythagoreans, says that when Meton was dead, the seeds of tyrannical power began to appear, and that then Empedocles persuaded the Agrigentines to desist from their factious disputes and to establish political equality. And besides, as there were many of the female citizens destitute of dowry, he portioned them out of his own private fortune. And relying on these actions of his, he assumed a purple robe and wore a golden circlet on his hand, as Favorinus relates in the first book of his commentaries. He also wore slippers with brazen soles and a Delphian garland. His hair was let grow very long, and he had boys to follow him, and he himself always preserved a solemn countenance and a uniformly grave deportment. And he marched about in such style that he seemed to all the citizens, who met him and who admired his deportment, to exhibit a sort of likeness to kingly power. And afterwards, it happened that as on the occasion of some festival he was going in a chariot to Messene, he was upset and broke his thigh, and he was taken ill in consequence, and so died at the age of 77. And his tomb is in Megara. But as to his age, Aristotle differs from this account of Niens, for he asserts that he died at 60 years of age. Others again say that he was 109 when he died. He flourished about the 84th Olympiad. Demetrius of Troezen, in his book against the Sophists, reports that, as the lines of Homer say, he now, self-murdered from a beam depends, and his mad soul to blackest hell descends. But in the letter of Thales, which has been mentioned before, it is said that he slipped down through old age and fell into the sea, and so died. And this is enough to say about his death. There is also a jesting epigram of ours upon him, in our collection of poems in all meters, which runs thus. You too, Empedocles, essayed to purge your body in the rapid flames, and drank the liquid fire from the restless crater. I say not that you threw yourself at once into the stream of Aetna's fiery flood, but seeking to conceal yourself you fell, and so you met with unintended death. And another, Thales said the wise Empedocles did fall out of his chariot, and so broke his thigh, but if he leapt into the flames of Aetna, how could his tomb be shown in Megara? Roman 12. The following were some of his doctrines. He used to assert that there were 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air, and that is friendship by which they are united and discord by which they are separated. And he speaks thus on this subject. Bright Jove, life-giving Juno, Pluto dark, and Nestes, who fills mortal eyes with tears. Meaning by Jove fire, by Juno the earth, by Pluto the air, and by Nestes water. And these things, says he, never cease alternating with one another, inasmuch as this arrangement is perpetual. Accordingly, he says subsequently, sometimes in friendship bound they coalesce, sometimes they're parted by fell discords hate. And he asserts that the sun is a vast assemblage of fire, and that it is larger than the moon, and the moon is disc-shaped, and that the heaven itself is like crystal, and that the soul inhabits every kind of form of animals and plants. Accordingly, he thus expresses himself. For once I was a boy, and once a girl, a bush, a bird, a fish who swims the sea. Roman 13. His writings on natural philosophy and his purifications extend to 5,000 verses, and his medical poem to 600, and his tragedies we have spoken of previously. Life of Epicharmus. Epicharmus was a native of Kos, the son of Thales. He also was a pupil of Pythagoras. When he was 3 months old, he was brought to Megara, in Sicily, and from thence he came to Syracuse, as he himself tells us in his writings. And on his statue there is the following inscription. As the bright sun excels the other stars, as the sea far exceeds the river streams, so does sage Epicharmus men surpass, whom hospitable Syracuse has crowned. Roman 2. He has left behind him commentaries in which he treats of natural philosophy and delivers apophthegms and discusses medicine. He has also added brief notes to many of his commentaries, in which he declares plainly that he is the author of the works. Roman 3. He died at the age of 90 years. Life of Archytas. Archytas was a native of Tarentum, and the son of Nesigoras, or, as Aristoxenus relates, of Hipparchia. Roman 2. He also was a Pythagorean, and he it was who saved Plato's life by means of a letter when he was in danger of being put to death by Dionysius. Roman 3. He was a man held in very general esteem on account of his universal virtue, and he was 7 times appointed general of his countrymen, when no one else had ever held the office for more than 1 year, as the law forbade it to be held for a longer period. Roman 4. Plato wrote his letters to him, as he had begun the correspondence by writing himself to Plato, which he did in the following manner. Archytas to Plato, greeting. I am very glad that you have recovered from your delicate state of health, for you yourself have sent me word of your recovery, and Lamachus gives the same account. I have been much occupied with some commentaries, and have been among the Lucanians, and have met with the descendants of Ocelus. I have now in my possession, and I send to you the treatises on law, and kingly power, and piety, and the creation of the universe. As for the rest, I have not been able to find them, but whenever I do find any, I will send them to you. Thus wrote Archytas, and Plato sent him an answer in the following terms. Plato to Archytas, greeting. I was exceedingly glad to receive the commentaries which came from you, and I have admired their author in the greatest possible degree, and he seems to us to be a man worthy of his ancient ancestors. For they are said to have been originally natives of Myra, and to have been among the Trojans, whom Laomedon took with him, gallant men, as the story handed down by tradition attests. As for my commentaries which you ask me for, they are not yet completed, but such as they are I send them to you. And on the propriety of taking care of such things we are both agreed, so that I have no need to impress anything on you on that head. Farewell. These then are the letters which these philosophers wrote to one another. There were 4 people of the name of Archytas. The first, this man of whom we are speaking. The second was a Mydalnean, a musician. The third wrote a treatise on agriculture. The fourth was an epigrammatic poet. Some writers also make mention of a fifth, who was an architect, and there is a book on mechanics extant which is attributed to him, which begins in this way. This is what I heard from Teucer, the Carthaginian. And concerning the musician, the following story is told. That once he was reproached for not making himself heard, and he replied, My organ contends on my behalf and speaks. Roman 6. Aristoxenus says that this Pythagorean was never once defeated while acting as general, but that as he was attacked by envy, he once gave up his command, and his army was immediately taken prisoner. Roman 7. He was the first person who applied mathematical principles to mechanics and reduced them to a system, and the first also who gave a methodical impulse to descriptive geometry in seeking, in the sections of a demicylinder for a proportional mean, which should enable him to find the double of a given cube. He was also the first person who ever gave the geometrical measure of a cube, as Plato mentions in his Republic. Life of Alcmæon. Alcmæon was a citizen of Crotona. He also was a pupil of Pythagoras, and the chief part of his writings are on medical subjects. But he also at times discusses points of natural philosophy and asserts that the greater part of human affairs have 2 sides. He appears to have been the first person who wrote a treatise on natural philosophy, as Favorinus affirms in his Universal History, and he used to argue that the moon had the same nature for ever which she had at that moment. Roman 2. He was the son of Pirithous, as he himself states at the beginning of his treatise, where he says, Alcmæon of Crotona, the son of Pirithous, says this to Brontinus and Leon and Bathyllus. About things invisible and things mortal the gods alone have a certain knowledge, but men may form conjectures, and so on. He used also to say that the soul was immortal, and that it was in a state of perpetual motion in the same way as the sun. Life of Hippasus. Hippasus was a citizen of Metapontum and a pupil of Pythagoras. Roman 2. He used to say that the time of the changes of the world was definite, and that the universe also was finite and in a state of perpetual motion. Roman 3. Demetrius, in his treatise on people of the same name, says that he left no writings behind him. Roman 4. There were 2 people of the name of Hippasus, this man, and another who wrote an account of the constitution of the Lacedaemonians in 5 books, and he was himself a Lacedaemonian. Life of Philolaus. Philolaus was a native of Crotona, and a pupil of Pythagoras. It was from him that Plato wrote to Dion to take care and purchase the books of Pythagoras. Roman 2. And he died under suspicion of having designed to seize on the tyranny, and we have written an epigram on him. I say that all men ought above all things to guard against suspicion. For though innocent, still if you are suspected, you're unfortunate. And thus his native city of Crotona slew Philolaus, for the jealous citizens thought that his house betrayed a tyrant's purpose. Roman 3. His theory was that everything was produced by harmony and necessity. And he was the first person who affirmed that the earth moved in a circle, though some attribute the assertion of this principle to Aistas of Syracuse. Roman 4. He wrote one book, which Menippus reports on the authority of some unknown writer that Plato the philosopher purchased when he was in Sicily, having come thither to the court of Dionysius, of the relations of Philolaus for 40 Alexandrian minae of silver, and that from this book he copied his Timaeus. But others say that Plato received it as a present, after having obtained his liberty for a young man, one of the disciples of Philolaus, who had been arrested by Dionysius. Demetrius, in his treatise on people of the same name, says that he was the first of the Pythagoreans who wrote a treatise on natural philosophy, and it begins thus. But nature in the world has been composed of bodies infinite and finite, and so is the whole world and all that is in it. Life of Eudoxus. Eudoxus was the son of Aeschines and a native of Cnidus. He was an astronomer, a geometrician, a physician, and a lawgiver. In geometry, he was a pupil of Archytas, and in medicine of Philistion, the Sicilian, as Callimachus relates in his tablets. And Sotion, in his Successions, asserts that he was likewise a pupil of Plato. For that, when he was 23 years of age, and in very narrow circumstances, he came to Athens with Diomedon the physician, by whom he was chiefly supported, being attracted by the reputation of the Socratic school. Some say that his attachment to Diomedon was cemented by nearer ties. And when he had arrived at Piraeus, he went up to the city every day, and when he had heard the sophists lecture, he returned. And having spent 2 months there, he returned home again, and being again aided by the contributions of his friends, he set sail for Egypt, with Chrysippus the physician, bearing letters of introduction from Agesilaus to Nectanebus, and that he recommended him to the priests. Roman 2. And having remained there 1 year and 4 months, he shaved his eyebrows after the manner of the Egyptian priests, and composed, as it is said, the treatise called the Octiterus. From thence he went to Cyzicus, and to the Propontis, in both of which places he lived as a sophist. He also went to the court of Mausolus. And then, in this manner, he returned again to Athens, having a great many disciples with him, for the sake, as some say, of annoying Plato, because he had originally discarded him from his school. Some say that when Plato gave an entertainment on one occasion, Eudoxus, as the guests were very numerous, introduced the fashion of sitting in a semicircle. Nicomachus, the son of Aristotle, affirms that he used to say that pleasure was the good. Roman 3. He was received in his own country with great honors, as the decree that was passed respecting him shows. He was also accounted very illustrious among the Greeks, having given laws to his own fellow citizens, as Menippus tells us in the 4th book of his account of the 7 wise men, and having also written treatises on astronomy and geometry and several other considerable works. He had 3 daughters, Actes, Philtes, and Delphis, and Eratosthenes asserts in his books addressed to Baton that he also composed dialogues entitled Dialogues of Dogs. Others say that these were written by some Egyptians in their own language, and that Eudoxus translated them and published them in Greece. One of his pupils was Chrysippus, of Cnidus, son of Irenaeus, who learned of him all that he knew about the gods and the world and the heavenly bodies, and who learnt medicine from Philistion, the Sicilian. He also left some very admirable reminiscences. Roman 4. He had a son of the name of Aristagoras, who was the teacher of Chrysippus, the son of Aethlius. He was the author of a work on remedies for the eyes, as speculations on natural philosophy had come very much under his notice. There were 3 people of the name of Eudoxus. The first, this man of whom we are speaking; the second, a Rhodian who wrote histories; the third, a Siceliote, a son of Agathocles, a comic poet who gained 3 victories at the Dionysia in the city, and 5 at the Linnea, as Apollodorus tells us in his chronicles. We also find another, who was a physician of Cnidos, who is mentioned by this Eudoxus in his Circuit of the World, where he says that he used to warn people to keep constantly exercising their limbs in every kind of exercise, and their senses too. Romans 6. The same author says that the Cnidian Eudoxus flourished about the 103rd Olympiad, and that he was the inventor of the theory of crooked lines, and he died in his 53rd year. But when he was in Egypt with Xenophanes of Heliopolis, Apis licked his garment, and so the priest said that he would be short-lived, but very illustrious, as it is reported by Favorinus in his commentaries. And we have written an epigram on him that runs thus. T said that while at Memphis wise Eudoxus learnt his own fate from Th, holy fair-horned bull, he said indeed no word, bulls do not speak nor had kind nature ere calf Apis gifted with an articulately speaking mouth. But standing on one side he licked his cloak, showing by this most plainly, in brief time you shall put off your life. So death came soon, when he had just seen 53 times the Pleiads rise to warn the mariners. And instead of Eudoxus, they used to call him Eudoxus, on account of the brilliancy of his reputation. And since we have gone through the illustrious Pythagoreans, we must now speak of the promiscuous philosophers, as they call them. And we will first of all speak of Heraclitus. Book 9. Life of Heraclitus. Heraclitus was the son of Blyson, or, as some say, of Heraclion, and a citizen of Ephesus. He flourished about the 69th Olympiad. Roman 2. He was above all men of a lofty and arrogant spirit, as is plain from his writings in which he says, "Abundant learning does not form the mind, for if it did, it would have instructed Hesiod and Pythagoras, and likewise Xenophanes and Heraclitus. For the only piece of real wisdom is to know that idea, which by itself will govern everything on every occasion." He used to say, too, that Homer deserved to be expelled from the games and beaten, and Archytas likewise. He used also to say, "It is more necessary to extinguish insolence than to put out a fire." Another of his sayings was, "The people ought to fight for the law as for their city." He also attacks the Ephesians for having banished his companion Hermodorus when he says, "The Ephesians deserve to have all their youth put to death, and all those who are younger still banished from their city, inasmuch as they have banished Hermodorus, the best man among them, saying, Let no one of us be preeminently good, and if there be any such person, let him go to another city and another people." And when he was requested to make laws for them, he refused because the city was already immersed in a thoroughly bad constitution. And having retired to the temple of Diana with his children, he began to play at dice. And when all the Ephesians flocked round him, he said, "You wretches, what are you wondering at? Is it not better to do this than to meddle with public affairs in your company?" Roman 3. And at last, becoming a complete misanthrope, he used to live, spending his time in walking about the mountains, feeding on grasses and plants, and in consequence of these habits, he was attacked by the dropsy. And so then he returned to the city and asked the physicians, in a riddle, whether they were able to produce a drought after wet weather. And as they did not understand him, he shut himself up in a stable for oxen and covered himself with cow dung, hoping to cause the wet to evaporate from him by the warmth that this produced. And as he did himself no good in this way, he died, having lived 70 years. And we have written an epigram upon him which runs thus. I've often wondered much at Heraclitus, that he should choose to live so miserably, and die by such a miserable fate. For fell disease did master all his body, with water quenching all the light of his eyes, and bringing darkness o'er his mind and body. But Menippus states that what he asked the physicians was this, whether anyone could draw off the water by depressing his intestines. And when they answered that they could not, he placed himself in the sun, and ordered his servants to plaster him over with cow dung, and being stretched out in that way, on the second day he died, and was buried in the marketplace. But Menippus of Cyzicus says that as he could not tear off the cow dung, he remained there, and on account of the alteration in his appearance, he was not discovered, and so was devoured by the dogs. Roman 4. And he was a wonderful person from his boyhood since, while he was young, he used to say that he knew nothing, but when he had grown up, he then used to affirm that he knew everything. And he was no one's pupil, but he used to say that he himself had investigated everything and had learned everything of himself. But Solon relates that some people affirmed that he had been a pupil of Xenophanes. and that Ariston stated in his account of Heraclitus that he was cured of the dropsy and died of some other disease. And Hippobotus gives the same account. There is a book of his extant which is about nature generally, and it is divided into 3 discourses, one on the universe, one on politics, and one on theology. And he deposited this book in the temple of Diana, as some authors report, having written it intentionally in an obscure style, in order that only those who were able men might comprehend it, and that it might not be exposed to ridicule at the hands of the common people. Timon attacks this man also, saying, "Among them came that cuckoo Heraclitus, the enigmatical obscure reviler of all the common people." Theophrastus asserts that it was out of melancholy that he left some of his works half-finished, and wrote several in completely different styles. And Antisthenes, in his Successions, adduces as a proof of his lofty spirit the fact that he yielded to his brother the title and privileges of royalty. And his book had so high a reputation that a sect arose in consequence of it, who were called after his own name, Heracliteans. Romans 6. The following may be set down in a general manner as his main principles: that everything is created from fire, and is dissolved into fire, that everything happens according to destiny, and that all existing things are harmonized, and made to agree together by opposite tendencies, and that all things are full of souls and demons. He also discussed all the passions which exist in the world, and used also to contend that the sun was of that precise magnitude of which he appears to be. One of his sayings, too, was that no one, by whatever road he might travel, could ever possibly find out the boundaries of the soul, so deeply hidden are the principles which regulate it. He used also to call opinion the sacred disease, and to say that eyesight was often deceived. Sometimes, in his writings, he expresses himself with great brilliancy and clearness, so that even the most stupid man may easily understand him and receive an elevation of soul from him. And his conciseness and the dignity of his style are incomparable. In particulars, his doctrines are of this kind: that fire is an element, and that it is by the changes of fire that all things exist, being engendered sometimes by rarity, sometimes by density. But he explains nothing clearly. He also says that everything is produced by contrariety, and that everything flows on like a river, that the universe is finite, and that there is one world, and that is produced from fire, and that the whole world is in its turn again consumed by fire at certain periods, and that all this happens according to fate. That of the contraries, that which leads to production, is called war and contest, and that which leads to the conflagration is called harmony and peace. That change is the road leading upward, and the road leading downward, and that the whole world exists according to it. For that fire, when densified, becomes liquid, and becoming concrete becomes also water. Again, that the water when concrete is turned to earth, and that this is the road down. Again, that the earth itself becomes fused, from which water is produced, and from that everything else is produced. And then he refers almost everything to the evaporation which takes place from the sea, and this is the road which leads upwards. Also that there are evaporations both from earth and sea, some of which are bright and clear and some are dark, and that the fire is increased by the dark ones and the moisture by the others. But what the space which surrounds us is, he does not explain. He states, however, that there are vessels in it, turned with their hollow part towards us, in which all the bright evaporations are collected and form flames, which are the stars, and that the brightest of these flames and the hottest is the light of the sun. For that all the other stars are farther off from the earth, and that on this account they give less light and warmth, and that the moon is nearer the earth but does not move through a pure space. The sun, on the other hand, is situated in a transparent space, and one free from all admixture, preserving a well-proportioned distance from us, on which account it gives us more light and more heat, and that the sun and moon are eclipsed when the before-mentioned vessels are turned upwards, and that the different phases of the moon take place every month, as its vessel keeps gradually turning round. Moreover, that day and night, and months and years, and rains and winds, and things of that kind, all exist according to, and are caused by, the different evaporations. For that the bright evaporation catching fire in the circle of the sun causes day, and the predominance of the opposite one causes night. And again, from the bright one the heat is increased so as to produce summer. And from the dark one the cold gains strength and produces winter, and he also explains the causes of the other phenomena in a corresponding manner. But with respect to the earth, he does not explain at all of what character it is, nor does he do so in the case of the vessels. And these were his main doctrines. Romans 7. Now, what his opinion about Socrates was, and what expressions he used when he met with a treatise of his which Euripides brought him, according to the story told by Ariston, we have detailed in our account of Socrates. Seleucus, the grammarian, however, says that a man of the name of Croton, in his Diver, relates that it was a person of the name of Crates who first brought this book into Greece, and that he said that he wanted some Delian diver who would not be drowned in it. And the book is described under several titles, some calling it the Muses, some a treatise on nature, but Diodotus calls it a well-compacted helm to lead a man straight through the path of life. Some call it a science of morals, the arrangement of the changes of unity and of everything. Roman 8, they say that when he was asked why he preserved silence, he said, that you may talk. Roman 9, Darius was very desirous to enjoy his conversation, and wrote thus to him. King Darius, the son of Hystaspes, addresses Heraclitus of Ephesus, the wise man, greeting him. You have written a book on natural philosophy, difficult to understand and difficult to explain. Accordingly, if in some parts it is explained literally, it seems to disclose a very important theory concerning the universal world, and all that is contained in it, as they are placed in a state of most divine motion. But commonly, the mind is kept in suspense, so that those who have studied your work the most are not able precisely to disentangle the exact meaning of your expressions. Therefore, King Darius, the son of Hystaspes, wishes to enjoy the benefit of hearing you discourse, and of receiving some Grecian instruction. Come therefore quickly to my sight and to my royal palace, for the Greeks, in general, do not accord to wise men the distinction which they deserve, and disregard the admirable expositions delivered by them, which are, however, worthy of being seriously listened to and studied. But with me you shall have every kind of distinction and honor, and you shall enjoy every day honorable and worthy conversation, and your pupils' life shall become virtuous, in accordance with your precepts. Heraclitus of Ephesus to King Darius, the son of Hystaspes, greeting. All the men that exist in the world are far removed from truth and just dealings, but they are full of evil foolishness, which leads them to insatiable covetousness and vainglorious ambition. I, however, forgetting all their worthlessness and shunning satiety, and who wish to avoid all envy on the part of my countrymen, and all appearance of arrogance, will never come to Persia, since I am quite contented with a little, and live as best suits my own inclination. This was the way in which the man behaved even to the king, and Demetrius, in his treatise on people of the same name, says that he also despised the Athenians, among whom he had a very high reputation, and that though he was himself despised by the Ephesians, he nevertheless preferred his own home. Demetrius Phalereus also mentions him in his defense of Socrates. There were many people who undertook to interpret his book. For Antisthenes and Heraclides, Ponticus and Cleanthus and Spherus the Stoic, and besides them Pausanias, who was surnamed Heraclitus, and Nicomedes and Dionysius all did so. And of the grammarians, Diodotus undertook the same task, and he says that the subject of the book is not natural philosophy, but politics, and that all that is said in it about natural philosophy is only by way of illustration. And Hieronymus tells us that a man of the name of Scythinus, an iambic poet, attempted to render the book into verse. Roman 12, there are many epigrams extant which were written upon him, and this is one of them. I who lie here am Heraclitus, spare me ye rude unlettered men. 'Twas not for you that I did labor, but for wiser people. One man may be to me a countless host, and an unnumbered multitude be no one, and this I still say in the shades below. And there is another expressed thus. Be not too hasty, skimming o'er the book of Heraclitus. 'Tis a difficult road, for mist is there, and darkness hard to pierce. But if you have a guide who knows his system, then everything is clearer than the sun. Roman 13, there were 5 people of the name of Heraclitus. The first was this philosopher of ours. The second, a lyric poet who wrote a panegyrical hymn on the 12 gods. The third was an elegiac poet of Halicarnassus, on whom Callimachus wrote the following epigram. I heard, O Heraclitus, of your death, and the news filled my eyes with mournful tears when I remembered all the happy hours when we with talk beguiled the setting sun. you now are dust. But still the honeyed voice of your sweet converse doth and will survive, nor can fell death, which all things else destroys, lay upon that his ruthless conquering grasp. The fourth was a lesbian who wrote a history of Macedonia. The fifth was a man who blended jest with earnest, and who, having been a harp player, abandoned that profession for a serio-comic style of writing. Life of Xenophanes. Xenophanes was the son of Diogenes, or, as Apollodorus says, of Orthomenes. He was a citizen of Colophon, and is praised by Timon. Accordingly, he says, Xenophanes, not much a slave to vanity, the wise reprover of the tricks of Homer. He, having been banished from his own country, lived at Zancle in Sicily, and at Catana. Roman 2. And, according to the statements made by some people, he was a pupil of no one. But, as others say, he was a pupil of Botan the Athenian, or, as another account again affirms, of Archelaus. He was, if we may believe Solon, a contemporary of Anaximander. Roman 3. He wrote poems in hexameter and in elegiac verse, and also he wrote iambics against Hesiod and Homer, attacking the things said in their poems about the gods. He also used to recite his own poems. It is said likewise that he argued against the opinions of Thales and Pythagoras, and that he also attacked Epimenides. He lived to an extreme old age, as he says somewhere himself. 67 long years are fully past, since first my doctrines spread abroad through Greece, and twixt that time and my first view of light 6 lustres more must added be to them, if I am right at all about my age, lacking but 8 years of a century. His doctrine was that there were 4 elements of existing things, and an infinite number of worlds which were all unchangeable. He thought that the clouds were produced by the vapor which was borne upwards from the sun, and which lifted them up into the circumambient space. That the essence of God was of a spherical form, in no respect resembling man that the universe could see, and that the universe could hear, but could not breathe, and that it was in all its parts intellect, and wisdom, and eternity. He was the first person who asserted that everything which is produced is perishable, and that the soul is a spirit. He used also to say that the many was inferior to unity. Also, that we ought to associate with tyrants either as little as possible, or else as pleasantly as possible. When Empedocles said to him that the wise man was undiscoverable, he replied, "Very likely, for it takes a wise man to discover a wise man." And Solon says that he was the first person who asserted that everything is incomprehensible, but he is mistaken in this. Xenophanes wrote a poem on the founding of Colophon, and also on the colonization of Elea in Italy, consisting of 2,000 verses, and he flourished about the 60th Olympiad. Roman 4. Demetrius Phalereus, in his treatise on old age, and Phanidius the Stoic, in his essay on cheerfulness, relate that he buried his sons with his own hands, as Anaxagoras had also done. And he seems to have been detested by the Pythagoreans, Parmenides, and Orstades, as Favorinus relates in the first book of his commentaries. There was also another Xenophanes, a native of Lesbos and an iambic poet. These are the promiscuous or unattached philosophers. Life of Parmenides. Parmenides, the son of Pyres and a citizen of Velia, was a pupil of Xenophanes, and Theophrastus, in his abridgment, says that he was also a pupil of Anaximander. However, though he was a pupil of Xenophanes, he was not afterwards a follower of his, but he attached himself to Aminias and Diogenes the Pythagorean, as Solon relates, which last was a poor but honorable and virtuous man. And he it was whose follower he became, and after he was dead, he erected a shrine, or letter 1F21 row letter 1FF7 Omicron nu, in his honor. And so Parmenides, who was of a noble family and possessed of considerable wealth, was induced, not by Xenophanes but by Aminias, to embrace the tranquil life of a philosopher. Roman 2. He was the first person who asserted that the earth was of a spherical form, and that it was situated in the center of the universe. He also taught that there were 2 elements, fire and earth, and that one of them occupies the place of the maker, the other that of the matter. He also used to teach that man was originally made out of clay, and that they were composed of 2 parts, the hot and the cold, of which, in fact, everything consists. Another of his doctrines was that the mind and the soul were the same thing, as we are informed by Theophrastus in his Natural Philosophy, when he enumerates the theories of nearly all the different philosophers. He also used to say that philosophy was of a twofold character, one kind resting on certain truth, the other on opinion. On which account he says somewhere, "And 'twill be needful for you well to know the fearless heart of all convincing truth, also the opinions, though less sure, of men, which rest upon no certain evidence." Roman 3. Parmenides too philosophizes in his poems, as Hesiod and Xenophanes and Empedocles used to. And he used to say that argument was the test of truth, and that the sensations were not trustworthy witnesses. Accordingly, he says, "Let not the common usages of men persuade your better taught experience. To trust to men's unsafe deceitful sight, or treacherous ears, or random speaking tongue, reason alone will prove the truth of facts." On which account Timon says of him, "The vigorous mind of wise Parmenides, who classes all the errors of the thoughts under vain fantasies." Plato inscribed one of his dialogues with his name, Parmenides, or an essay on ideas. He flourished about the 69th Olympiad. He appears to have been the first person who discovered that Hesperus and Lucifer were the same star, as Favorinus records in the 5th book of his commentaries. Some, however, attribute this discovery to Pythagoras, and Callimachus asserts that the poem in which this doctrine is promulgated is not his work. Roman 4. He is said also to have given laws to his fellow citizens, as Leucippus records in his account of the philosophers. He was also the first employer of the question called the Achilles, as Favorinus assures us in his Universal History. There was also another Parmenides, an orator, who wrote a treatise on the art of oratory. Life of Melissus. Melissus was a Samian and the son of Ithagenes. He was a pupil of Parmenides, but he also had conversed with Heraclitus when he recommended him to the Ephesians, who were unacquainted with him, as Hippocrates recommended Democritus to the people of Abdera. Roman 2. He was a man greatly occupied in political affairs and held in great esteem among his fellow citizens, on which account he was elected admiral. And he was admired still more on account of his private virtues. Roman 3. His doctrine was that the universe was infinite, unsusceptible of change, immovable, and one, being always like to itself and complete, and that there was no such thing as real motion, but that there only appeared to be such. As respecting the gods, too, he denied that there was any occasion to give a definition of them, for that there was no certain knowledge of them. Roman 4. Apollodorus states that he flourished about the 84th Olympiad. Life of Zeno, the Eleatic. Zeno was a native of Velia. Apollodorus, in his chronicles, says that he was by nature the son of Eudoxus, but by adoption the son of Parmenides. Roman 2. Timon speaks thus of him and Melissus. "Great is the strength, invincible the might of Zeno, skilled to argue on both sides of any question, universal critic, and of Melissus too. They rose superior to prejudice in general, only yielding to very few." And Zeno had been a pupil of Parmenides, and had been on other accounts greatly attached to him. Roman 3. He was a tall man, as Plato tells us in his Parmenides, and the same writer in his Phaedrus calls him also the Eleatic Palames. Roman 4. Aristotle in his Sophist says that he was the inventor of dialectics, as Empedocles was of rhetoric. And he was a man of the greatest nobleness of spirit, both in philosophy and in politics. There are also many books extant, which are attributed to him, full of great learning and wisdom. He, wishing to put an end to the power of Nearches, the tyrant some, however, call the tyrant Diomedon, was arrested, as we are informed by Heraclitus in his abridgment of Satyrus. And when he was examined as to his accomplices, and as to the arms which he was taking to Lipara, he named all the friends of the tyrant as his accomplices, wishing to make him feel himself alone. And then, after he had mentioned some names, he said that he wished to whisper something privately to the tyrant, and when he came near him, he bit him and would not leave his hold till he was stabbed. And the same thing happened to Aristogiton, the tyrant slayer. But Demetrius, in his treatise on people of the same name, says that it was his nose that he bit off. Moreover, Antisthenes in his Successions says that after he had given him information against his friends, he was asked by the tyrant if there was anyone else. And he replied, "Yes, you, the destruction of the city." and that he also said to the bystanders, "I marvel at your cowardice, if you submit to be slaves to the tyrant out of fear of such pains as I am now enduring." And at last he bit off his tongue and spit it at him, and the citizens immediately rushed forward and slew the tyrant with stones. And this is the account that is given by almost everyone. But Menippus says that he was put into a mortar and pounded to death, and we ourselves have written the following epigram on him. Your noble wish, O Zeno, was to slay a cruel tyrant, freeing Elea from the harsh bonds of shameful slavery, but you were disappointed, for the tyrant pounded you in a mortar. I say wrong, he only crushed your body and not you. Romans 6. And Zeno was an excellent man in other respects, and he was also a despiser of great men in an equal degree with Heraclitus. For he, too, preferred the town which was formerly called Hyel, and afterwards Elea, being a colony of the Phaeacians and his own native place, a poor city possessed of no other importance than the knowledge of how to raise virtuous citizens, to the pride of the Athenians, so that he did not often visit them, but spent his life at home. Romans 7. He, too, was the first man who asked the question called Achilles, though Phavorinus attributes its first use to Parmenides and several others. Roman 8. His chief doctrines were that there were several worlds and that there was no vacuum, that the nature of all things consisted of hot and cold, and dry and moist, these elements interchanging their substances with one another. That man was made out of the earth, and that his soul was a mixture of the before-named elements in such a way that no one of them predominated. Roman 9. They say that when he was reproached he was indignant, and that when someone blamed him he replied, "If when I am reproached I am not angered, then I shall not be pleased when I am praised." We have already said in our account of the Sicyaan that there were 8 Zenos, but this one flourished about the 79th Olympiad. Life of Leucippus. Leucippus was a native of Velia, but as some say of Abdera, and, as others report, of Melos. Roman 2, he was a pupil of Zeno. And his principal doctrines were that all things were infinite and were interchanged with one another, and that the universe was a vacuum and full of bodies, also that the worlds were produced by bodies falling into the vacuum and becoming entangled with one another, and that the nature of the stars originated in motion according to their increase. Also, that the sun is borne round in a greater circle around the moon, that the earth is carried on revolving round the center, and that its figure resembles a drum. He was the first philosopher who spoke of atoms as principles. Roman 3. These are his doctrines in general. In particular detail, they are as follow. He says that the universe is infinite, as I have already mentioned. That of it, one part is a plenum and the other a vacuum. He also says that the elements and the worlds which are derived from them are infinite and are dissolved again into them, and that the worlds are produced in this manner, that many bodies of various kinds and shapes are born by amputation from the infinite into a vast vacuum, and then, they being collected together, produce one vortex, according to which they, dashing against one another and whirling about in every direction, are separated in such a way that like attaches itself to like. But as they are all of equal weight, when by reason of their number they are no longer able to whirl about, the thin ones depart into the outer vacuum, as if they bounded through, and the others remain behind, and becoming entangled with one another, run together, and produce a sort of spherical-shaped figure. This subsists as a kind of membrane, containing within itself bodies of every kind, and as these are whirled about so as to revolve according to the resistance of the center, the circumambient membrane becomes thin, since bodies are without ceasing, uniting according to the impulse given by the vortex. And in this way the earth is produced, since these bodies which have once been brought to the center remain there. On the other side, there is produced another enveloping membrane, which increases incessantly by the accretion of exterior bodies, and which, as it is itself animated by a circular movement, drags with it and adds to itself everything it meets with. Some of these bodies thus enveloped reunite again and form compounds, which are at first moist and clayey, but soon becoming dry, and being drawn on in the universal movement of the circular vortex, they catch fire and constitute the substance of the stars. The orbit of the sun is the most distant one, that of the moon is the nearest to the earth, and between the two are the orbits of the other stars. All the stars are set on fire by the rapidity of their own motion, and the sun is set on fire by the stars. The moon has only a slight quantity of fire. The sun and the moon are eclipsed in consequence of the inclination of the earth towards the south. In the north it always snows, and those districts are cold and are often frozen. The sun is eclipsed but seldom, but the moon frequently, because her orbits are unequal. Leucippus admits also that the production of worlds, their increase, their diminution, and their destruction depend on a certain necessity, the character of which he does not precisely explain. Life of Democritus. Democritus was the son of Hegesistratus, but as some say, of Athenocrites, and, according to other accounts, of Damasippus. He was a native of Abdera, or, as it is stated by some authors, a citizen of Miletus. Roman 2. He was a pupil of some of the Magi and Chaldeans, whom Xerxes had left with his father as teachers, when he had been hospitably received by him, as Herodotus informs us. And from these men he, while still a boy, learned the principles of astronomy and theology. Afterwards, his father entrusted him to Leucippus, and to Anaxagoras, as some authors assert, who was 40 years older than he. And Favorinus, in his Universal History, says that Democritus said of Anaxagoras that his opinions about the sun and moon were not his own, but were old theories, and that he had stolen them. And that he used also to pull to pieces his assertions about the composition of the world, and about mind, as he was hostile to him, because he had declined to admit him as a pupil. How then can he have been a pupil of his, as some assert? And Demetrius in his treatise on people of the same name, and Antisthenes in his Successions, both affirm that he traveled to Egypt to see the priests there, and to learn mathematics of them, and that he proceeded further to the Chaldeans, and penetrated into Persia, and went as far as the Persian Gulf. Some also say that he made acquaintance with the gymnosophists in India, and that he went to Ethiopia. Roman 3. He was one of 3 brothers who divided their patrimony among them, and the most common story is that he took the smaller portion, as it was in money, because he required money for the purpose of traveling, though his brothers suspected him of entertaining some treacherous design. And Demetrius says that his share amounted to more than 100 talents, and that he spent the whole of it. Roman 4. He also says that he was so industrious a man that he cut off for himself a small portion of the garden which surrounded his house, in which there was a small cottage, and shut himself up in it. And on one occasion, when his father brought him an ox to sacrifice, and fastened it there, he for a long time did not discover it, until his father, having roused him, on the pretext of the sacrifice, told him what he had done with the ox. He further asserts that it is well known that he went to Athens, and as he despised glory, he did not desire to be known, and that he became acquainted with Socrates, without Socrates knowing who he was. For I came, says he, to Athens, and no one knew me. If, says Thales, the Rivals is really the work of Plato, then Democritus must be the anonymous interlocutor, who is introduced in that dialogue, besides Oenipides and Anaxagoras, the one I mean who, in the conversation with Socrates, is arguing about philosophy, and whom the philosopher tells that a philosopher resembles a conqueror in the pentathlum. And he was veritably a master of 5 branches of philosophy. For he was thoroughly acquainted with physics, and ethics, and mathematics, and the whole encyclic system, and indeed he was thoroughly experienced and skillful in every kind of art. He it was who was the author of the saying, "Speech is the shadow of action." But Demetrius Phalereus, in his defense of Socrates, affirms that he never came to Athens at all. And that is a still stranger circumstance than any, if he despised so important a city, not wishing to derive glory from the place in which he was, but preferring rather himself to invest the place with glory. Roman 6, and it is evident from his writings what sort of man he was. He seems, says Thales, to have been also an admirer of the Pythagoreans. And he mentions Pythagoras himself, speaking of him with admiration in the treatise which is inscribed with his name. And he appears to have derived all his doctrines from him to such a degree that one would have thought that he had been his pupil, if the difference of time did not prevent it. At all events, Glaucus, of Rhegium, who was a contemporary of his, affirms that he was a pupil of some of the Pythagorean school. And Apollodorus of Cyzicus says that he was intimate with Philolaus. He used to practice himself, says Antisthenes, in testing perceptions in various manners, sometimes retiring into solitary places and spending his time even among tombs. Romans 7. And he further adds that when he returned from his travels, he lived in a most humble manner, like a man who had spent all his property, and that on account of his poverty he was supported by his brother Damasus. But when he had foretold some future event, which happened as he had predicted, and had in consequence become famous, he was for all the rest of his life thought worthy of almost divine honors by the generality of people. And as there was a law that a man who had squandered the whole of his patrimony should not be allowed funeral rites in his country, Antisthenes says that he, being aware of this law and not wishing to be exposed to the calumnies of those who envied him, and would be glad to accuse him, recited to the people his work called The Great World, which is far superior to all his other writings, and that as a reward for it he was presented with 500 talents. And not only that, but he also had some brazen statues erected in his honor. And when he died, he was buried at the public expense, after having attained the age of more than 100 years. But Demetrius says that it was his relations who read The Great World, and that they were presented with 100 talents only, and Hippobotus coincides in this statement. Roman 8. And Aristoxenus, in his historic commentaries, says that Plato wished to burn all the writings of Democritus that he was able to collect, but that Amyclas and Cleinias, the Pythagoreans, prevented him, as it would do no good, for that copies of his books were already in many hands. And it is plain that that was the case, for Plato, who mentions nearly all the ancient philosophers, nowhere speaks of Democritus, not even in those passages where he has occasion to contradict his theories, evidently because he said that if he did, he would be showing his disagreement with the best of all philosophers, a man whom even Timon praises in the following terms. Like that Democritus, wisest of men, sage ruler of his speech, profound converser, whose works I love to read among the first. Roman 9. But he was, according to the statement made by himself in the Little World, a youth when Anaxagoras was an old man, being 40 years younger than he was. And he says that he composed the Little World 730 years after the capture of Troy. And he must have been born according to the account given by Apollodorus in his chronicles in the 80th Olympiad, but as Thales says in his work entitled The Events, which took place before the reading of the books of Democritus, in the 3rd year of the 77th Olympiad, being, as it is there stated, 1 year older than Socrates. He must therefore have been a contemporary of Archelaus, the pupil of Anaxagoras, and of Oenipides, for he makes mention of this letter. He also speaks of the theories of Parmenides and Zeno, on the subject of the one, as they were the men of the highest reputation in histories, and he also speaks of Pythagoras of Abdera, who confessedly lived at the same time as Socrates. Athenodorus tells us, in the 8th book of his Conversations, that once when Hippocrates came to see him, he ordered some milk to be brought, and that, when he saw the milk, he said that it was the milk of a black goat with her first kid, on which Hippocrates marveled at his accurate knowledge. Also, as a young girl came with Hippocrates on the first day, he saluted her thus, "Good morning, my maid." But on the next day, "Good morning, woman," for indeed she had ceased to be a maid during the night. Zai and Hermippus relates that Democritus died in the following manner. He was exceedingly old and appeared at the point of death, and his sister was lamenting that he would die during the festival of the Thesmophoria, and so prevent her from discharging her duties to the goddess. And so he bade her be of good cheer, and desired her to bring him hot loaves every day. And, by applying these to his nostrils, he kept himself alive even over the festival. But when the days of the festival were past, and it lasted 3 days, then he expired without any pain, as Hipparchus assures us, having lived 109 years. And we have written an epigram upon him in our collection of poems in every meter, which runs thus. What man was e'er so wise, who ever did so great a deed as this Democritus, who kept off death, though present for 3 days, and entertained him with hot steam of bread? Such was the life of this man. Roman 12. Now his principal doctrines were these: that atoms and the vacuum were the beginning of the universe, and that everything else existed only in opinion, that the worlds were infinite, created, and perishable, but that nothing was created out of nothing, and that nothing was destroyed so as to become nothing, that the atoms were infinite both in magnitude and number, and were borne about through the universe in endless revolutions, and that thus they produced all the combinations that exist: fire, water, air, and earth. For that all these things are only combinations of certain atoms, which combinations are incapable of being affected by external circumstances, and are unchangeable by reason of their solidity. Also, that the sun and the moon are formed by such revolutions and round bodies, and in like manner the soul is produced, and that the soul and the mind are identical, that we see by the falling of visions across our sight, and that everything that happens, happens of necessity. Motion being the cause of the production of everything, which he calls necessity. The chief good he asserts to be cheerfulness, which, however, he does not consider the same as pleasure, as some people who have misunderstood him have fancied that he meant. But he understands by cheerfulness a condition according to which the soul lives calmly and steadily, being disturbed by no fear or superstition or other passion. He calls this state epsilon letter 1f50 theta upsilon mu iota alpha, and epsilon letter 1f50 epsilon sigma tau letter 1f7c, and several other names. Everything which is made he looks upon as depending for its existence on opinion, but atoms and the vacuum he believes exist by nature. These were his principal opinions. Roman 13. Of his books, Thales has given a regular catalogue, in the same way that he has arranged the works of Plato, dividing them into 4 classes. Now these are his ethical works: the Pythagoras, a treatise on the disposition of the wise man, an essay on those in the shades below; the Tritogeneia, this is so called because from Minerva 3 things are derived which hold together all human affairs; a treatise on manly courage or valor; the Horn of Amalthea, an essay on cheerfulness, a volume of ethical commentaries; a treatise entitled, for cheerfulness, epsilon letter 1f50 epsilon sigma tau letter 1f7c, is not found. These are his writings on natural philosophy. The great world, which Theophrastus asserts to be the work of Leucippus; the little world, the cosmography, a treatise on the planets, the first book on nature; 2 books on the nature of man or on flesh, an essay on the mind, 1 on the senses. Some people join these 2 together in 1 volume, which they entitle On the Soul; a treatise on juices, 1 on colors, 1 on the different figures, 1 on the changes of figures; the Cratenteria, that is to say, an essay approving of what has been said in preceding ones; a treatise on phenomenon or on providence; 3 books on pestilences or pestilential evils, a book of difficulties. These are his books on natural philosophy. His miscellaneous works are these: heavenly causes, aerial causes, causes affecting plane surfaces, causes referring to fire and to what is in fire, causes affecting voices, causes affecting seeds and plants and fruits, 3 books of causes affecting animals, miscellaneous causes, a treatise on the magnet. These are his miscellaneous works. His mathematical writings are the following: a treatise on the difference of opinion or on the contact of the circle and the sphere, 1 on geometry, 1 on numbers, 1 on incommensurable lines and solids in 2 books, a volume called Explanations, the Great Year or the Astronomical Calendar, a discussion on the clepsydra, the map of the heavens, geography, polography, actinography, or a discussion on rays of light. These are his mathematical works. His works on music are the following: a treatise on rhythm and harmony, 1 on poetry, 1 on the beauty of epic poems, 1 on euphonious and discordant letters, 1 on Homer, or on propriety of diction and dialects, 1 on song, 1 on words, the onomasticon. These are his musical works. The following are his works on art: Prognostics, a treatise on the way of living, called also Dietetics, or the opinions of a physician, causes relating to unfavorable and favorable opportunities; a treatise on agriculture, called also the Georgic; 1 on painting, tactics, and fighting in heavy armor. These are his works on such subjects. Some authors also give a list of some separate treatises which they collect from his commentaries: a treatise on the sacred letters seen at Babylon, another on the sacred letters seen at Meroe, the voyage round the ocean, a treatise on history, a Chaldaic discourse, a Phrygian discourse, a treatise on fever, an essay on those who are attacked with cough after illness, the principles of laws, things made by hand, or problems. As to the other books which some writers ascribe to him, Some are merely extracts from his other writings, and some are confessedly the work of others. And this is a sufficient account of his writings. Roman 14. There were 6 people of the name of Democritus. The first was this man of whom we are speaking. The second was a musician of Chios who lived about the same time. The third was a sculptor who is mentioned by Antigonus. The fourth is a man who wrote a treatise on the temple at Ephesus and on the city of Samothrace. The fifth was an epigrammatic poet of great perspicuity and elegance. The sixth was a citizen of Pergamus who wrote a treatise on oratory. Life of Protagoras. Protagoras was the son of Artemon, or, as Apollodorus says, which account is corroborated by Danon in his History of Persia, of Meander. He was a native of Abdera, as Heraclitus Ponticus tells us in his treatise on laws, and the same authority informs us that he made laws for the Thurians. But according to the statement of Eupolis in his Flatterers, he was a native of Teos, for he says, "Within you'll find Protagoras of Teos. He and Prodicus of Ceos used to levy contributions for giving their lectures." And Plato, in his Protagoras, says that Prodicus had a very powerful voice. Roman 2. Protagoras was a pupil of Democritus, and he was surnamed Wisdom, as Favorinus informs us in his Universal History. Roman 3. He was the first person who asserted that in every question there were 2 sides to the argument exactly opposite to one another, and he used to employ them in his arguments, being the first person who did so. But he began something in this manner. Man is the measure of all things, of those things which exist as he is, and of those things which do not exist as he is not. And he used to say that nothing else was sole except the senses, as Plato says in the Theaetetus, and that everything was true. And another of his treatises he begins in this way. Concerning the gods, I am not able to know to a certainty whether they exist or whether they do not. For there are many things which prevent one from knowing, especially the obscurity of the subject and the shortness of the life of man. And on account of this beginning of his treatise, he was banished by the Athenians. And they burnt his books in the marketplace, calling them in by the public crier, and compelling all who possessed them to surrender them. He was the first person who demanded payment of his pupils, fixing his charge at 100 minae. He was also the first person who gave a precise definition of the parts of time, and who explained the value of opportunity, and who instituted contests of argument, and who armed the disputants with the weapon of sophism. He it was too who first left facts out of consideration, and fastened his arguments on words, and who was the parent of the present superficial and futile kinds of discussion. On which account Timon says of him, Protagoras, that slippery arguer, in disputatious contests fully skilled. He too, it was, who first invented that sort of argument which is called the Socratic, and who first employed the reasonings of Antisthenes, which attempt to establish the point that they cannot be contradicted, as Plato tells us in his Euthydemus. He was also the first person who practiced regular discussions on set subjects, as Artemidorus, the dialectician, tells us in his treatise against Chrysippus. He was also the original inventor of the porter's pad for men to carry their burdens on, as we are assured by Aristotle in his book on education. For he himself was a porter, as Epicharmus says somewhere or other. And it was in this way that he became highly thought of by Democritus, who saw him as he was tying up some sticks. He was also the first person who divided discourse into 4 parts: entreaty, interrogation, answer, and injunction, though some writers make the part 7, narration, interrogation, answer, injunction, promise, entreaty, and invocation, and these he called the foundations of discourse. But Alcidamas says that there are 4 divisions of discourse: affirmation, denial, interrogation, and invocation. The first of his works that he ever read in public was the treatise on the gods, the beginning of which we have quoted above, and he read this at Athens in the house of Euripides, or, as some say, in that of Megaclides. Others say that he read it in the Lyceum, his pupil Archytas, the son of Theodotus, giving him the aid of his voice. His accuser was Pythagoras, the son of Polyzelos, one of the 400, but Aristotle calls him Evathlus. Roman 6. The writings of his which are still extant are these: a treatise on the art of contention, one on wrestling, one on mathematics, one on a republic, one on ambition, one on virtues, one on the original condition of man, one on those in the shades below, one on the things which are not done properly by men, 1 volume of precepts, 1 essay entitled Justice in Pleading for Hire, 2 books of contradictions. These are his books. Plato also addressed a dialogue to him. Romans 7. Philocorus relates that, as he was sailing to Sicily, his ship was wrecked, and that this circumstance is alluded to by Euripides in his Ixion, and some say that he died on his journey, being about 90 years old. But Apollodorus states his age at 70 years and says that he was a sophist 40 years and that he flourished about the 84th Olympiad. There is an epigram upon him written by myself in the following terms. I hear accounts of you, Protagoras, that, traveling far from Athens, on the road you, an old man and quite infirm, did die. For Cecrops, city drove you forth to exile, but you, though scaping dread Minerva's might, could not escape the outspread arms of Pluto. Roman 8. It is said that once, when he demanded of Evathlus his pupil payment for his lessons, Evathlus said to him, But I have never been victorious in an argument. And he rejoined, But if I gain my cause, then I should naturally receive the fruits of my victory, and so would you obtain the fruits of yours. Roman 9. There was also another Protagoras, an astronomer, on whom Euphorion wrote an elegy, and a third also, who was a philosopher of the Stoic sect. Life of Diogenes, of Apollonia. Diogenes was a native of Apollonia, and the son of Polyphemus, a natural philosopher of high reputation, and he was, as Antisthenes reports, a pupil of Anaximenes. He was also a contemporary of Anaxagoras, and Demetrius Phalereus says, in his defense of Socrates, that he was very unpopular at Athens, and even in some danger of his life. Roman 2. The following were his principal doctrines: that the air was an element, that the worlds were infinite, and that the vacuum also was infinite, that the air, as it was condensed, and as it was rarefied, was the productive cause of the worlds, that nothing can be produced out of nothing, and that nothing can be destroyed so as to become nothing, that the earth is round, firmly planted in the middle of the universe, having acquired its situation from the circumvolutions of the hot principle around it, and its consistency from the cold. The first words of his treatise are, It appears to me that he who begins any treatise ought to lay down principles about which there can be no dispute, and that his exposition of them ought to be simple and dignified. Life of Anaxarchus. Anaxarchus was a native of Abdera. He was a pupil of Diogenes of Smyrna, but, as some say, of Metrocles of Chios, who said that he was not even sure that he knew nothing, and Metrocles was a pupil of Nessus of Chios, though others assert that he was a disciple of Democritus. Roman 2. Anaxarchus too enjoyed the intimacy of Alexander and flourished about the 110th Olympiad. He had for an enemy Nicocreon, the tyrant of Cyprus. And on one occasion, when Alexander at a banquet asked him what he thought of the entertainment, he is said to have replied, O king, everything is provided very sumptuously, and the only thing wanting is to have the head of some satrap served up, hinting at Nicocreon. And Nicocreon did not forget his grudge against him for this. But after the death of the king, when Anaxarchus, who was making a voyage, was driven against his will into Cyprus, he took him and put him in a mortar, and commanded him to be pounded to death with iron pestles. And then they say that he, disregarding this punishment, uttered that celebrated saying, Beat the bag of Anaxarchus, but you will not beat Anaxarchus himself. And then, when Nicocreon commanded that his tongue should be cut out, it is said that he bit it off and spit it at him. And we have written an epigram upon him in the following terms. Beat more and more, your beating but a bag beat Anaxarchus is in heaven with Jove. Hereafter Proserpine will rack your bones, and say, thus perish, you accursed beater. Roman 3. Anaxarchus, on account of the evenness of his temper and the tranquility of his life, was called the happy. And he was a man to whom it was very easy to reprove men and bring them to temperance. Accordingly, he produced an alteration in Alexander, who thought himself a god, for when he saw the blood flowing from some wound that he had received, he pointed to him with his finger and said, This is blood and not. Such stream as issues from a wounded god, pure emanation, uncorrupted flood, unlike our gross, diseased, terrestrial blood. But Plutarch says that it was Alexander himself who quoted these lines to his friends. They also tell a story that Anaxarchus once drank to him, and then showed the goblet and said, Shall any mortal hand dare wound a god? Life of Pyrrho. Pyrrho was a citizen of Elis, and the son of Plestarchus, as Diocles informs us, and, as Apollodorus in his chronicles asserts, he was originally a painter. Roman too, and he was a pupil of Bryson, the son of Stilpon, as we are told by Alexander in his chronicles. After that, he attached himself to Anaxarchus and attended him everywhere, so that he even went as far as the Gymnosophists in India and the Magi. Roman 3. Owing to which circumstance, he seems to have taken a noble line in philosophy, introducing the doctrine of incomprehensibility and of the necessity of suspending one's judgment, as we learn from Ascanius of Abdera. For he used to say that nothing was honorable, or disgraceful, or just, or unjust. And on the same principle he asserted that there was no such thing as downright truth, but that men did everything in consequence of custom and law. For that nothing was any more this than that. And his life corresponded to his principles, for he never shunned anything and never guarded against anything, encountering everything, even wagons for instance, and precipices and dogs, and everything of that sort, committing nothing whatever to his senses. So that he used to be saved, as Antigonus the Carystian tells us, by his friends who accompanied him. And Onesicritus says that he studied philosophy on the principle of suspending his judgment on all points, without, however, on any occasion acting in an imprudent manner, or doing anything without due consideration. And he lived to nearly 90 years of age. Roman 4. And Antigonus of Carystus in his account of Pyrrho mentions the following circumstances respecting him, that he was originally a person of no reputation, but a poor man and a painter, and that a picture of some camp-bearers of very moderate execution was preserved in the gymnasium at Elis, which was his work, and that he used to walk out into the fields and seek solitary places, very rarely appearing to his family at home, and that he did this in consequence of having heard some Indian reproaching Anaxarchus for never teaching anyone else any good, but for devoting all his time to paying court to princes in palaces. He relates of him, too, that he always maintained the same demeanor, so that if anyone left him in the middle of his delivery of a discourse, he remained and continued what he was saying, although, when a young man, he was of a very excitable temperament. Often, too, says Antigonus, he would go away for a time, without telling anyone beforehand, and taking any chance persons whom he chose for his companions. And once, when Anaxarchus had fallen into a pond, he passed by without assisting him. And when someone blamed him for this, Anaxarchus himself praised his indifference and absence of all emotion. On one occasion he was detected talking to himself, and when he was asked the reason, he said that he was studying how to be good. In his investigations, he was never despised by anyone, because he always spoke explicitly and straight to the question that had been put to him. On which account Xenophanes was charmed by him even when he was quite young. And he used to say that he should like to be endowed with the disposition of Pyrrho, without losing his own power of eloquence. And he said, too, that Epicharmus, who admired the conversation and manners of Pyrrho, was frequently asking him about him. He was so greatly honored by his country that he was appointed a priest, and on his account all the philosophers were exempted from taxation. He had a great many imitators of his impassiveness, in reference to which Timon speaks thus of him in his Python and in his Silly. Now, you old man, you Pyrrho, how could you find an escape from all the slavish doctrines and vain imaginations of the sophists? How did you free yourself from all the bonds of sly chicane and artful deep persuasion? How came you to neglect what sort of breeze blows round your grease, and what's the origin and end of everything? And again, in his images, he says, "These things my heart, O Pyrrho, longs to hear, how you enjoy such ease of life and quiet, the only man as happy as a god." And the Athenians presented him with the freedom of their city, as Diocles tells us, because he had slain Codes, the Thracian. Roman 6. He also lived in a most blameless manner with his sister, who was a midwife, as Eratosthenes relates in his treatise on riches and poverty, so that he himself used to carry poultry, and pigs too if he could get any, into the marketplace and sell them. And he used to clean all the furniture of the house without expressing any annoyance. And it is said that he carried his indifference so far that he even washed a pig. And once, when he was very angry about something connected with his sister, and her name was Philista, and someone took him up, he said, The display of my indifference does not depend on a woman." On another occasion, when he was driven back by a dog which was attacking him, he said to someone who blamed him for being discomposed that it was a difficult thing entirely to put off humanity, but that a man ought to strive with all his power to counteract circumstances with his actions if possible, and at all events with his reason. They also tell a story that once, when some medicines of a consuming tendency and some cutting and cautery was applied to him for some wound, that he never even contracted his brow. And Timon intimates his disposition plainly enough in the letters which he wrote to Python. Moreover, Philo, the Athenian, who was a friend of his, said that he was especially fond of Democritus, and next to him of Homer, whom he admired greatly and was continually saying, "But as the race of falling leaves decay, such is the fate of man." He used also, as it is said, to compare men to wasps and flies and birds, and to quote the following lines: "Die then, my friend, what boots it to deplore? The good Metrocles is no more. He, far thy better, was foredoomed to die, and thou, doest thou bewail mortality." And so he would quote anything that bore on the uncertainty and emptiness and fickleness of the affairs of man. Posidonius tells the following anecdote about him: that when some people who were sailing with him were looking gloomy because of a storm, he kept a calm countenance, and comforted their minds, exhibiting himself on deck eating a pig, and saying that it became a wise man to preserve an untroubled spirit in that manner. Numenius is the only writer who asserts that he used to deliver positive dogmas. Romans 7. He had many eminent disciples, and among them Eurylochus, of whom the following defective characteristic is related. For they say that he was once worked up to such a pitch of rage that he took up a spit with the meat on it, and chased the cook as far as the marketplace. And once in Eli's, he was so harassed by some people who put questions to him in the middle of his discourses that he threw down his cloak and swam across the Alpheus. He was the greatest possible enemy to the sophists, as Timon tells us. But Philo, on the contrary, was very fond of arguing, on which account Timon speaks of him thus: "Avoiding men to study all devoted, he ponders with himself, and never heeds the glory or disputes which harass Philo." Besides these disciples, Pyrrho also had Hecataeus of Abdera, and Timon the Phliasian, who wrote the Silly, and whom we shall speak of hereafter, and also Nausiphanes of Teos, who, as some say, was the master of Epicharmus. Roman 8. All these men were called Pyrrhonians from their master, and also doubters and skeptics and effectics, or suspenders of their judgment, and investigators from their principles. And their philosophy was called investigatory, from their investigating or seeking the truth on all sides, and skeptical from their being always doubting, sigma cap epsilon pi tau omicron mu alpha iota, and never finding, and effectic from the disposition which they encouraged after investigation, I mean the suspending of their judgment, letter 1F10 pi omicron chi letter 1F74, and doubting, because they asserted that the dogmatic philosophers only doubted, and that they did the same. And they were called Pyrrhonians from Pyrrho himself. But Theodosius, in his chapters on skepticism, contends that we ought not to call the Pyrrhonian school skeptical. For since, says he, the motion and agitation of the mind in each individual is incomprehensible to others, we are unable to know what was the disposition of Pyrrho. And if we do not know it, we ought not to be called Pyrrhonians. He also adds that Pyrrho was not the original inventor of skepticism, and that he had no particular dogma of any kind, and that, consequently, it can only be called Pyrrhonism from some similarity. Some say that Homer was the original founder of this school, since he at different times gives different accounts of the same circumstance, as much as anyone else ever did, and since he never dogmatizes definitively respecting affirmation, they also say that the maxims of the 7 wise men were skeptical, such as that, seek nothing in excess, and that, suretyship is near calamity, which shows that calamity follows a man who has given positive and certain surety. They also argue that Archytas and Euripides were skeptics, and Archytas speaks thus: "And now, O Glaucus, son of Leptins, such is the mind of mortal man, which changes with every day that Jupiter doth send." And Euripides says, "Why then do men assert that wretched mortals are with true wisdom gifted? For on you we all depend, and we do everything which pleases you." Moreover, Xenophanes and Zeno the Eleatic, and Democritus were also skeptics, of whom Xenophanes speaks thus: "And no man knows distinctly anything, and no man ever will." And Zeno endeavors to put an end to the doctrine of motion by saying, "The object moved does not move either in the place in which it is, or in that in which it is not." Democritus, too, discards the qualities where he says, "What is cold in opinion, and what is hot in opinion, but atoms and the vacuum exist in reality." And again he says, "But we know nothing really, for truth lies in the bottom." Plato, too, following them, attributes the knowledge of the truth to the gods and to the sons of the gods, and leaves men only the investigation of probability. And Euripides says, "Who now can tell whether to live may not be properly to die, and whether that which men do call to die may not in truth be but the entrance into real life." And Empedocles speaks thus: "These things are not perceptible to sight, nor to the ears, nor comprehensible to human intellect." And in a preceding passage he says, "Believing nothing but such circumstances as have befallen each." Heraclitus, too, says, "Let us not form conjectures at random about things of the greatest importance." And Hippocrates delivers his opinion in a very doubtful manner, such as becomes a man, and before them all Homer has said. "Long in the field of words we may contend, reproach is infinite and knows no end." And immediately after, "Armed or with truth or falsehood, right or wrong, so voluble a weapon is the tongue, wounded we wound, and neither side can fail, for every man has equal strength to rail," intimating the equal vigor and antithetical force of words. And the skeptics persevered in overthrowing all the dogmas of every sect, while they themselves asserted nothing dogmatically, and contented themselves with expressing the opinions of others without affirming anything themselves, not even that they did affirm nothing, so that even discarded all positive denial. For to say, "We affirm nothing," was to affirm something. "But we," said they, "enunciate the doctrines of others to prove our own perfect indifference. It is just as if we were to express the same thing by a simple sign." So these words, "We affirm nothing," indicate the absence of all affirmation, just as other propositions, such as, "Not more one thing than another," or "Every reason has a corresponding reason opposed to it," and all such maxims indicate a similar idea. But the phrase, "not more one thing," and see, has sometimes an affirmative sense, indicating the equality of certain things, as for instance, in this sentence, "A pirate is not worse than a liar." But by the skeptics this is said not positively, but negatively, as for instance, where the speaker contests a point and says, "It was not Scylla any more than it was Chimera." And the word "more" itself is sometimes used to indicate a comparison, as when we say that honey is more sweet than grapes. And at other times it is used positively, and at the same time negatively, as when we say, "Virtue profits us more than hurts us." For in this phrase we intimate that virtue does profit and does not hurt us. But the skeptics abolish the whole expression, "not more than it," saying that prudence has not existence any more than it has no existence. Accordingly, then, expression, as Timon says in his Python, indicates nothing more than an absence of all affirmation or of all assent of the judgment. Also the expression, "Every reason has a corresponding reason," and c, does in the same manner indicate the suspension of the judgment. For if, while the facts are different, the expressions are equipollent, it follows that a man must be quite ignorant of the real truth. Besides this, to this assertion there is a contrary assertion opposed, which, after having destroyed all others, turns itself against itself, and destroys itself, resembling, as it were, those cathartic medicines which, after they have cleansed the stomach, then discharge themselves, and are got rid of. And so the dogmatic philosophers say that all these reasonings are so far from overturning the authority of reason that they confirm it. To this the skeptics reply that they only employ reason as an instrument, because it is impossible to overturn the authority of reason without employing reason. Just as if we assert that there is no such thing as space, we must employ the word space, but that not dogmatically, but demonstratively. And if we assert that nothing exists according to necessity, it is unavoidable that we must use the word necessity. The same principle of interpretation did they adopt, for they affirmed that facts are not by nature such as they appear to be, but that they only seem such. And they said that what they doubt is not what they think, for their thoughts are evident to themselves, but the reality of the things which are only made known to them by their sensations. The Pyrrhonian system, then, is a simple explanation of appearances, or of notions of every kind, by means of which comparing one thing with another one arrives at the conclusion that there is nothing in all these notions but contradiction and confusion, as Onesicritus says in his introduction to Pyrrhonism. As to the contradictions which are found in those speculations, when they have pointed out in what way each fact is convincing, they then, by the same means, take away all belief from it. For they say that we regard as certain those things which always produce similar impressions on the senses, those which are the offspring of habit, or which are established by the laws, and those too which give pleasure or excite wonder. And they prove that the reasons opposite to those on which our assent is founded are entitled to equal belief. Roman 9. The difficulties which they suggest, relating to the agreement subsisting between what appears to the senses and what is comprehended by the intellect, divide themselves into 10 modes of argument, according to which the subject and object of our knowledge is incessantly changing. And these 10 modes Pyrrho lays down in the following manner. The first relates to the difference which one remarks between the sentiments of animals in respect of pleasure and pain, and what is injurious and what is advantageous. And from this we conclude that the same objects do not always produce the same impressions, and that the fact of this difference ought to be a reason with us for suspending our judgment. For there are some animals which are produced without any sexual connection, as those which live in the fire, and the Arabian phoenix and worms. Others again are engendered by copulation, as men and others of that kind, and some are composed in one way and others in another, on which account they also differ in their senses, as for instance, hawks are very keen-sighted, dogs have a most acute scent. It is plain, therefore, that the things seen produce different impressions on those animals which differ in their power of sight. So, too, young branches are eagerly eaten by the goat, but are bitter to mankind. And hemlock is nutritious for the quail, but deadly to man, and pigs eat their own dung, but a horse does not. The second mode refers to the nature and idiosyncrasies of men. According to Demophon, the steward of Alexander used to feel warm in the shade and to shiver in the sun. And Andron the Argive, as Aristotle tells us, traveled through the dry parts of Libya without once drinking. Again, one man is fond of medicine, another of farming, another of commerce, and the same pursuits are good for one man and injurious to another, on which account we ought to suspend our opinions. The third mode is that which has for its object the difference of the organs of sense. Accordingly, an apple presents itself to the sight as yellow, to the taste as sweet, to the smell as fragrant, and the same form is seen, in very different lights, according to the differences of mirrors. It follows, therefore, that what is seen is just as likely to be something else as the reality. The fourth refers to the dispositions of the subject, and the changes in general to which it is liable, such as health, sickness, sleep, waking joy, grief, youth, old age, courage, fear, want, abundance, hatred, friendship, warmth, cold, easiness of breathing, oppression of the respiratory organs, and so on. The objects, therefore, appear different to us according to the disposition of the moment, for even madmen are not in a state contrary to nature. For why are we to say that of them more than of ourselves? For we too look at the sun as if it stood still. Theon, of Tithora, the Stoic, used to walk about in his sleep, and a slave of Heraclitus used, when in the same state, to walk on the top of the house. The fifth mode is conversant with laws and established customs and belief in mythical traditions and the conventions of art and dogmatical opinions. This mode embraces all that relates to vice and to honesty, to the true and to the false, to the good and to the bad, to the gods and to the production and destruction of all visible objects. Accordingly, the same action is just in the case of some people and unjust in that of others, and good in the case of some and bad in that of others. On this principle we see that the Persians do not think it unnatural for a man to marry his daughter, but among the Greeks it is unlawful. Again, the Massagetae, as Eudoxus tells us in the first book of his travels over the world, have their women in common, but the Greeks do not. And the Cilicians delight in piracy, but the Greeks avoid it. So again, different nations worship different gods, and some believe in the providence of God, and others do not. The Egyptians embalm their dead and then bury them, the Romans burn them, the Paeonians throw them into the lakes. All these considerations show that we ought to suspend our judgment. The sixth mode has reference to the promiscuousness and confusion of objects, according to which nothing is seen by us simply and by itself, but in combination either with air, or with light, or with moisture, or with solidity, or heat, or cold, or motion, or evaporation, or some other power. Accordingly, purple exhibits a different hue in the sun, and in the moon, and in a lamp. And our own complexions appear different when seen at noonday and at sunset. And a stone which one cannot lift in the air is easily displaced in the water, either because it is heavy itself and is made light by the water, or because it is light in itself and is made heavy by the air. So that we cannot positively know the peculiar qualities of anything, just as we cannot discover oil in ointment. The seventh mode has reference to distances, and position and space, and to the objects which are in space. In this mode, one establishes the fact that objects which we believe to be large sometimes appear small, that those which we believe to be square sometimes appear round, that those which we fancy even appear full of projections, those which we think straight seem bent, and those which we believe to be colorless appear of quite a different complexion. Accordingly, the sun, on account of its distance from us, appears small. The mountains, too, at a distance, appear airy masses and smooth, but when beheld close they are rough. Again, the sun has one appearance at his rise and quite a different one at midday. And the same body looks very different in a wood from what it does on plain ground. So, too, the appearance of an object changes according to its position as regards us. For instance, the neck of a dove varies as it turns. Since then, it is impossible to view these things irrespectively of place and position. It is clear that their real nature is not known. The eighth mode has respect to the magnitudes or quantities of things, or to the heat or coldness, or to the speed or slowness, or to the paleness or variety of color of the subject. For instance, a moderate quantity of wine when taken invigorates, but an excessive quantity weakens. And the same is the case with food and other similar things. The ninth depends upon the frequency, or rarity, or strangeness of the thing under consideration. For instance, earthquakes excite no wonder among those nations with whom they are of frequent occurrence, nor does the sun, because he is seen every day. The ninth mode is called by Favorinus, the eighth, and by Sextus and Onesicritus, the 10th. And Sextus calls the 10th the 8th, which Favorinus reckons the 10th as the 9th in order. The 10th mode refers to the comparison between one thing and another as, for instance, between what is light and what is heavy, between what is strong and what is weak, between what is greater and what is less, what is above and what is below. For instance, that which is on the right is not on the right intrinsically and by nature, but it is looked upon as such in consequence of its relation to something else, and if that other thing be transposed, then it will no longer be on the right. In the same way, a man is spoken of as a father or brother or relation to someone else, and day is called so in relation to the sun, and everything has its distinctive name in relation to human thought. Therefore, those things which are known in relation to others are unknown of themselves. And these are the 10 modes. But Agrippa adds 5 other modes to them. One derived from the disagreement of opinions, another from the necessity of proceeding ad infinitum from one reasoning to another, a third from relation, a fourth from hypothesis, and the last from the reciprocal nature of proofs. That which refers to the disagreement of opinions shows that all the questions which philosophers propose to themselves, or which people in general discuss, are full of uncertainty and contradiction. That which is derived from the necessity of proceeding incessantly from one reasoning to another demonstrates that it is impossible for a man ever, in his researches, to arrive at undeniable truth, since one truth is only to be established by another truth, and so on ad infinitum. The mode which is derived from relation rests on the doctrine that no object is ever perceived independently and entirely by itself, but always in its relation to something else, so that it is impossible to know its nature correctly. That which depends on hypothesis is directed against those arguers who pretend that it is necessary to accept the principles of things taken absolutely, and that one must place one's faith in them without any examination, which is an absurdity, for one may just as well lay down the opposite principles. The 5th mode, that one namely which arises from the reciprocal nature of proofs, is capable of application whenever the proof of the truth which we are looking for supposes, as a necessary preliminary, our belief in that truth. For instance, if, After we have proved the porosity of bodies by their evaporations, we return and prove the evaporations by the porosity. These skeptics then deny the existence of any demonstration, of any test of truth, of any signs or causes or motion or learning, and of anything as intrinsically or naturally good or bad. For every demonstration, say they, depends either on things which demonstrate themselves or on principles which are indemonstrable. If on things which demonstrate themselves, then these things themselves require demonstration, and so on ad infinitum. If on principles which are indemonstrable, then, the very moment that either the sum total of these principles, or even one single one of them, is incorrectly urged, the whole demonstration falls instantly to pieces. But if anyone supposes, they add, that there are principles which require no demonstration, that man deceives himself strangely, not seeing that it is necessary for him in the first place to establish this point, that they contain their proof in themselves. For a man cannot prove that there are 4 elements, because there are 4 elements. Besides, if particular proofs are denied in a complex demonstration, it must follow that the whole demonstration is also incorrect. Again, if we are to know that an argument is really a demonstrative proof, we must have a test of truth. And in order to establish a test, we require a demonstrative proof, and these 2 things must be devoid of every kind of certainty, since they bear reciprocally the one on the other. How then is anyone to arrive at certainty about obscure matters, if one is ignorant even how one ought to attempt to prove them? For what one is desirous to understand is not what the appearance of things is, but what their nature and essence is. They show, too, that the dogmatic philosophers act with great simplicity, for that the conclusions which they draw from their hypothetical principles are not scientific truths but mere suppositions, and that, in the same manner, one might establish the most improbable propositions. They also say that those who pretend that one ought not to judge of things by the circumstances which surround them, or by their accessories, but that one ought to take their nature itself as one's guide, do not perceive that, while they pretend to give the precise measure and definition of everything, if the objects present such and such an appearance, that depends solely on their position and relative arrangement. They conclude from thence that it is necessary to say that everything is true, or that everything is false. For if certain things only are true, how is one to recognize them? Evidently, it will not be the senses which judge in that case of the objects of sensation, for all appearances are equal to the senses, nor will it be the intellect for the same reason. But besides these 2 faculties, there does not appear to be any other test or criterion at all. So, say they, if we desire to arrive at any certainty with respect to any object which comes under either sense or intellect, we must first establish those opinions which are laid down previously as bearing on those objects. For some people have denied this doctrine, and others have overturned that. It is therefore indispensable that they should be judged of either by the senses or by the intellect. And the authority of each of these faculties is contested. It is therefore impossible to form a positive judgment of the operations of the senses and of the intellect. And if the contest between the different opinions compels us to a neutrality, then the measure which appeared proper to apply to the appreciation of all those objects is at the same time put an end to, and one must fix a similar valuation on everything. Perhaps our opponent will say, are then appearances trustworthy or deceitful? We answer that, if they are trustworthy, the other side has nothing to object to those to whom the contrary appearance presents itself. For, as he who says that such and such a thing appears to him is trustworthy, so also is he who says that the contrary appears to him. And if appearances are deceitful, then they do not deserve any confidence when they assert what appears to them to be true. We are not bound then to believe that a thing is true, merely because it obtains assent. For all men do not yield to the same reasons, and even the same individual does not always see things in the same light. Persuasion often depends on external circumstances, on the authority of the speaker, on his ability, on the elegance of his language, on habit, or even on pleasure. They also, by this train of reasoning, suppress the criterion of truth. Either the criterion has been decided on, or it has not. And if it has not, it does not deserve any confidence, and it cannot be of any use at all in aiding us to discern truth from falsehood. If, on the other hand, it has been decided on, it then enters into the class of particular things which require a criterion, and in that case to judge and to be judged amount to the same thing. The criterion which judges is itself judged of by something else, that again by a third criterion, and so on ad infinitum. Add to this, say they, the fact that people are not even agreed as to the nature of the criterion of truth. Some say that man is the criterion, others that it is the senses which are so. One set places reason in the van, another class rely upon cataleptic perception. As to man himself, he disagrees both with himself and with others, as the diversity of laws and customs proves. The senses are deceivers, and reason disagrees with itself. Cataleptic perception is judged of by the intellect, and the intellect changes in various manners. Accordingly, we can never find any positive criterion, and in consequence, truth itself wholly eludes our search. They also affirm that there are no such things as signs, for if there are signs, they argue they must be such as are apprehended either by the senses or by the intellect. Now, there are none which are apprehended by the senses, for everything which is apprehended by the senses is general, while a sign is something particular. Moreover, any object which is apprehended by the senses has an existence of its own, while signs are only relative. Again, signs are not apprehended by the intellect, for in that case they would be either the visible manifestation of a visible thing, or the invisible manifestation of an invisible thing, or the invisible sign of a visible thing, or the visible sign of an invisible thing. But none of all these cases are possible. There are therefore no such things as signs at all. There is therefore no such thing as a visible sign of a visible thing, for that which is visible has no need of a sign. Nor, again, is there any invisible sign of an invisible thing, for when anything is manifested by means of another thing, it must become visible. On the same principle, there is no invisible sign of a visible object, for that which aids in the perception of something else must be visible. Lastly, there is no visible manifestation of an invisible thing, for as a sign is something wholly relative, it must be perceived in that of which it is the sign, and that is not the case. It follows, therefore, that none of those things which are not visible in themselves admit of being perceived. For one considers signs as things which aid in the perception of that which is not evident by itself. They also wholly discard, and as far as depends on them, overturn the idea of any cause by means of this same train of reasoning. Cause is something relative. It is relative to that of which it is the cause. But that which is relative is only conceived and has no real existence. The idea of a cause, then, is a pure conception, for inasmuch as it is a cause, it must be a cause of something. Otherwise, it would be no cause at all. In the same way as a father cannot be a father, unless there exists some being in respect of whom one gives him the title of father, so too a cause stands on the same ground. For, supposing that nothing exists relatively to which a cause can be spoken of, then, as there is no production, or destruction, or anything of that sort, there can likewise be no cause. However, let us admit that there are such things as causes. In that case, then, either a body must be the cause of a body, or that which is incorporeal must be the cause of that which is incorporeal. Now, neither of these cases is possible, therefore, there is no such thing as cause. In fact, one body cannot be the cause of another body, since both bodies must have the same nature. And if it be said that one is the cause, inasmuch as it is a body, then the other must be a cause for the same reason. And in that case, one would have two reciprocal causes, two agents without any passive subject. Again, one incorporeal thing cannot be the cause of another incorporeal thing for the same reason. Also, an incorporeal thing cannot be the cause of a body, because nothing that is incorporeal can produce a body. Nor, on the other hand, can a body be the cause of anything incorporeal, because in every production there must be some passive subject matter. But, as what is incorporeal is by its own nature protected from being a passive subject, it cannot be the object of any productive power. There is, therefore, no such thing as any cause at all. From all which it follows that the first principles of all things have no reality, for such a principle, if it did exist, must be both the agent and the efficient cause. Again, there is no such thing as motion. For whatever is moved either in the place in which it is, or in that in which it is not. It certainly is not moved in the place in which it is, and it is impossible that it should be moved in the place in which it is not. Therefore, there is no such thing as motion at all. They also deny the existence of all learning. If, said they, anything is taught, then either that which does exist is taught in its existence, or that which does not exist is taught in its non-existence. But that which does exist is not taught in its existence, for the nature of all existent things is visible to all men, and is known by all men, nor is that which does not exist taught in its non-existence, for nothing can happen to that which does not exist, so that to be taught cannot happen to it. Nor again, say they, is there any such thing as production. For that which is not produced, for it exists already, nor that which is not, for that does not exist at all. And that which has no being nor existence at all cannot be produced. Another of their doctrines is that there is no such thing as any natural good or natural evil. For if there be any natural good or natural evil, then it must be good to everyone or evil to everyone, just as snow is cold to everyone. But there is no such thing as one general good or evil which is common to all beings. Therefore, there is no such thing as any natural good or natural evil. For either one must pronounce everything good which is thought so by anyone whatever, or one must say that it does not follow that everything which is thought good is good. Now, we cannot say that everything which is thought good is good, since the same thing is thought good by one person, as, for instance, pleasure is thought good by Epicharmus, and evil by another, as it is thought evil by Antisthenes, and on this principle the same thing will be both good and evil. If, again, we assert that it does not follow that everything which is thought good is good, then we must distinguish between the different opinions, which it is not possible to do by reason of the equality of the reasons adduced in support of them. It follows that we cannot recognize anything as good by nature. And we may also take a view of the whole of their system by the writings which some of them have left behind them. Pyrrho himself has left nothing, but his friends Timon and Onesicritus and Numenius and Nausiphanes and others of that class have left books. And the dogmatical philosophers arguing against them say that they also adopt spurious and pronounce positive dogmas. For where they think that they are refuting others they are convicted, for in the very act of refutation they assert positively and dogmatize. For when they say that they define nothing, and that every argument has an opposite argument, they do here give a positive definition and assert a positive dogma. But they reply to these objectors, as to the things which happen to us as men, we admit the truth of what you say, for we certainly do know that it is day and that we are alive, and we admit that we know many other of the phenomena of life. But with respect to those things as to which the dogmatic philosophers make positive assertions, saying that they are comprehended, we suspend our judgment on the ground of their being uncertain. And we know nothing but the passions, for we confess that we see, and we are aware that we comprehend that such a thing is the fact, but we do not know how we see or how we comprehend. Also, we state in the way of narrative that this appears white, without asserting positively that it really is so. And with respect to the assertion, we define nothing, and other sentences of that sort, we do not pronounce them as dogmas. For to say that is a different kind of statement from saying that the world is spherical, for the one fact is not evident, while the other statements are mere admissions. While, therefore, we say that we define nothing, we do not even say that as a definition. Again, the dogmatic philosophers say that the skeptics overthrow all life when they deny everything of which life consists. But the skeptics say that they are mistaken, for they do not deny that they see, but that they do not know how it is that they see. For, say they, we assert what is actually the fact, but we do not describe its character. Again, we feel that fire burns, but we suspend our judgment as to whether it has a burning nature. Also, we see whether a person moves and that a man dies, but how these things happen we know not. Therefore, say they, we only resist the uncertain deductions which are put by the side of evident facts. For when we say that an image has projections, we only state plainly what is evident, but when we say that it has not projections, we no longer say what appears evident, but something else. On which account Timon, in his Python, says that Pyrrho does not destroy the authority of custom. And in his images he speaks thus: but what is evidently seen prevails, wherever it may be. And in his treatise on the senses he says, the reason why a thing is sweet I do not declare, but I confess that the fact of sweetness is evident. So too, Onesicritus, in the first book of his Pyrrhonian Discourses, says that Pyrrho defines nothing dogmatically, on account of the possibility of contradiction, but that he is guided by what is evident. And he says the same thing in his book Against Wisdom and in his treatise on investigation. In like manner, Zeuxis, a friend of Onesicritus, in his treatise on twofold arguments, and Antiochus of Laodicea and Apelles in his Agrippa, all declare nothing beyond what is evident. The criterion, therefore, among the skeptics is that which is evident, as Onesicritus also says, and Epicurus says the same thing. But Democritus says that there is no test whatever of appearances, and also that they are not criteria of truth. Moreover, the dogmatic philosophers attack the criterion derived from appearances, and say that the same objects present at times different appearances, so that a town presents at one time a square and at another a round appearance, and that consequently, if the skeptic does not discriminate between different appearances, he does nothing at all. If, on the contrary, he determines in favor of either, then, say they, he no longer attaches equal value to all appearances. The skeptics reply to this, that in the presence of different appearances, they content themselves with saying that there are many appearances, and that it is precisely because things present themselves under different characters that they affirm the existence of appearances. Lastly, the skeptics say that the chief good is the suspension of the judgment which tranquility of mind follows, like its shadow, as Timon and Onesicritus say. For that we need not choose these things or avoid those which all depend on ourselves. But as to those things which do not depend upon us, but upon necessity, such as hunger, thirst, and pain, those we cannot avoid, for it is not possible to put an end to them by reason. But when the dogmatic philosophers object that the skeptic, on his principles, will not refuse to kill his own father if he is ordered to do so, so that they answer that they can live very well without disquieting themselves about the speculations of the dogmatic philosophers, but suspending their judgment in all matters which do not refer to living and the preservation of life. Accordingly, say they, we avoid some things, and we seek others, following custom in that, and we obey the laws. Some authors have asserted that the chief good of the Stoics is impassibility. Others say that it is mildness and tranquility. Life of Timon. Apollonides of Nicaea, a philosopher of our school, in the first book of his commentaries on the Silly, which he dedicated to Tiberius Caesar, says that Timon was the son of Timarchus and a Phliasian by birth. And then, when he was young, he studied dancing, and afterwards he renounced that study and went to Megara to Stilpo. And having spent some time there, he returned home again and married. Then he came with his wife to Elis to see Pyrrho, and there he remained while his children were born, the elder of whom he called Xanthus and taught him medicine and left him his successor in his sect of philosophy. And he was a man of considerable eminence, as Solon tells us in his 11th book. Afterwards, being in difficulty as to his means, he departed to the Hellespont and the Propontis, and living at Chalcedon as a sophist, he earned a very high reputation and great popularity. From thence he departed, after having made a considerable fortune, and went to Athens, and remained there till his death, going across once for a short time to Thebes. He was also acquainted with King Antigonus, and with Ptolemy Philadelphus, as he himself testifies in his Iambics. Roman 2. He was, says Antigonus, fond of drinking, and he at times occupied himself with works quite inconsistent with philosophy, for he wrote lyric and epic poems, and tragedies and satiric dramas, and 30 comedies, and 60 tragedies and silly and amatory poems. There are works of his also enumerated in a regular catalogue, extending to 20,000 verses, which are mentioned by Antigonus of Charistos, who also wrote his life. Of the Silly, there are 3 volumes, in which he attacks everyone as if he were a skeptic, and especially he lampoons the dogmatic philosophers under the form of parodies. The first volume of these Silly contains a long, uninterrupted narration, but the second and third are in the form of dialogues. He is represented in them as interrogating Xenophanes, the Colophonian, about everything, and he utters a long continued discourse. In his second book, he speaks of the more ancient philosophers, and in his third of the more modern ones, on which account some people have given the last book the name of the epilogue. But the first book contains the same subjects, with this difference, that in that it is all confined to one single person, and its first line begins thus: "Come hither, all you overbusy sophists." Roman 3, he died when he was nearly 90 years old, as Antigonus tells us, and Solon, in his 11th book, makes the same statement. I have heard it said that he had only one eye, and indeed, he used to call himself Cyclops. Roman 4. There was also another Timon, the misanthrope. Now this philosopher was very fond of a garden, and also of solitude, as we are told by Antigonus. Accordingly, it is reported that Hieronymus, the peripatetic, said of him, as among the Scythians, both they who fly and they who pursue shoot with the bow, so in the case of the philosophers, those who pursue and those who fly both hunt for pupils, as Timon for instance. Roman 6. He was a man of very acute perceptions and very quick at seeing the ridiculous side of any question. He was also very fond of learning and a very clever man at devising plots for poets and at composing dramas. And he used to associate with himself, in the composition of his tragedies, 2 other poets, named Alexander and Homer, and whenever he was disturbed by his maidservants or by the dogs, he paid no attention to them, studying above all things to live in tranquility. They tell a story that Aratus asked him how he could procure an entire and correct copy of Homer's poetry, and he answered, if he could fall in with an old manuscript which had never been corrected. And all his works used to lie about at random, and at times half-eaten by mice, so that once when he was reading them to Zopyrus, the orator, and unrolling a volume, he read whatever passages came first, and when he got to the middle of the book he found a great gap, which he had not previously perceived, so very indifferent was he about such matters. His constitution was so vigorous that he could easily go without his dinner. And they say that once when he saw Archytas passing through the forum of the Cercopes, he said, "What are you doing here, where we freemen are?" And he used constantly to quote to those who invoked the testimony of their intellects to judge of the senses. Atagas and Numenius are met. And this jesting manner was habitual with him. Accordingly, he once said to a man who was surprised at everything, "Why do you not wonder that we 3 men have only 4 eyes between us?" For he himself had only one eye, no more had Dioscorides his pupil, but the man to whom he was speaking had his sight unimpaired. On another occasion, he was asked by Archytas why he had come from Thebes, and he said, "To laugh at you all when I see you face to face." But though he attacked Archytas in his silly, he has praised him in the book entitled The Funeral Banquet of Archytas. Roman 7. He had no successor, as Menedemus tells us, but his school ceased till Ptolemy the Cyrenian re-established it. According to the account given to us by Hipparchus and Solon, he had as pupils Dioscorides of Cyprus, and Nicolaus of Rhodes, and Euphranor of Seleucia, and Pralus of the Troas, who was a man of such constancy of mind that, as Hipparchus relates in his history, he allowed himself to be punished as a traitor wholly undeservedly, not uttering one word of complaint against his fellow citizens. And Euphranor had for his pupil Eubulus of Alexandria, who was the master of Ptolemy, who was the master of Sarpedon and Heraclides. And Heraclides was the master of Onesicritus, of Cnossus, who wrote 8 books of Pyrrhonian discourses. He was also the master of Leucippus Polites, who was the master of Zeuxis Goniopus, who was the master of Antiochus, of Laodicea, in Lycia. Antiochus again was the master of Menedemus, of Nicomedia, a skillful physician, and of Theodas of Laodicea, and Menedemus was the master of Herodotus, of Tarsus, the son of Arius. Herodotus was the master of Sextus Empiricus, who left 10 books of skeptic maxims and other excellent works. And Sextus was the master of Saturninus Athenas, who was also an empiric.